Everything about Huan's life seemed ordinary, until the exam that changed reality itself. A top student, calm, brilliant, and secretly a time traveler, Huan thought his second life in the Celestial Empire would be a peaceful do-over. No magic, no system, just study, graduate, and live quietly. But during a spring exam, time froze. A translucent girl, body.I, the nation's idol, walked into the classroom unseen by anyone but him. She laughed, drew on the teacher's face, and spoke words no one should understand. The world line is being corrected. From that moment, Huan's world began to twist. A voice echoed in his head. A talking black cat appeared, calling itself a god, warning of an invasion from another world. And the same power that turned I invisible, called a modifier, was spreading among gifted women, warping reality itself. To save his world, Huan must face 5 of these modifiers, each hidden within someone close to him, each more dangerous than the last. But there's a catch. He can't ever let them know he's aware of their powers. If he does, the world ends. Now trapped between beauty, danger, and cosmic rules, Huan steps into a reality where even affection could be lethal. And it all began with one exam, one ghost-like idol, and a whisper that said, "Your fantasy wish has been granted."
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The boy pressed the top of his ballpoint pen, and with a soft click, the exhausted tip retreated into the barrel. The only proof of its effort was the clean line of equations left on the paper. He flipped the answer sheet, revealing the title printed neatly at the top. Utsuki International High School, Spring Semester Entrance Exam. Subject, Mathematics Exam Time, 120 minutes. And below it, his name, written in crisp black font, Huan. Afternoon sunlight spilled through the window of the second-floor classroom, catching on the curve of his cheek. The air was warm, heavy with that early spring brightness that made everything outside look a little too alive. Beyond the window, students ran laps on the track, their silhouettes cutting through the red glow of the setting sun, like Kwafu chasing the horizon. In his past life, Huan had always imagined Kwafu as a boy, reckless, tireless, stubbornly running after something impossible. It felt youthful, beautiful even. That was the privilege of being young. He smiled faintly. At least in this parallel world, the myths were familiar enough to sneak into his essays. Around him, the classroom buzzed quietly with the scratching of pens. Huan alone sat back, pen warm from his hand, exam finished long before the others. He propped his chin on one hand and glanced toward the podium. The bald math teacher's head caught the light again, shining faintly like a second sun. "Jobin, your head's a hazard for reflection complaints," he thought absently. "Review your answers carefully," the teacher droned. Jobin, what a name. Every time Huan heard it, he thought of that Japanese cola brand with the same syllables. His classmates were still fighting the clock, but Huan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Does my time travel lack a bit of fantasy? He sighed under his breath. No system voice in his head. No mysterious girl thanking him at midnight. No creature popping out of a box calling him master. Nothing. He'd simply died at his desk one night, burnt out, overworked, and opened his eyes again as a baby in a strange but peaceful world. Now, 17 years later, he'd grown up disciplined, focused, and completely ordinary. Still, deep down, the boy who'd once wished on his 6th birthday for a little more fantasy hadn't given up. But life had already given him more than most, a second chance. What right did he have to ask for more? He smiled to himself and decided to pretend to check his answers, though his pen stayed still. The clock ticked steadily. 25 minutes left. Please check your names and answer sheets, Jobin reminded them. Asterisk tick. 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 Asterisk. The sound pulsed through the silent room. Too loud. Too real. Wait. Something was wrong. Huan frowned. Why can I hear ticking? Exam rooms used digital timers, not analog clocks. The whiteboard countdown was silent. Before he could think further, a clear, bell-like girl's voice echoed in his ear. "Hello, students in exam room 1. Can you hear me?" Huan froze. A second later, a piercing noise exploded inside his head, like a child screaming. "Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. Asterisk, what the hell? Are the Trisolarans finally calling? Why now? Asterisk." He covered his ears, dazed, and then saw movement at the doorway. A girl's head peeked in, black hair shining like silk under the sun. Her hand cupped to her mouth as she called out again. "Hey!" It was her voice. Huan's breath caught. She was stunning, delicate yet vivid, with long lashes framing eyes bright enough to hold starlight. The kind of face that made the world pause for half a second. On her chest, the badge read, Class 1B by E. Asterisk by E, the school idol. The one plastered all over ads and music videos. Asterisk. Before he could process that, another voice, cold and mechanical, flashed through his head. "Your life is about to end. The world line is intervening. Correction plan initiated. Do not reveal awareness of the modifier. Violators will face severe consequences." Asterisk world line? Modifier? Asterisk. Huan's pulse spiked. He stayed perfectly still, pretending to check his test paper. Because the girl, by E, was see-through, literally translucent, her body shimmering faintly as she walked into the room. She waved a hand in front of Zhou Bin's face, humming a cheerful tune as the teacher and students remained completely unaware. Then she found a marker. Huan watched, stunned, as she doodled across Zhou Bin's bald head. Huge crosses, messy scribbles. "Oh, that's for calling my mom to complain," she said sweetly, her tone like a mischievous imp. Asterisk ghost. "No, I know that face." Asterisk. Of course, by E, the internet's girl everyone's waiting to grow up. Star of 3 films, singer, model, national darling. And right now, she was vandalizing his math teacher's face mid-exam. Huan almost laughed. Asterisk, what kind of plotline is this? Bunny Girl Senpai, but localized. Asterisk. Then the wind roared. The curtains flared, wrapping around her figure, but her hair didn't move. Her skirt didn't sway. She was completely untouched by the air. A perfect ghost, separate from the world. And then, her head turned. Their eyes met. For a heartbeat, the world froze. "What?" Her lips parted in surprise. Huan's heart stuttered. "Crap." She stepped closer, suspicion flickering across her perfect face. Bending down slightly, her hair brushed his temple, weightless, unreal. "Can you see me?" she whispered. Huan stayed frozen, eyes forward, as if staring through her. Her lips curved into a smile that didn't fit her idol persona, half mischief, half danger. "Your face is still so annoying, President." She plucked the pen off his desk. Or rather, its glowing, ghostly outline. The physical pen stayed in place, untouched. 2 pens, 2 timelines. Before she could strike, that ticking sound returned, sharp and mechanical. Effect: no care, 15 seconds remaining. By each side, her shoulders relaxing. "Time's up already?" She set the pen back down, aligning it perfectly. Her gaze lingered on Huan. "We've got a long way to go, Huan." Then she turned and walked away. Her form faded with the ticking, like an image wiped from glass. And just like that, the world was normal again. Until Zhou Bin blinked, rubbed his head, and saw the marker drawings all over his bald scalp. "Who did this?" he screamed, voice echoing down the hall. The room burst into chaos. Only Huan sat still, eyes distant, temple faintly tingling where a phantom hair had brushed him. It was late. The world outside burned with orange light. And as the boy stared out the window, a quiet thought crossed his mind. The same wish he'd made at 6 years old. "A little fantasy in my life. Looks like he finally got it." "Did you hear?" Someone drew all over Zhou Bin's face, and no one noticed. "I heard his scream. The whole building did." "Who pulled that off?" "Delaying pen during his nap, they say." Also, wasn't President Yin in that room? The corridor buzzed. Math was the last paper of the semester, and with the test over, The whole school felt spring-loaded and giddy. Zhou Bin's marked-up scalp was the perfect punchline. Huan, who had seen everything, slipped away with his bag. He found an empty classroom on the upper floor, closed the door behind him, and sat. "Okay," he said into the quiet. "Whoever was talking in my head, system, golden finger, whatever, show yourself. Explain." Meow. A long-haired black cat stood in the aisle, head tilted, tail raised, emerald eyes steady. It hopped onto a chair, then onto his desk, turned once, licked a paw, and sat. "Hello, Huan," said the voice in his mind. So, a telepathic cat. After Bai Yi's stunt, this barely moved the needle. Huan leaned in until they were nose to nose. "Who are you? What has happened?" "I am this world's god," the cat said calmly. "And your world is being invaded. I need your help. Try solar ants." "No, a force from another world. Magical in nature." Light flared before Huan's eyes, the shadow of a clawed crab thing, then a stream of text. "Invading world number 114514, classification. Female targeted fantasy, title." "Stop." Huan waved the display away. He thought of the phrase he'd heard around by no care. An ability that made the world ignore her. A sour realization clicked. "Greek gods," he muttered. "But the kind you don't talk about in class." The cat's voice turned grave. "The invasion warped this world and birthed 5 dangerous modifiers. Body carries 1. They lodge in fortunate young women, feed on desire, grow stronger, twist the world line, and eventually destroy your life." Huan almost said, "What's that got to do with me?" Then he remembered the idol who almost wrote on his face and promised, "We've got a long way to go." If she really had a rule-breaking power like no care, graffiti wouldn't be where it stopped. She was probably just testing limits. The cat licked its fur, eyes bright. "You're disciplined, absurdly good-looking now, sharp, well-liked, and, most important, the only time traveler I can talk to. Luck follows you. You tick every box that attracts that other world." Huan thought of all the archetypes from 100 stories. The icy top student, the gentle next-door sister, the proud eldest daughter. People who didn't deserve to be warped by someone else's wish fulfillment. He'd worked for years to build a good life, and suddenly that effort painted a target on him. The unfairness stung. He let the feeling pass. "Fine," he said. "If you're a god, why not erase these modifiers yourself? I can't directly interfere. Neither can the gods on the other side. That's why the modifiers need hosts. So give me one," he said. "A counter modifier. I can grant you 2 supports," the cat said, raising a paw like a beckoning statue. "First, resistance to modifiers. Their effects only partially work on you. But resistance weakens as their desire grows. It won't save you forever." The other paw rose. "Second, once a week I offer a permanent reward, usually one of 3 choices. Abilities, attributes, skills. They can strengthen as you resolve modifiers. They're yours to keep." "How do I resolve them?" "There's only one way," the cat said. "Make the host willingly give it up. And under no circumstances let them realize you can see the modifier. If they do, their overcome anxiety spikes, the modifier completes, and you lose. Everything ends." Huan pictured the worst-case scenario. Someone thinks they're invisible, crosses a line, and then the world sees them. Not a revenge plot. A horror film. So I have to convince people to surrender power without ever revealing I know they have it. He snorted. "You might as well kill me now. If I had Bai Yi's skill, I wouldn't hand it back either." The cat had no answer. Silence stretched. Then Huan straightened. "It's Friday. Give me this week's reward." The cat's tail flicked. 3 golden motes appeared, each with a caption. Ability, perfect expression management. Your face becomes the perfect mask. Skill, catch a knife barehanded, 1 knife. 2 if you grow extra hands. Skill, 100% successful backflip. Party trick unlocked. Huan pinched the cat's cheeks. "How will any of this help?" "Random," the cat protested. "I said random. If they kill me, I'm taking you with me." A knock cut through the room. Talk, talk, talk. The handle turned. A boy in a gray Yutsuki uniform, black-framed glasses, hair in his eyes, peeked in, anxious and out of breath. "Yahashiki," the student council's accountant and tech support. President, why aren't you answering? I've had you 10 times. Also, where did that cat come from? Huan selected perfect expression management. Muscles in his face woke up like a piano, extending from 61 to 107 keys. He smiled apologetically and lifted the cat. Found a stray. Cute, right? Meow. It's very well fed for a stray, Yahashiki said, distracted. Then he remembered. Phone. Now. Yuan Lina's blowing up the group. The principal wants you ASAP. Huan cradled the cat, took his phone off airplane mode, and got buried in pings from their all-in-one playing app. Secretary. Yuan Lina. Anyone seen the president? Urgent. Accountant. Yahashiki. Not with me. He should still be on campus. Yuan Lina. Principal asked for him. Find him now. VP. Sakuramiya Hitomi. Not in the office. Yahashiki. Maybe he's meeting a girl? VP. Sakuramiya. Don't speculate. Yahashiki, sorry. Huan skimmed, gave up, and looked up. What does the principal want? Yahashiki swallowed. He said, Your mother is here to see you. Huan froze, cat in his arms. In this life, his parents had died in a plane crash. He'd grown up in an orphanage. So where did this mother come from? End of chapter. Meow. In a corridor of the teaching building where the evening light was gradually turning red, a handsome boy carrying a school bag was followed by a black cat, but Yahashiki had disappeared. It was already time to go home from school, and what happened next had nothing to do with him. After Huan replied in the group and expressed his gratitude to Yahashiki, he did not ask him to send her off again. When he reached the floor where the principal's office was located, he seemed to have vaguely heard some conversation coming from the office in the extremely quiet air. He did not move forward, but turned his head to the window to adjust his appearance and changed the backpack he was carrying to one side behind his back. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Miao-chan, who was sitting on the ground behind him and licking his fur. Miao-chan, wait for me to come out and pick you up. Don't wander around. It would be bad if someone found you. Don't worry about me. Miao-jiang seemed not very satisfied with the name given by Huan, but she was not the kind of person who would be fussy about it. It blinked its clear blue eyes and spoke in Huan's mind. If necessary, I can let you be the only one aware of my presence. Don't worry about where I am. As long as you call me in your mind, I can appear in front of you at any time. So magical? That's good. Meow. After getting the reply, Huan nodded, no longer caring about the black cat behind him, and walked towards the principal's office, which he had been to countless times. When he reached the door, the faint sound of conversation coming from inside the house made Huan hesitate. The main thing is that at the beginning of the game, a person claiming to be his mother suddenly appears out of the orphan's room. This is either some kind of urban legend or it has something to do with the modifier. So he couldn't help but move closer to the door and listen to the sounds inside. Yes, he is very good. He is the president of the student union of Tatsuki College. Although he needs to be responsible for some school affairs, whether it is tuition reduction, recommendation letters, or admission to relevant universities. This voice belongs to Hermes, the principal of Tatsuki Academy. His voice is thin and easy to distinguish. But, as I recall, no matter how much he gets waived, it's only 2/3 of the tuition. What's he going to do with the rest of the money? The voice speaking to the principal was a soft, mellow female voice. I couldn't tell her exact age, but her tone sounded very gentle, like a breeze caressing my cheek. Well, although the school does not prohibit part-time work during leisure time, I am indeed considering applying to the board of directors to establish a scholarship to ease the financial burden on the family, especially for a rare, outstanding student like him. That's perfect. I came here to set up a special fund for Longwa immigrants at Yuanyue College in the name of Yi International. I hope it will be helpful to Mr. Hermes' application. As for the fundraising amount, someone will contact you later. You are so generous, Ms. Yi. Sorry to have kept you waiting. All the students are taking exams today. He may have put his phone on airplane mode. Fine. Not being able to make sense of what was going on, Huan decided to face the gale. Immediately, he raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. Knock, knock. Mr. Principal, you're looking for me? Ah, He's here, the principal said to the woman who had spoken earlier, smiling. Then he raised his voice and said to Huan, who was outside the door, "Come in, classmate Huan." Huan pushed open the door and saw Principal Hermes sitting on a leather sofa facing Huan in the luxuriously decorated principal's office. He was wearing formal clothes, and his gray hair was neatly groomed, just like his long mustache. He looked very classic. Sitting in front of him was a woman with her back to Huan and wearing a black bun. Huan's sight was quickly caught by a jade hairpin in the bun behind her head that seemed to be a natural sight. But at the same time, she also caught the hint of charm in the back. A lock of black hair was tucked behind her ear at her temple, but not behind the other ear, revealing her fair ear, under which an emerald earring was dangling slightly. After Huan opened the door, she immediately turned her head, revealing her beautiful face that was just at the junction of maturity and youth, and her pupils that were shrinking little by little. A very beautiful lady. She stood up with her mouth slightly open, holding up the hem of her dark green floral cheongsam. She looked up and down at the somewhat puzzled Huan, paying special attention to his face. In just a moment, her eyes turned red, and she quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. "It's so similar, What the hell? How could they be so similar?" Huan widened his eyes and stared blankly at the beautiful woman in front of him, then glanced at the smiling Hermes, not understanding what was going on. But once again, the feeling he had when he met body.I before popped into his mind again. "Who are you? I think we haven't met before." Huan looked at Principal Hermes, who had also stood up like the woman in front of him, in a questioning manner, and the principal introduced him with a smile. "Mr. Yin, this is Yilan, the newly appointed head of Yes International and Haishang Linmin, Ms. Yi." Haishang Linmin, the giant independent city-state on the sea where the Tatsuki Academy is located, is famous for its high degree of modernization, prosperous economy, and large number of immigrants. There was no such place in the previous life. Yes International, this world's dragon country, is one of the top 100 companies. As for Dragon Country, just by listening to the name, you can tell that it is similar to the Celestial Empire in the previous life. This is enough to show that the identity of the woman in front of him is extraordinary. Huan understood the truth, but he still hadn't figured out what the other person meant by calling herself his mother. Ms. Yi, hello. But have we met before?" Yilan wiped the corners of his eyes with the hand that was covering his mouth and walked quickly towards Huan, preparing to say something. But as her throat surged, the words she was about to say turned into sobs. She couldn't help herself any longer and reached out to hug Huan, holding him in her arms. Feeling the softness and warmth coming close to her, Huan was so frightened that her body froze and she almost jumped out. She even began to wonder if the other party had a modifier that needed to be triggered at close range. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Yilan's trembling voice. "Sorry. Woo, you and your mother are so much alike, woo." "Mother?" Huan was slightly startled, and his body movements relaxed a little, but he still dared not move. After a while, Yilan's emotions finally calmed down. She pinched Huan's shoulders and stepped back a little, looking at him with red eyes. "Well, your parents used to be my good friends in Longhua, especially your mother, Wang Yulu, who was my best friend before. Your parents and I were classmates in college. After graduation, they came to Haishang Linmin to develop their careers while I have been staying in Longhua. I haven't been in touch for such a long time. How do I know them? It turns out that he's a friend of my parents in this life." Hearing the mother's name that sounded both strange and familiar, Huan finally understood and felt relieved. Honestly speaking, Huan hasn't paid much attention to the relationships of the previous generation since traveling through time. The reason is very simple. Huan only spent a short time with his parents in this life. Due to incomplete brain development during infancy, he was confused when he first came into the world. It was not until a long time after he hadn't seen his parents that he found out that they had died in a plane crash. A baby was far away in a foreign country, with no direct relatives, but a bunch of evil relatives came to Linmin just to divide up the property of his deceased parents. This matter has a not-so-glorious name, eating up the entire family. By the time Huan grew up and his soul had fully awakened, His relatives had already taken everything and ran away, leaving Yin Huanxi with a difficult start in the orphanage. He had been accustomed to being alone for more than a decade, until today when his deceased parents' true friend showed up, although he didn't know why it took so long to find him. Thinking of this, Yin Huan immediately changed his address. Aunt Yi, hey, you're so good. Yilan took back the hand that was on Yin Huan's shoulder, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said happily, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said these sad things to you. After coming to Linmin, I've been asking about your whereabouts. I didn't expect you to be so strong and become so outstanding. Not only can you take good care of yourself, but you also got into such a good school. If your mother could see you now, she would definitely be very pleased. As she spoke, she couldn't help but mention Yin Huan's mother. Yin Huan had no choice but to follow her words. I think Mother will be very happy to see Aunt Yi again. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. As soon as Yilan heard Yin Huan's words, her eyes turned red again, and even her lips pouted a little bit, as if she was about to cry. Seeing the crying expression that was not suitable for her age again, Yin Huan quickly waved her hand and said, I'm sorry. I told you not to talk about these sad things. Woo-woo. Can I call you Annie Xiao Huan that? Of course. He glanced at Principal Hermes, who was standing behind Yilan with wrinkles on his face, but smiling like a chrysanthemum. He knew that this was the principal's signature smile when he was attracting investment. He would look dead when someone donated money. Feeling Yin Huan's gaze, Principal Hermes realized it belatedly and quickly reached out to pull out a few tissues from the table and handed them to Yilan. Ms. Yi, please. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. Yilan wiped her tears and blew her nose with a tissue. Then she looked up at Yin Huan with a pout. But when she saw Yin Huan's face that looked like her old friend, the corners of her lips couldn't help but turn down. Fortunately, Yin Huansai's perfect expression management ability came in handy at this moment. He pondered for a moment, then pursed his lips, frowned slightly, and looked around the other person's red eyes in panic. Auntie Yi, he seemed to be touched by the emotions expressed by Yilan, but was also confused by the blank memory of his deceased parents. Although he could clearly sense how precious the relationship between the other person and his parents was, he felt troubled by the lack of a strong resonance in his heart. He felt confused and touched at the same time, which ultimately turned into just the right amount of helplessness. Seeing his expression, Yilan's heart ached slightly. She realized that she had lost her composure and put too much pressure on the son of her old friend. She quickly adjusted her expression and suggested to Yin Huan, It's okay. Annie has already arrived at Linmin. From now on, Xiao Huan, Annie will help you with all your affairs. Things here have been almost dealt with. Annie will take you home for dinner later. Principal Hermes, thank you for troubling you this afternoon. Seeing that Yilan finally calmed down, Yin Huan felt a little relieved. This elder seemed to have a very good relationship with his deceased parents, which is why he appeared so emotional. Although Yin Huan is not very good at dealing with such elders, the good news is that it seems that Yilan has nothing to do with the modifier and is just coming to the school to find his own. No trouble. Ms. Yi, Yuanyue College is the one. We have to thank Yi International for its recognition and support. Yilan perked up, took out her phone from her bosom, and unlocked it, as if she was about to send a message. At the same time, she smiled at Yin Huan and said, It just so happens that your sister has just arrived in Linmin and doesn't have many friends of the same age. Let Xiao Huan get to know her tonight. She will definitely be very happy. I'll talk to her right away. Wait, what did you say? Are there any experts? The worry that had just been put at ease was raised again. Yin Huan blinked and pointed out a word in Yilan's words. Elder sister. Yilan nodded with a smile, thought for a moment, and said, Yes, she is my aunt's daughter. She is 1 year older than Xiao Huan. She is a sophomore in high school at Longhua. You two will be classmates in the future. I will introduce you to Xiao Huan later. Looking at Yilan's eyes full of joy and anticipation, Yin Huan couldn't find any reason to reject this reasonable arrangement. However, perhaps because of the current situation that Miaojiang just described, Yin Huan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. But on his face, he still maintained a polite smile. Okay, Aunt Yi. End of this chapter. When Yin Huan came out of the office, he didn't see Miao Jiang anymore and didn't know where she had gone. Yilan was still talking with Principal Hermes in the office, and the topic was about the so-called sister coming here to study. Yin Huan stood at the door and asked for leave from the place where she worked that night, but the only response she received was a cold. It will be considered as absenteeism, and 200 yuan will be deducted. A few minutes later, another message came. I just remembered that you've never asked for leave before. Forget it this time, and don't do it again. Yin Huan smiled helplessly and sent a thank you emoticon. Yilan just walked out. Yin Huan locked the phone and looked up. Let's go. Which way should Xiao Huan go? Your school is too complicated. I'm a little confused. This way, Aunt Yi. Walking downstairs, there were no other students in the extremely quiet Yuanyue campus. The weekend tempted them to escape on the school bus, so the whole campus was as quiet as if there were only Yin Huan and Yilan. They chatted and soon arrived at the school gate. On the asphalt road between the maple trees at the school gate, a low-key black Longwa tram had been waiting there for a long time. Standing at the gate was a Longwa woman in a black suit. Mr. Yi, just go home. Okay. After Yilan pushed Yin Huan into the car and sat down, the car started quietly. Yin Huan looked around the spacious interior of the car with curiosity, while Yilan bent down again and pulled out a refrigerator from under the rear air outlet of the vehicle. Yin Huan took a quick look and saw that the container was filled with yellow cans of banana milk. Yilan smiled and took out a can and handed it to Yin Huan along with a straw, like a squirrel sharing nuts from its hole. Xiao Huan, let me give you this to drink. Thank you, Auntie. Be good. Don't say thank you to Annie. Then, as if she couldn't wait, she picked up another can of banana milk, inserted the straw, and started sucking while holding the can with both hands. Yilan hummed with satisfaction, apparently because the banana milk tasted delicious. Seeing this, Yin Huan tentatively opened the can and tasted it. He found that it was sweetened milk with less sugar. It was not very sweet, but had a strong banana flavor. Drinking banana milk, Yilan started talking. By the way, speaking of your sister, when I was in Longwa, I was busy every day and couldn't spend much time with her. She was always taken care of by the nanny at home. I don't know if it was because of this that your sister became very dull, didn't like to communicate with others, and didn't have any friends of the same age. Even more so now, I brought her to such a faraway foreign country. Although there are many dragon people in Linmin and Yuanyue Academy, it's not where she grew up after all. I'm a little worried about whether she can adapt. Yin Huan drank milk and looked at her. What about Uncle? Is Uncle busy too? Upon hearing this, Yilan did not respond, but instead showed a polite yet helpless smile, as if Yin Huan mentioned something at the intersection of the two concepts of embarrassment and disgust. Yin Huan understood immediately and apologized immediately. I'm sorry, Aunt Yi. No, it's just that when your sister was very young, her father and I separated and stopped communicating with each other. When Yilan talked about this, she didn't even drink the milk. She just mentioned it briefly. Then she put the straw in her mouth again and changed the subject. Xiao Huan seems to have a lot of friends in school. I heard from the principal that he can just ask any classmate to call you. They all have your contact information. This is true. Even if Yin Huan doesn't have any friends, Yin Huan has basically joined all the big groups in the academy, so he can definitely get in touch with her. The reason is simple. Maybe it's because I'm the student council president, which is a hassle, if not for applying to college. Who said that? It's simply because you're very popular, Xiao Huan. Yilan held her cheek, smiled, and looked into Yin Huan's eyes, thinking, I don't ask my sister to be as popular as Xiao Huan. I just hope she can interact with others normally instead of staying in her room, playing with those dolls every day. A doll. Ah, Barbie dolls, figurines, and the like. I don't really understand, but your sister likes these very much. Isn't it strange? Duh. Yin Huan usually doesn't make comments out of personal preference. This is a good habit he learned from Vice President Sakuramiya. In short, seeing is believing. Xiao Huan will know when she sees your sister later. I hope Xiao Huan can be more tolerant of your sister for your aunt's sake. She hasn't made friends with people her own age for a long time. If there is anything she does wrong, I apologize to you in advance on her behalf. How could this be, Annie? This is too much for me. Yin Huan smiled politely, and even though he was talking and drinking at the same time, the banana milk in his can was quickly empty, causing Yilan, who had only drunk less than 1/5 of it, to blink curiously. In the car, Yilan chatted with Yin Huan about some random things. Yin Huan also added her plane contact information, and her profile picture was still a can of banana milk. Yilan's home is not too far from the school, and it only takes half an hour to get there by car if there's no traffic. After all, they were all in a place like Jinghe District where land prices were extremely expensive. By the time Yilan arrived at the station, her small stomach could barely finish the glass of banana milk. The tram drove into an unknown residential area. Through the gray-black privacy film outside the window, Yin Huan saw many single-family houses with gardens that were arranged in a not-so-tidy manner outside. Finally, the tram stopped in front of a well-located Western-style house at the end of the road. It is quiet here and not far from the supporting facilities in the community. It is more popular than those detached houses located in remote corners when we came in just now. We're here. Get off the car, Huan. Aunt Chun has already prepared dinner. It's all Dragon Country specialties. The car stopped outside the mansion. The woman in the passenger seat got out of the car, talked to Yilan in a low voice for a few words, then got back into the car and quickly disappeared from Yin Huan's sight. Yilan gently held Yin Huan's wrist and enthusiastically led him into the mansion. Yin Huan felt that the mansion was very spacious, probably because part of the second and third floors were hollowed out, making the ceiling of the living room very high, so there was naturally not the restrained feeling of an ordinary bungalow. At the same time, the lighting was bright, which was in line with the indoor habits of Oriental people. For a moment, Yin Huan thought he had entered a palace. Aunt Chun, we are back. Hey, miss, is there a traffic jam on the road? It's a little later than the time Shiyu told me. Shiyu, your mother is back. The sound came from the side of the first floor, which seemed to be the kitchen. While Yilan was helping Yin Huan change her shoes, the person wearing the apron came out. She was a middle-aged woman with curly hair wearing an apron and a kind smile on her face. Aunt Chun, this is Huan whom I mentioned before. This is Aunt Chun. She just followed me from Longhua to Linmen. Your parents also know Aunt Chun. Don't be shy. We are all acquaintances. Hello, Aunt Chun. Oh, time flies so fast. The next generation of children have grown up so big and are still so handsome. That's great, that's great. Yilan supported Yin Huan's back and was about to call his daughter out to say hello, but Yin Huan's nose caught a faint fragrance first, which seemed to be the scent of some flower. Following the scent, Yin Huan raised her eyes and saw a girl in a black chiffon dress in the middle of the spiral staircase connecting the living room to the second floor. Under the hem of her skirt, a pair of slightly thicker black socks outlined the shape of her calves, wrapping her feet and hiding them in dark gray slippers. It was unknown when she had been standing there. She had long black hair that reached her waist, without any hair accessories or makeup. Her skin was as white as snow, forming a sharp contrast with the dark-colored clothes she was wearing. Different from Yilan's soft willow leaf eyes, Yishiyu's eyes were slightly longer and thinner. Under her long eyelashes, her beautiful face showed no emotion except for a hint of coldness in her deep black eyes. She was very tall, actually slightly shorter than Yin Huan, who was 184 centimeters tall. She had a well-proportioned and healthy body. Her tight, but not too slender, white arms were exposed under the milky white chiffon cuffs. And in her hand, for some reason, she was holding a long pair of scissors, which seemed to be the tool she was using just now. Yin Huan blinked and looked at the girl. Neither of them looked away. After a slight pause, when Yilan was about to call her, Yin Huan's face accurately changed into a sunny and polite smile. He took the lead in greeting, elder sister. When she heard Yin Huan's address, her lowered eyes trembled slightly, like a huge bell being struck. Yilan turned around and found that her daughter was already standing on the stairs. Ah, Shiyu, come on. You came out without even saying hello. Let me introduce you. This is the child of Mom's old good friend, Yin Huan, 1 year younger than you. He's your brother. Huan. This is Shiyu. You can call her Sister Shiyu or Sister. Yishiyu kept looking at Yin Huan, who was standing next to Yilan, motionless and silent. It was not until Yilan pouted her lips to urge her to be more polite that she greeted Huan like a slow machine. "Hello, I'm Yishiyu." Just as Yilan had laid out before, Yishiyu's personality seemed very strange, which made Huan feel more and more uneasy. Yilan was somewhat dissatisfied with Yishiyu's reaction, but she knew her daughter very well and knew that this was what she would say. Anshin quickly took over the conversation, wiped the water off her hands with her apron, and said, "Since Xiao Huan is here, shall we eat now? The dishes are ready. I prepared Dragon Country dishes especially for Xiao Huan. I don't know if they suit his taste. Aunt Shin doesn't know much about Limin, so I don't know what you like to eat." "I can eat anything, Aunt Shun." "That's great. Wait a moment. Miss, you and Xiao Huan take a seat first. I'll bring the dishes." Yilan smiled and nodded, then turned to Yishiyu and said, "Shiyu, put your things back in the room and come down to eat." Yishiyu just stared at the boy with a sunny smile. After hearing her mother's words, she nodded slowly, turned around, and went upstairs again with the scissors in hand. The sound of Yilan and Huan talking intermittently could be heard from below. Yishiyu walked up the stairs to the third floor with an expressionless face and stopped in front of the door of the second bedroom at the end, not far from the master bedroom. When I opened the door, I found that the originally spacious room seemed a little crowded because there were too many things in it. However, in the glass cabinets against the wall of the room, there were various female dolls wearing exquisite costumes, movable soldiers with realistic appearances, movable figures in a two-dimensional style, not to mention an unknown number of other puppets, pottery dolls, and clay dolls. There was even a life-size doll wearing a gorgeous Gothic dress sitting on a wooden chair next to the bed. The exquisitely crafted clothes on these dolls are of different shapes, but the only thing they have in common is that the names are written in tiny words by the makers, either on the inside of the corners of the clothes or on the hidden collars. Yishiyu. Yishiyu placed the scissors in her hand next to the sewing box with an expressionless face. On the table was a piece of high-end fabric that had not yet been sewn. On the handle of the scissors, there was also Zhuanxio's name written on it. Yishiyu. She picked up the phone on the table, slid it to unlock it, and revealed the chat software that was not closed before the lock screen. It was showing a chat window with Yilan, and the note was, "Mom. Baby, Mom will bring in Huan, whom I mentioned earlier, home for dinner later. Ask Aunt Shun to prepare it well." "Okay, I've said it. His mother used to be my best friend. When we were little, I often showed you pictures of his mother. Do you remember? He has lived alone in Linmin for so many years, and it's been very hard. Mom wants him to live with us, in the guest room downstairs. What do you think?" Yishiyu did not reply, but Yilan sent several messages in a row. "He is only 1 year younger than you. You should have a common language. Besides, you go to the same school and can go to and from school together. This way, I can have someone to keep me company, and I don't have to stay with the doll every day like I do in China. Another brother sounds good, don't you think, babe? Mom wants to hear your opinion." Until now, when Yishiyu turned on her phone, there was no other reply. Yishiyu closed the chat software, revealing a desktop background picture of a puppet wearing gorgeous clothes. And above that background, every mobile phone application is neatly planned and placed in various, finely classified folders. For Yishiyu, using the mobile phone in this way seems to be more handy. However, outside of all the carefully classified folders, there was only a strange app with a purple heart icon standing alone. The app didn't have any name and floated on the phone's desktop like a bug. Yishiyu just stared at the app, as if in a daze, until Yilan's voice came from outside the door again. "Shiyu, come out for dinner. Are you not ready yet?" "Duh." After a moment of silence, Yishiyu seemed to have made a decision in her heart. She then pressed the lock screen button, put her phone in her pocket, turned around, and walked out of the room. "Coming, Mom." Into this chapter, Aunt Shun served a dazzling array of delicious food on the table, and just smelling the ethereal fragrance made people subconsciously salivate. He glanced at the food on the plate and turned around to find that Yilan, who had come upstairs to change into a home cotton short shirt and had her long hair loose, was sitting on the main seat at the side, holding her chin and looking at him with a smile. "Are you hungry, little greedy cat?" Wait for Aunt Shun to bring the dishes and chopsticks over, and then we can start eating when Shiyu arrives. The smiling eyes and the intimate address made Huan feel shy for the first time in a long time. He avoided Yilan's gaze and prepared to get up to help Aunt Shun get the dishes and chopsticks. Then I'll go and help Aunt Shun bring it over. No need, Xiao Huan, just sit down, I've already brought it. Before he finished speaking, Aunt Shun came out of the kitchen with dishes and chopsticks and placed them on the seats next to Yilan, Huan, and him in turn. Only 3 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks? Just when Huan thought that Aunt Shun would not eat with them, Aunt Shun turned around and went back to the kitchen, came back with a pair of pure black porcelain bowls and stainless steel chopsticks, and placed them opposite Huan. Huan looked at it blankly, and then he found that the black porcelain bowl, which was different from the others, had a line of beautiful white characters engraved on it. Yi Shiyu. The same name was written in small characters on the end of each of the stainless steel chopsticks. Huan looked at Yilan in confusion, but only got a helpless smile from her in response. Aunt Shun, who was sitting next to Huan with a smile, explained for him. This is a set of porcelain that Shiyu specially asked someone to make in the porcelain capital in Longhua. She also made it for us and brought it back. But she is the only one who likes to use black. Her mother and I think black doesn't look good, so we use ordinary bowls. Are the stainless steel chopsticks also specially made? Oh, that's not it. It's just the chopsticks I bought. It's just that Shiyu has a habit of writing her name on her things. Oh, she has to write her name on every item. Every time she comes back from shopping, it takes a long time to do this. Aunt Chin scooped rice and poured drinks for the others, saying, besides, she would never throw away anything that belonged to her, unless it was completely useless. If she accidentally lost something, she would keep looking for it until she found it. What kind of strange habit is this? Huan blinked and thought so. Yilan's expression became more helpless, but she did not belittle her daughter's stubborn habit. Instead, she said optimistically, she's gotten much better since she entered high school. If it's not something extremely valuable, she would give it up if she couldn't find it. This shows that your sister Shiyu really values everything she gets. I think this is a good quality. If I had a habit like my sister, I wouldn't have been criticized by my junior high school teacher for being forgetful. Huan echoed, and Yilan smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. There were barely perceptible footsteps coming from the stairs next to him. Yilan turned around and saw Yi Shiyu coming down. She waved and said with a smile, Shiyu, come and eat. Yi Shiyu nodded, still with no expression on her face, neither enthusiastic nor indifferent. She just sat opposite Huan and gently held the glass. And the next second, just as she expected, Yilan smiled and raised the cup and said to Huan, then let's start having dinner. Come, welcome Xiao Huan to our home. Cheers. Thank you, Auntie. Be good. Don't say thank you to Annie. Yi Shiyu also raised her glass and gently clinked it with Yilan, Aunt Shun, and finally Huan. But she just took a small sip, then licked her lips with her tongue. This was the signal for dinner to begin. Yi Shiyu held the black bowl in her left hand, and her white and powdered fingertips slowly stroked the name engraved on the bowl, watching her mother frantically pick up food for Huan and herself. Yilan's family did not have the habit of not talking while eating, and the topics discussed at family dinners were usually simple. Aunt Chun would often interrupt and ask about trivial matters, such as the vegetables in the supermarket were not fresh. It was only after Yilan reminded her that she realized that Linmen was on the sea, there was basically no arable land, and all the vegetables were shipped from abroad. Yi Shiyu ate slowly and elegantly without saying a word. As for Yilan, she was more concerned about Huan, asking him more about school matters that she had not asked in the car, and intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to the direction that his peers were interested in. Do you rely on school buses to pick you up and drop you off at school? Yes, Andy. There are routes in every district, including the Jinghe district, but it seems to be quite far from here. Students living in the nearby communities probably don't need to take the campus bus. Yes, it would be faster to pick up Shiyu from school and save commuting time. But I'm very busy on weekdays and don't have much time, so I can only arrange a separate car to pick up Shiyu. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Yin Huan vaguely felt that Yilan had been laying the groundwork for words that had not yet been spoken. As Yilan was talking, he put down his chopsticks as if he suddenly remembered something, and suggested to Yin Huan with bright eyes, "Yes, Xiao Huan, how about you come and stay at your aunt's house? What? You are classmates in the same school and are about the same age. This way you can go to school with Shiyu, and you don't have to rush to catch the bus every morning and evening. Aunt Shen can also take care of breakfast and dinner at home. How about preparing desserts for you to take to school, Xiao Huan?" Yin Huan paused while eating. He blinked and looked at Yilan, who was full of hope, and suddenly he understood why she told the principal that she was her mother when she was in school. Yilan came to see Yin Huan not only to reminisce about the past and commemorate his deceased mother. She came here to adopt Yin Huan. Does Yilan have any other impure purposes? No, not at all. If you insist on saying there is something, it's just as she said, that she hopes he could take better care of Yishiyu, her sister with a weird temper. That's all. Besides, she is the person in charge of Yi International in Linmin, and Yin Huan is just a high school student. No matter if you are the student union president or an outstanding student, she doesn't need to have any other purpose. There was one and only one reason why she did this, and that was simply because she regarded Yin Huan, the child of her deceased best friend, as a relative and wanted to take care of him. And to be more realistic, from what we have seen so far, it can be seen that Yilan is worth a lot of money. Anyone with a toe to think about it should kneel down and acknowledge her as his mother and become Gao Qiqiang's Linmin branch leader. But Gul'dan at what cost? The uneasy premonition in his heart made Yin Huan's heart beat faster unconsciously, and he looked at Yishiyu, who was eating dinner leisurely in front of him with a little swelling in his throat. His smile was hesitant, and he asked, "Auntie, is this too sudden? Is it not possible, Xiao Huan? Or do you find Annie too difficult to get along with?" Sensing the retreat in Yin Huan's words, Yilan's eyes gradually brightened up to show the same radiance he had when he first met Yin Huan today. Her smiling mouth immediately pouted, and the corners of her mouth turned downward as if a weight was hanging on them. "Don't make that expression, Aunt Yi." Yin Huan resisted the urge to look at Yilan, to avoid being affected by her expression, and chose to appeal to her emotions and reason. "Auntie, you are so kind. How could I think that? I just think it is inappropriate. Look, Auntie, I am a boy after all, and—" Before he finished explaining his reasons, Yilan said, "Xiao Huan, you're not a stranger, and you don't have to worry at all. Aunt Shen lives on the first floor, my sister and I live on the third floor, and Xiao Huan, you can live on the second floor. Each room has an independent bathroom and is very soundproof. We will knock on the door before entering the room and will not disturb Xiao Huan's privacy." Okay, you're good at playing with money, right? But it is true. Turning around and taking a look at this super spacious garden villa, there is no sense of restraint at all. You can even play basketball in the living room, not to mention the terraces on the second, third, and top floors. There was no other way. He could only ask the question in depth. He looked up at Yishiyu, who was eating more slowly, and said, "And we have to consider Sister Shiyu's thoughts on this matter. There may be some things that the aunts think are insignificant, but—" Before he finished listening, Yilan couldn't wait to turn around and look at Yishiyu. "Shiyu, what do you think?" Yishiyu held the bowl with a small ball of rice on her chopsticks. Hearing this, she slowly put the ball of rice in her mouth, without chewing, and turned to look at her mother. Just happened to see her mother's pouting lips, felt her expectant gaze. She nodded and said softly, "I have no opinion." Her voice was very nice. Even though her voice was not loud, her words were clear. "That's great. Although Shiyu doesn't talk much, she is actually a very gentle and kind child. Don't worry, Xiaowan. My sister and I welcome you very much." Gentle and kind? Yin Huan glanced in surprise at Yi Shiyu, who was picking up food again. She also raised her eyes and looked at Yin Huan, never avoiding his gaze from beginning to end. The direct eye contact eased Yin Huan's inner uneasiness a little. He seemed to be thinking about something, but still did not agree immediately. After thinking it over, Yin Huan had no choice but to use the ability he had just acquired today to adjust the expression on his face. "I know my sister and Aunt are both very good people, but Aunt, Can you give me some time to think about it? Elon pursed her lips and saw the emotion on the boy's face, but of course, more of hesitation. Yes, she had this problem just this afternoon. Why is it happening again now? She might just be a little too impatient. Thinking of this, Elon also lowered his voice and suggested softly, Huan, today is Friday and it's dark now. This place is far from the South District where you live. Why don't you stay here for the weekend? I'll take you and your sister to have some fun nearby the day after tomorrow. What do you think? As long as he didn't make it a definite statement and didn't force Huan to move in, his goal would have been achieved. At least we should completely dispel the ominous premonition in our hearts first, right? He looked at Elon. Of course he was still hesitant, but in the end, the hesitation on his face seemed to be overwhelmed by her gentleness. He smiled, nodded, and said, Okay, Andy. Elon breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Yishiyu, and asked the same question. What about poetry? Well, I'm fine with that. Same reaction as before, same answer. Great. It's decided then. Aunt Shun. I'll trouble you to clean up the room on the second floor later. Elon clapped his hands, and the meal was almost finished. Aunt Shun, who had been listening the entire time without interrupting, finally stood up at this moment. While she was diligently clearing the dishes, she said to Huan, Okay, I'll take Huan there later. Elon was already immersed in the joy of pre-adopting Huan at this moment, and he did not forget to turn around and say to Yishiyu, Shiyu, don't forget to add your contact information. If you have any questions in an unfamiliar school, you can ask your brother. He grew up in Linmin and is the student union president. You are new here and you need help. Don't hesitate. Yishiyu stood up and wiped her lips with a tissue. She glanced at Huan and said, Okay, I didn't bring my phone with me. I'll add him when I get it. Yes, I'll ask Aunt Shun to bring you some milk later. It is good. A response came from the stairwell. It was Yishiyu who turned around and went upstairs and soon disappeared. Huan was also ready to stand up. Then I'll go see if I can help Aunt Shun, Andy. No need. Just stay here and sit with your aunt for a while. Okay, Huan. But Elon in front of him shook her head. She held her chin and looked straight at Huan, looking at his face. She liked looking at Huan, looking into his eyes, as if she wanted to see everything about him from there, or perhaps she wanted to find the shadow of an old friend on his face. Feeling her watery gaze, Huan had no choice but to sit down slowly again. Okay. Elon just looked at him like this. After a moment of silence, she smiled warmly. Huan, you have worked so hard these years. Yilan's voice was so tender that Huan couldn't help but blink. The gradually slowing heartbeat in his chest seemed to have lost its strength, unable to push the words out, leaving him with empty mouth. When he was about to say something, Yilan had already stretched and stood up. Okay, Annie is a little tired, so I'll go upstairs to rest first. Annie Chin will take you to your room later, so go to rest early. You too, Aunt Yi. Looking at her departing back, Huan responded a second later. Elon went back to the bedroom on the third floor to rest. Aunt Shin told her that she had been busy since very early today, and going to Yuanyua College to see Huan was her last stop. After waiting for Aunt Shun to clean the kitchen, Huan followed her to clean up the room. But it was just making the bed and taking out the quilt, pillow, and pillowcases, which was not too much trouble. The room on the second floor was so spacious that it was hard to imagine that this bedroom was even bigger than the one-bedroom apartment he rented in the South District. Not only does it have an independent bathroom, but there's also an area for sofas, tables, and bookcases. At the end of this area is the bedroom with an independent balcony. After closing the door behind him, Huan looked at the cleaned-up room alone. He raised his eyebrows, put his school bag away, and took off his school uniform jacket. Isn't this too exaggerated? He squeezed the leather sofa in the room, then walked to the door of the bedroom and looked at the balcony outside, which was exposed because the curtains were not drawn and the night view outside the house could be seen from there. And he, the reincarnated boy from the Celestial Empire, will soon be in this luxurious house asking for leave from his boss who will be working for him the next day or the day after tomorrow. Well, he decided to put one less period when asking for leave to appear more assertive. After looking at the darkness of a night for a long time, Huan pulled down the curtains, turned on the bright bedside table lamp and lay down on the soft bed. Meow. At this moment, a pleasant cat's meow was heard again in the bedroom. Huan, who was lying on the bed, stood up a little, turned his head to look at the edge of the bed, and found a fat black cat crawling out from under the bed. If it weren't for the desk lamp, it would almost blend completely with the dark red wooden floor. The black cat turned its head, revealing its pair of green eyes. It was Meow-chan. Nyan-chan, you're here. Meow. Huan lay back on the bed, and Meow-jiang jumped up, first rubbing against his side, then standing directly on his stomach, transmitting a voice into his head. I thought you would be scared by the modifier incident and wouldn't dare to approach any women for a while. I didn't expect that before a day had passed. Not only did you not run away, you actually took the initiative to approach me. You can understand this kind of thing if you just use your brain to think about it, right? Looking at the black cat standing on her belly, Huan couldn't help but stretch out her hand to pinch its warm cat ears and stroke its furry back. Not only did you not tell me who else had the modifier besides by, you also didn't tell me what the effects of other modifiers were. This means you don't know either, right? Yes, my understanding of these invading forces is limited to knowing their existence and commonalities, but the specifics, isn't it over then? Huan spread his hands, his eyes calm. Our current goal is to solve the modifiers, and the first step to solving the modifiers is to find them and their hosts, and then understand their properties so that we can think of ways to solve them. Assuming that Yilan and Yishiyu may have modifiers on their bodies, even if they don't come to Yilan's house for dinner today and further reject her adoption request, or even go even further and cut off contact directly, Yishiyu will still go to Yuanyue College. What is coming will come, unless you stay away from all women or do something more extreme, first drop out of school, cut off all contacts accumulated in the past 10 years, then disfigure your face, and then find a place to hide. Shouting, I don't want to be a human anymore, may be an effective solution, but I want to solve the modifier. And the purpose of solving the modifier is to restore the world line to normal and let my life continue smoothly. I can't put the cart before the horse, and I can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. To put another way, although Yishiyu's personality seems strange, she may not really be the host of the modifier. As he spoke, Huan's eyes gradually became empty. He placed his left arm on his forehead, thinking of something, and said softly, Besides, Aunt Yi is a very gentle person. Miao-jiang just looked at Huan, feeling the constant caress of his right hand. She didn't speak in response. Instead, she straightened her body a little and suddenly began to gently press on Huan's solid chest muscles with her two soft pink pads. One in front, one behind, one in front, one behind. Gulyalu. Huan was slightly startled, lowered his head to look at Miao-jiang, who was making a gurgling sound in his throat, and asked, What are you doing? Miao-chan continued to do this while looking at him as if he were a fool, as if to say, I'm a cat. What else can I do besides needing milk? Huan took a breath and was about to reach out and grab the fat cat by the scruff of the neck when there was a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Huan and Miao-jiang looked at each other, then sat up and asked, Which one? No respond, but Huan seemed to have the answer. He gently put Miao-jiang down and whispered to it, Hide it so no one can see it. Meow. It nodded, crawled under the bed like a cricket pupa, and then seemed to disappear completely. Huan straightened his white shirt, put on his slippers, and walked to the door. Coming. Click. Pushing the door open a little, a light was on in the corridor outside, but because Yilan had returned to the bedroom to rest, the main light in the living room was off, making the second floor quite dim. And in that darkness, the tall black-haired girl was standing at the door. It's Yishiyu. She was dressed in black from head to toe, except for her snow-white skin. Her face is so beautiful. It seems like a masterpiece of genes. Looking at the silent girl outside the door, Huan was stunned at first. Then he put on a smile and opened the door a little further. The bright light in the room spread out and stopped just in front of her slippers, forming a clear dividing line between light and dark. Sister Shiyu, what's wrong? Huan's voice made Yishiyu take action. She picked up the phone and whispered to Huan, Mom asked us to add a contact method. It turns out that I came here to add friends. As expected, the other party might not necessarily be the owner of the modifier. She was probably just being a little bit silent. Huan breathed a sigh of relief and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Wait a minute, Sister Shiyu. Should I sweep you or you sweep me? Sweep me. It is good. Yishiyu took out her cell phone, and under the light in the room, Huan could clearly see that her name was still written on the back of her phone case. Without thinking too much, Huan opened Plain Scan Interface, and she unlocked her phone and handed it to Huan. The phone's camera was aimed at the screen, but what was displayed on the screen she handed over was not a QR code for adding friends, but a vortex that was flashing in evil purple and constantly rotating, like the interface of an app. The vortex continued to spin, gradually getting faster and faster. Hey, this is it? Huan was stunned for a second, but soon he realized something and his pupils shrank suddenly. No, this is... In the next second, as the vortex spun, Yishiyu's eyes seemed to darken 10,000 times along with the darkness outside the corridor, dragging Huan's consciousness like an abyss. The app in her hand sent a notification sound that symbolized some kind of signal. At the same time, Huan also heard an illusory voice coming from the other party. App has been launched. Effect: individual hypnosis. Duration: 15 minutes. Timer: start. End of this chapter. When did Yishiyu get this app? She remembered that it was the morning of the second day after she moved to Linmen. When she woke up from a deep sleep and opened her mobile phone to check the time, the purple app suddenly appeared on the desktop. Is there something wrong with the phone? Or is it infected with a virus? Yishiyu thought so, because when she pressed and held the app, she found that there was no option to delete it all. Out of curiosity, she decided to open the app to see what was inside. The moment she opened it, countless imaginary messages flooded into her mind, and words magically appeared in front of her eyes. Welcome to the Modulator app, hosted by Yishiyu. Current app level: 1. The level will increase with the frequency and number of times of use. When the level increases, the app effect, duration, and other properties will be enhanced. App effect: individual hypnosis puts a single target into a short hypnotic state. The target will completely obey your instructions while in a hypnotic state. After the effect ends, the target will forget everything that happened during the period. How to use: twice a week, 15 minutes each time. Just think of the desire to use the app, and then show the phone screen to the person you want to hypnotize. Precautions: 1. Do not disclose the existence of the app. 2. The app will appear on the phone you use most often, but you need to make sure your phone has power when using it. 3. Any delay instructions issued during hypnosis will not be retained after the 15-minute period. 4. Although the app will automatically correct the unreasonable memories of the hypnotized subject after the effect ends, and the subject will never notice anything unusual, the host still needs to be cautious of the presence of third parties and avoid making any mistakes that may expose the app. Yishiyu's pupils grew bigger and bigger, and her expression was filled with disbelief as she stared at the last line of the illusory text. There, written in pink cursive. Please use it without any scruples. Could this just be a stupid joke? The phone was definitely infected with a virus. Yishiyu had heard about this when she was in China. There were many such cybercrimes in Linmen. Until this moment, because of Huan's arrival, she used it for the first time with trepidation, and even wrapped the process under the act of exchanging contact information. If she fails and the other person looks puzzled, she will say, "Sorry, I ordered the wrong one." Then just open the plane. However, when Yishiyu saw the handsome young man standing there motionless with his eyes completely blank, her heartbeat was speeding up little by little. Plop, plop. The heartbeat was as frantic as a dense war drum, symbolizing her disbelief. It's actually true. Huan looked at Yishiyu, whose eyes were wide open, and found that she, like body.I, should be using the modifier for the first time. Because of the resistance, although he felt a little uncomfortable when he first saw the app interface, he has basically recovered to normal now. There's just a slight tingling sensation all over my body, just like the feeling of a numb muscle slowly recovering after being poked. Not very comfortable. Huan was a little speechless. He had been lucky enough to think that Yishiyu might not have a modifier because of Aunt Yi. But on the first night, he turned into Wei. And as expected, the contents of these modifiers are all restricted content that is too disgusting to watch. Okay, this is how you play, right? You open it first. With perfect facial expression management, he perfectly acted out the dazed state he felt at the moment of being hypnotized, his body remaining motionless. Yishiyu took a deep breath, turned her head, and glanced carefully at the dim corridor. After making sure that no one had noticed what happened here, she gently reached out and pressed on Huan's chest, trying to push him into the closed room and then take further action. But this touch was like touching a scorching wall. Not only could she not push it away, but the body temperature also made Yishiyu retract her hand as if she was scalded. Do all boys have such high body temperatures? She was used to getting along with cold dolls, and only now did she realize the huge gap between humans and dolls. What to do if you can't move it? Yes, now he listens to himself. Yishiyu thought of this and whispered to Huan tentatively, "Go into the room." Duh. Huan instantly felt a faint throbbing coming from his numb body, as if urging him to go back to the room. With a dazed look on his face, he walked back into the room and then turned back to look at Yishiyu. Yishiyu glanced at the direction of the stairs again, then walked into the room, turned around, and closed the door completely. Click. Still feeling unsafe, she twisted the door gently and locked it. Call. In the enclosed space, the girl's flower-like body fragrance wafted over, making Huan unable to help but look for the source, and finally stopped on her long black hair. When Yishiyu turned around with a sigh of relief, Huan quickly looked away again. At this moment, as if she were alone, the expression on Yishiyu's face was no longer expressionless as during the day, but instead showed obvious fluctuations. Her brows would wrinkle. Her snow-white skin would seem to have a bit more color due to her accelerated heartbeat, and her eyes, as calm as water, would look people up and down. It's as if the person in the painting suddenly walked into reality and became vivid. So what should I do with you? She touched her chin and walked back and forth in front of Huan. It seemed that she had not even thought about what to do after hypnotizing Huan. She kept talking to herself. Hypnotize him tomorrow and ask him to tell his mother to cut off contact? No. Even if the app can correct his memory, his mother will keep calling him to check on him if anything goes wrong. Huan looked at him, listening quietly like a puppet, and quietly kept those words in her heart. Hypnotize him to do something bad at home? Make mom hate him? Yes, that's it. And this guy must also. Yishiyu raised her head and seemed to have made a decision in her heart. She turned her head and suddenly looked at Huan. She approached Huan with a fragrant breeze, looked at his face, and asked softly, "What's your purpose here?" "Come to Aunt Ye's house for dinner." Listening to Huan's flat voice, Yishiyu, who seemed to have not gotten the answer she wanted, opened her mouth. She pondered the wording and asked in a different way, "So, what do you think about coming here?" In the end, the question was still ambiguous. "I guess even if Yishiyu really hypnotized me, I wouldn't know how to answer it. She is indeed not good at getting along with others, and you can feel it from her words." Huan's misty eyes trembled slightly, and he said, "I'm a little scared." "Scared? What do you mean?" Yishiyu was stunned, not understanding Huan's words at all, and then she heard him continue. "I'm afraid to interact with people related to my parents. In the past, they took away my home and everything my parents had for me, as if I didn't exist. They were obviously my parents' relatives and friends. Why? I don't know why it happened. I'm afraid it will be the same this time. I finally got out of the orphanage." Yishiyu's fingertips tightened little by little. She looked at Huan, whose face was trembling even under hypnosis, as if she was trapped in some painful memories, and couldn't help but say, "Okay, stop thinking about it." "Yes." Huan's expression slowly returned to normal, breaking free from the quagmire of pain and turning into a chaotic haze. Seeing this, Yishiyu let out a long sigh and then muttered to herself, "Mom wouldn't do that." Although he said so, Huan's words, which seemed to be expressed from the heart, seemed to disrupt her thoughts, and she suddenly couldn't remember what she was going to do. So she had to look up at him again. "By the way, he needs to add the plane first, so that after the hypnosis is over, his memory app should be able to help him correct itself. Anyway, today I just want to try it out to see if it works, so as for the other stuff, there is ample time. Unlock your phone, turn on the plane, and give it to me. Huan looked at Yishiyu standing there, wondering what she was thinking about, but after hearing what she said, he still took out his cell phone from his pocket. The fingerprint unlocked the screen, revealing a desktop with a blue ocean as the background. After opening plane, Yishiyu was surprised by the densely packed chat boxes and red dots inside. So many chat boxes? What kind of groups are these? Student Union General Management Group? Math 1001 Group? Boxing Social Flow Group? Track and Field Group? Fencing Group? Driver Group? Mahjong Group? It was the first time Yishiyu had seen such a plane, because she usually only had a few chat boxes with her mother and Aunt Shun, and she had never joined a classmate group when she was studying in China. Ding! At this moment, Huan's cell phone suddenly rang. Exclamation point. Yishiyu was startled and looked over quickly. She found that the message was from a person with a note, Vice President Sakura Palace, and a profile picture of a white cat. I need to discuss something with the president. Is the president free now? How to do? Who is this again? Yishiyu looked at the screen, then raised her eyes to look at Huan, who was standing motionless with a dazed look in front of her. Ah, never mind. Let him recover on his own after the hypnosis is over. She turned a deaf ear to it and prepared to click Add Friend in the upper right corner. Seeing this operation, Huan couldn't help but feel sorry for her. How about you try to let me help you get it back? Haven't you hypnotized me, and you just let me stand here pretending to be a puppet? However, this also seems to indicate that Yishiyu is different from Huan, the gentleman she was influenced by in her previous life. She knows nothing about this aspect, so she seemed so stretched the first time she took action. Just when Yishiyu's finger was about to touch Add Friend, the entire screen suddenly went black and was then occupied by a voice call interface. Ding, ding, ding. Voice call. Vice President Sakuramiya. Called. Yishiyu was startled by the suddenly enlarged white cat head. Listening to the noisy ringing of the phone, she trembled all over and looked extremely flustered. A thief will always feel guilty, and this is the case with Yishiyu, who is doing bad things at the moment. She quickly stretched out her finger and pressed the reject button, cutting off the noisy ringing sound. Doo-doo. Call. The phone ringing finally stopped, and Yishiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then, in order to avoid the other party calling again, she hesitated and typed in Vice President Sakuramiya's chat box, "Sorry, I'm busy now and can't answer the phone." There was no reply for a while. Yishiyu thought she had passed the test and reached out to click the button in the upper left corner to close the chat box. At this moment, the other party's plane name changed to "The other party is typing." Ding! The notification sound came, and the other party sent a message, which only had 3 simple words. "Who are you?" Yishiyu was shocked and couldn't move, as if she was dead for a long time. Died of laughter. Seeing her look as if struck by lightning, Huan almost couldn't hold back. At this moment, in the sympathetic eyes of Huan, her pink lips actually pursed up a little bit, although the amplitude was relatively small. But it was indeed pursed, as if she had suffered some great injustice. What? Only at this moment did Huan realize that Yishiyu could actually make the same expression as Elon. "Vice President Sakuramiya, you did a great job. You did a great job." Yishiyu raised her hand tremblingly and wanted to look through the chat records between them, trying to find the characteristics of Huan's chat with Vice President Ngong. But all she saw were many call records. No wonder she called directly. As for the rest, they were all various documents issued by the school. The other two basically didn't chat much. Then how did the other party know that the person on the other end of the phone was not Huan based on just one sentence? No, never mind. Let him solve it himself. Yishiyu chose to deceive herself and retracted the words she had said earlier. Question mark. After she did this, the other party sent another question mark. The question mark was like the scythe of the god of death, and it made people feel scared just by seeing it. Yishiyu pretended not to notice and exited the chat box. She opened his plain QR code, scanned it with her phone to add him as a friend, and then clicked on the confirmation. Ding! Finished. Call. Yishiu breathed a sigh of relief again and closed Huan's phone as if closing the door to hell. After doing all this, Yishiu glanced at her mobile phone and found that 10 minutes had passed. Well, an extremely long 10 minutes. Let's stop here for today. Looking at Huan in front of her, she put the phone back into his pocket, but at the same time, a hint of hesitation flashed in Yishiu's eyes. In fact, my mother had been asking about Huan's news a few days before coming to Linmin, and of course she told me the news. Moreover, my mother had told me since I was a child that she had a very good friend. Yilan said so much, but only until they met face to face did Yishiu seem to have a little understanding of this young man. He may indeed be a very good person, and his fate is very pitiful, but the hesitation in Yishiu's eyes was gradually swallowed up by a certain desire. She picked up the phone again and said to Huan, "Sit here and don't move. When you wake up, you should forget everything that happened now. And that's it." Yes. After Huan sat down, Yishiu turned around and left, unlocked the door again, and walked out. Click. Huan glanced at the door, stretched the numbness on her body, and waited for the effect of the modifier to completely wear off. After a few minutes, the numbness in Huan's body disappeared like a tide, and exactly 15 minutes had passed since the hypnosis began. In just a moment, an extra memory appeared in his mind. As she remembered, Yishiu came and knocked on the door. After opening it, she took out her mobile phone and added Huan as a friend. After chatting for a few words, she turned around and left. For some reason, he felt a little sleepy after returning to the room, so he prepared to sit down and rest for a while, but he almost fell asleep. In a daze, he heard a message from Vice President Sakurami on his phone, but because he was too sleepy, he refused to answer the call and sent a message that he would never send on normal days. After receiving a strange question from Vice President Sakurami, he belatedly withdrew his words until now when he was completely sober. Huan chewed on the extra memories in his mind and couldn't help feeling a little shocked. The key is not only that Yishiu's modifier can add memories, but also that these extra memories actually make Huan feel that this is indeed something he can do and has done. The memory perfectly covered up what happened in the past 15 minutes, and Huan felt that if he didn't have resistance, he would definitely not notice anything unusual. Unless an unaffected third party points out the contradiction between memory and reality, it is possible that the individual who generates a memory out of thin air will become suspicious. These modifiers are really cruel. Huan's expression became more serious. While looking at his fully recovered palm, he sorted out the details of what had just happened. It seems that Yishiu doesn't want me to stay, or not only does she not want me to stay, but she even doesn't want me to have any contact with Yilan. Well, if the modifier is related to desire, then Yishiu uses the modifier to hypnotize herself in order to satisfy some of her own desires. Desire. Huan unconsciously recalled what Aunt Chun had mentioned before, that Yishiu would write her name on everything. He raised his eyebrows, and a vague answer appeared in his mind. But at this moment, the door rang again. Dong, dong, dong. No, are you coming? Huan held onto the sofa and paused for a moment before asking, "Which one?" "Xiao Huan, it's Aunt Chun. I heated up some milk for you." "Coming." Hearing this, Huan completely relaxed his body and stood up to open the door. Aunt Chun was smiling outside the door, holding a glass of milk. Not far behind her stood Yishiu, who was also holding a glass of milk and looking at her expressionlessly. One theory is that criminals often return to the crime scene to check on the situation. She was probably thinking the same thing. She was probably trying to confirm whether Huan had noticed anything unusual after the effect ended. "Here, both of you drink the milk. It will help you sleep. I added a little honey to it. Try it and see if you can accept it. If not, I will not add it tomorrow." "No problem, Aunt Chun." Huan acted as if he was not aware of what had just happened. Seeing that he looked normal, Yishiu finally turned around and left contentedly with the milk. Aunt Chun also said, "Xiao Huan, take it in and drink it. There are toothbrushes and toiletries in the bathroom. They are all new. If you need anything, just tell me. Okay, thank you, Anshin. Go to bed early, Xiao Huan. Huan took the milk and went back to the room. He put the milk on the table and took out his cell phone. First, I opened the chat window of Yishiyu, whom I had just added. Since I had just added her, nothing had been posted there. He thought about it and sent a message. Sister Shiyu, you can ask me any questions you have at school. It is paired with a smiling expression that has a subtext in the previous life. After a pause, an okay gesture came back from the other side. The atmosphere was harmonious and friendly, as if the Japanese drama that just happened didn't exist. Huan leaned silently on the sofa, took a sip of milk, then suddenly remembered something and quickly opened the chat history of Vice President Sakuramiya. There a question mark stands out unusually. Huan couldn't help laughing. He opened the chat box and called out the emoticon list. It is loaded with countless emoticon packages classified into categories, including cats, anime, pandas, and animated images. His fingers slid quickly and skillfully, and he sent a sweaty cat emoji with the words, "Feel sorry. The other party is typing." Was the president's phone in someone else's hands just now? He replied immediately. Could it be that he was worried that he would be killed by the criminals? An emoticon of a nodding cat was sent. Yeah. I'm working. A friend called back for me. I just had something to do. By the way, am I too fond of sending emojis? I didn't even send one, and Vice President Sakuramiya saw through it. Well, but Vice President Sakuramiya knows everyone in the management very well, and she has a very good memory, so it is normal for her to be able to do something like this. Thinking of this, Huan typed and asked, "What was that urgent matter you mentioned earlier?" Following this sentence, there's also a cat emoji with a question mark. The other party is typing, but after a long time, there was no message or phone call. She preferred to communicate with people over the phone, and according to her, this way of communication was more efficient. Just when Huan was about to open other group chats to check and wait for her message, she said hesitantly, "It's been resolved, President." Huan glanced at the chat box and sent the cat nodding emoticon that she had sent earlier. "That's good. Go to bed early," Sakuramiya-san. Okay. The milk was finished and the phone was thrown aside. Huan's body finally relaxed a little and stretched out on the sofa. Meow. The chubby Miaojiang appeared quietly again, looking at him with his head tilted with concern. Huan glanced at it and reached out to pat the sofa beside him. Miaojiang understood what he meant and jumped up, leaning her soft furry body against his arms. Reaching out and stroking its soft fur, Huan smiled helplessly. "It seems that if we don't take action now, we may have no chance of survival, Miao-chan. Meow. I beg you to read, vote, and reward me. This will be very helpful to this book. Thank you all." End of this chapter. Chevron left the windows in the house were not closed last night, and the curtains were slightly shaken by the morning breeze, waking up the boy into bed. Huan opened his eyes hazily and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. He felt his body heavy and numb all over. This feeling brought back bad memories of last night, and he rubbed his brows helplessly. Ow! A hot black ball of fur struggled to crawl out from the warm bedding, shook its body on the edge of the bed, then leaned forward and backward to grab the sheets, opened its cat mouth, and stretched lazily. Huan propped himself up a little, picked up the fully charged mobile phone on the bedside table, and found that it was already a little after 9 o'clock. After checking the time, he sighed, lay down again, and buried his head deeply in the pillow. Last night, he fell asleep thinking about how to deal with Yishiyu's modifier, which resulted in him having a nightmare. He dreamed that he was standing on the edge of a cliff, and his body was moving uncontrollably towards the edge. The feeling of knowing that he was in danger, but unable to control himself, was like torture, and it continued to shatter him. No need to think about it. It was because he faced Yishiyu's modifier last night that made him unable to sleep well. If I really live here for a long time, not only will I have to face Bo Yi's indifference at school, but I will also have to be hypnotized by Yishiyu when I go home. Really, I feel like my life is over. No, Dirun. Huan turned his face toward the pillow, his head as heavy as iron as he thought. The good thing was that he changed his mind yesterday due to a sense of crisis and did not agree to stay immediately. The bad thing was that he had to at least spend the weekend here. Otherwise, if Huan suddenly left without any reason, Yilan might just feel confused, but Yishiyu might notice something strange and guess that Huan knew about the hypnosis last night. So, I can only hold on a little longer. Hey, Huan sighed muffledly from the pillow. Normally, even on weekends, he would get up very early and do morning exercises. But today, he was definitely not able to do it, so he just took it as a day off. Meow. Meow Jiang came close to him, making Huan unable to help but reach out and rub its head. Thinking of something, he asked, Nyan-chan, you don't need to eat either, right? No need, Meow. It's a shame you can't have delicious cat strips and canned food anymore. It's obviously you who feels sorry because you can't feed me cat strips and canned food, right? Meow Jiang had seen through everything and immediately read out. But if you really want to feed me, I can eat a little bit. Well then, what a greedy little kitty. Duh. Huan sat up, ignoring the cat that was whimpering and trying to bite him, and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. When he finished everything and went downstairs, Yilan and Aunt Shun were already there in the living room below, which was lit up by the morning light. Xiao Huan, are you up? Did you sleep well last night? Yilan was sitting at the dining table in a white home gauze dress. The bright morning light cast a vague outline of her slender body on the dress. With her back to the trailing light, she crossed her legs and struggled to hang her slippers on her toes as they swayed up and down. Huan used a flawless smile to cover up last night's nightmare. I slept well. There's nothing I'm not used to. If there were no restrictions on the modifier, he would report Yishiyu for being unfilial and hypnotizing people indiscriminately, which would be a crime unforgivable. That's good. Come and have breakfast. Your sister is still sleeping. She's a lazy bum and likes to stay in bed all the time. Yilan's voice was still gentle. Although they were mother and daughter, there was a huge difference between them. One is an angel and the other is a devil. Aunt Chun served a breakfast with Dragon Country characteristics, including some noodles, soy milk, and a plate of hard-boiled eggs. Yilan only took an egg, and as expected, there was a cup of banana-scented milk next to him. Seeing Huan still wearing the white shirt from yesterday's school uniform, Yilan smiled while peeling the eggshells. I forgot to buy some clothes for Xiao Huan on the way back yesterday. Let's go out and buy some today. I heard there's a big aquarium nearby, next to a famous commercial center. Let's set off soon. Okay, Aunt Yi. Yilan looked at the young man, sitting in front of him with a smile, and seeing that his temples were still a little moist, he knew that he had just washed up. His hair was still a little messy, obviously not taken care of properly. Although a face like Huan's is good-looking no matter what, and not annoying, if you pay more attention to these things, you might be able to charm girls to death. After all, he is a boy, so he is not as meticulous as a girl in this regard. I will teach him step by step later. Here, eat eggs. Thinking of this, Yilan handed the egg to Huan, leaving a little shell on the bottom so it would be easier to hold. Thank you, Auntie. Yilan took the egg, had just eaten half of it and his cheeks were still bulging, then peeled another one and handed it over. Huan blinked and looked up at her. Yilan laughed softly with her hands covering her mouth. She said quickly, Be good, eat slowly, and then eat this after you finish eating. Yilan put the peeled eggs down first, then picked up the tissue beside him and prepared to reach out to Huan's face, as if he wanted to help him wipe something. Just then, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from the stairwell behind him. Huan didn't turn around, but he seemed to have a spider sense and knew who was coming down. So, Huan quickly reached out and grabbed the tissue that Yilan handed over. Thank you, Annie, I'll do it. After that, he took the tissue and wiped his mouth. Yilan blinked and chuckled. She drew another piece of paper. This time, Huan held the unfinished egg in her left hand and wiped her mouth with her right hand. She had already gently wiped Huan's temples. You haven't even wiped your face dry yet. Are you going to be a little cat? It seems that Huan's spider sense has no effect on Yilan. No, everyone thinks that paper is used to wipe one's mouth. Who knew there is a second section? Huan's eyes widened. Unfortunately, Yishiyu, who had changed into a black dress, had already appeared behind her. The emotionless eyes were like an invisible blade, making Huan sweat. "Master Hypnotist, please stop looking at me. Please. Sister Shiyu, good morning." He forced himself to stay silent and greeted Shiyu. Yilan also waved to her to come over for breakfast. "Get up, go to the kitchen, and get the dishes and chopsticks for breakfast." "Ah." Shiyu nodded and silently went to the kitchen to get the dishes and chopsticks, the black porcelain that belonged to her alone. After she came, Yilan finally stopped feeding Huan and started feeding her instead. This made Huan feel that he and Shiyu were like two hungry baby birds in a bird's nest. Well, one of them could even hypnotize the other. But Huan vaguely noticed that Shiyu's eyes were always glancing towards him. It doesn't look like he's looking at an enemy, nor does it look like he's looking at a person. "I'm already honest. Please let me go." Huan buried his head in eating, and the meal passed in silence. There was a long break after dinner. Yilan and Shiyu talked about their future itinerary. She did not refuse, so they went to pack up. Women always have to make more preparations than men before going out, starting from the most important facial makeup to hairstyle, clothes, and shoes, all of which are points that need to be considered. In the morning, Huan is ready to go just by brushing her teeth and washing her face. If she takes a shower, washes her hair, and changes her clothes, she is either going to attend an important occasion or go on a date. While they were all upstairs, Huan spent some time in the group chat and sent a text message to his boss at work asking for leave, as he had forgotten about it because of the hypnosis incident last night. "Sister Tom, please give me 2 more days. I have something to do over the weekend and won't be in the South District. It really counts as absenteeism. Deduct 400 from your salary." How heartless. Aren't we #1 in the world? I sent an otter-looking up emoticon. Haha, what do you think? Just as Huan was giving the cold and ruthless chat box on her mobile phone the middle finger, Yilan's voice came from the stairwell. "Xiao Huan, get ready to go." "Here I come, Annie." Huan stood up from the sofa and looked up. Yilan came down in a white pleated chiffon dress. She put on some light makeup, combed her hair into a princess knot, and wore crystal-studded hair accessories and earrings. If Yilan was a classical oriental beauty in her Cheongsam yesterday, she is now a European royal princess. The reason why she dressed like this was obviously because Shiyu behind her was also wearing a black chiffon dress and carrying a small handbag. This is considered mother-daughter outfit, showing a bond. It is different from the home style that Shiyu wore yesterday. This one has some complicated decorations on the chest, and the skirt is longer. Her long black hair was piled up high. Since her ears were not pierced, she had no accessories such as earrings. But a girl like her didn't need any accessories to set off her beauty. The youthful color is just right, and just standing there makes people's eyes linger. Even though she was ambushed by this cold-blooded girl last night, this was still a fact that Huan could not deny. They really look like a pair of sisters. Originally, Huan was prepared to praise her in this way, but when he thought that this might be a sentence that would step on Shiyu's tail, he gave up. What if Shiyu got angry due to the continuous high-intensity interactions in front of Yilan, and she came to hypnotize him to jump off the building at night? He would be in a dilemma. If it jumps, just send it directly. If it doesn't jump, she will find that the modifier is useless, and then the modifier will directly super-evolve. The resistance will be invalid, and finally it has to be sent. Huan decided to hold back. So, today's Huan is a Huan with low emotional intelligence. "Okay, Annie." He said this stupidly, but he didn't expect Yilan to be amused just by seeing his face, so he pinched his shoulder and joked. "If we buy anything later, Xiao Huan will help us carry it." Stare. Shiyu's eyes that didn't look at anyone came again, and Huan was like a dead person who wanted to give up struggling. "No problem. Xiao Huan is so good." Sitting in the car, Huan found that Yilan liked to talk to him in the way of coaxing a child. He discovered this when Yilan in the front seat fed him banana milk for the second time. The driver was driving in the front, Yilan was sitting in the passenger seat, and Huan sat in the back seat with Shiyu, the play god. As he drank the banana milk, he unconsciously compared the tone of Yilan's voice when she spoke to him with the tone of her voice when she spoke to Shiyu. This comparison made him realize that maybe it was because of the mother-daughter relationship That's why he was not so doting when talking to Yishiyu. This feeling of being treated differently made Huan feel uneasy again, which made him secretly glance at Yishiyu, who was also drinking banana milk beside him. At this moment, she was as quiet as a doll, but Huan had clearly seen her lively appearance last night, and she would pout as cutely as Aunt Yilan. Thinking about all these things, they soon arrived at their destination. The aquarium that Yilan mentioned covers a large area, and it is estimated that one can stay in it for a long time. And because it was the weekend, there were more people around noon, and many school students came for team-building activities, so the square in front of the aquarium was full of people. Yilan said nothing as he looked at the crowd gathered outside. However, when he saw the sun was at its brightest outside, he looked embarrassed. The sun is too strong. Come on, you two darlings, put on some sunscreen before you go out. She took out the sunscreen from her bag, applied a little on her palm, turned around, and stretched out her hand to the two people behind her with a smile. Shiyu comes first. Yishiyu stepped back a little in resistance, shaking her head continuously. But Yilan had already moved closer and placed his fair hands on her face and began to rub it gently. Woo! The cool touch stimulated Yishiyu. She closed her eyes, frowned slightly uncomfortably, pursed her lips, but her head shook gently along with Yilan's hands that seemed to be kneading dough. After everything was applied, there was still a hint of bitterness on her face. Next one, little one. Seeing this, Huan reached out and took the sunscreen from Yilan, saying, I can do it myself, Annie. I'm the best at applying sunscreen. Really? Fidelity. Huan squeezed out the sunscreen and solemnly put 4 dots on her face. Then she rubbed it for a while and finally spread it out to show Yilan. All right, but there's still the hairline. He was really good at applying sunscreen. That was not a lie. Because when he watched anime in his previous life, there was always an episode with a swimsuit theme, and inexplicably people were always required to apply sunscreen. He learned his experience from there. At present, it seems that what we learn from books is always superficial. If I had known earlier, I should have paid more attention to the technique when he was watching, instead of just looking at the white and delicate skin. After completing their mental reflection and applying sunscreen, they got out of the car at the entrance of the aquarium. Yilan behind him came down with a parasol. Since he had asked someone to buy the tickets early, he only needed to queue up for ticket checking and enter. Auntie, line up this way. Huan quickly found the ticket checking area. Yishiyu stood beside, Yilan holding a parasol. Just as she was about to take her over, the phone in Yilan's bag suddenly rang. Yilan took out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID, then said to Huan helplessly, Xiao Huan, wait a moment. Annie has something to answer on the phone and needs some time. You and sister will wait here for a moment, okay? No problem. Huan blinked, turned around, looked at her with an apologetic smile, and pointed behind her. As if knowing that Yilan's work matters could not be discussed here, Yishiyu sensibly handed the parasol to her mother and watched her walk to a quieter place in the distance to answer the phone. Amid the hustle and bustle, the two handsome men and beautiful women standing at a distance from each other stood out so clearly. Yishiyu stood there motionless, while Huan walked up naturally and suggested, Sister Shiyu, let's stand somewhere else. It's too sunny here, and we're in the middle of the road blocking other people. Good. Yishiyu nodded, then looked around and pointed to the souvenir shop next to the ticket office. The store is quite big, with a lot of cultural and creative items and aquarium peripherals hanging inside, and it also sells drinks. She said, over there. Okay. Huan took the first step, and Yishiyu followed silently behind him and walked to the door of the store. When they reached the door, Huan looked around, while Yishiyu was playing the puppet again, staring motionlessly at the people queuing in front of her. She was beautiful, and her calm gaze made people passing by feel unnatural, so they avoided her gaze and then avoided her. After a while, it was as if a force field formed in front of her eyes, repelling all the tourists. Only Huan was still standing beside him, but it didn't look natural. Sister Shiyu, would you like something to drink? In order to ease the awkward silence, Huan glanced at the drinks place next to him and felt a little moved. Yishiyu turned around and scanned the spacious souvenir shop. She seemed to have seen something of interest in it, so she said, "I want to go in and take a look. So do you drink it or not?" Huan was speechless and could only say, "Then Sister Shiyu, you go look around and I'll buy it for you." Ah! She turned and walked into the souvenir shop. Watching her leaving, Huan walked towards the drink shop next to him, looked up at the menu, and said, "2 glasses of lemon blue extract and 1 glass of big banana sweet. What kind of name is that?" "Okay, I'll make it for you right away." "Welcome." Soothing music was playing in the store. Many people were looking at the souvenirs on the shelves. The shop assistants welcomed every customer with a business smile. Yishiyu stood in front of the shelf, scanning the goods one by one. Whale models, dolphin dolls, shark dolls. Well, these are the stars of the aquarium. When most people think of the sea, they probably think of them. They are very popular products. But Yishiyu just glanced at him and looked away. Not having a cold? What about Turtle Go Bang and Manda Puzzle? These are a bit niche, but also very cute peripheral images, and many people like them. Yishiyu still silently looked away and walked forward. The shelves at the entrance of the store always hold things that are more popular with traffic, but these failed to retain Yishiyu, and the clerk standing at the entrance also withdrew his gaze upon seeing this. It looks like they're just tourists who come in to stroll around. This is how Yishiyu was defined in other people's minds. "Welcome." Listening to the clerk at the door welcoming other tourists, Yishiyu silently looked at the merchandise around her, until in a corner, she finally saw something that had piqued her interest before. It was a blue jellyfish keychain. Many keys could be hung under the tentacles of the jellyfish. It was exquisitely made and had a crystal texture. It was hung alone on the edge of the shelf. Yishiyu did not hesitate. Like an explorer who had discovered some treasure, her eyes lit up slightly, as if her entire attention was caught by the jellyfish. Immediately, she stretched out her hand impatiently, wanting to take it down and buy it. But at this moment, almost at the same time, another white hand stretched out beside her and also grabbed the jellyfish keychain. One person on each side, just enough to stop the jellyfish that were about to leave the shelf from staying where they were. Yishiyu, who had already grabbed the keychain, was slightly stunned, then turned her head and saw another tourist who she had not noticed because of her concentration. There stood a girl of the same age who seemed to be stunned for a moment. What caught my eye first was the thick, slightly curly natural golden hair, and then the beautiful face that was so close. His facial features were more three-dimensional than Yishiyu's, and his pupils were a bright, clear blue, clearly showing that he was of a different race from Yishiyu. Therefore, compared with Yishiyu's exquisite beauty, the facial features of the blonde woman in front of her were more dashing and aggressive. She was about the same height as Yishiyu, wearing a light, sporty black short t-shirt and a black baseball cap with some kind of signature on it. The figure should be more curvy, the muscles should be firmer, and it looks like someone has exercised regularly. When she realized that someone else was holding the keychain, she raised her eyebrows slightly, and a particularly prominent fang appeared between her pink lips. Like a little golden-haired lion, the girl spoke, her tone higher than that of an ordinary person. "Okay." Yishiyu remained unmoved and just held on to the keychain. The blonde girl did the same, showing no intention of letting go. This identical choice was invisibly tinged with tension. After a moment's silence, the blonde girl in front of him let out a light tisk. She glanced at the price tag of the keychain, raised her head, and said to Yishiyu, "I like this one very much. It's mine. Pick another one the same price, and I'll pay for it. Do you accept?" The temptation of getting a souvenir for free can avoid conflicts over the souvenir, but unfortunately, the seemingly generous proposal did not work for Yishiyu. Yishiyu looked at her motionlessly, seemingly not realizing the displeasure in her words, and her tone did not sound like she was talking to someone she was competing with. "Of course, it doesn't feel like talking to anyone," she said softly. "Do not." "What?" The blonde girl's face darkened when she heard this. She sneered and said, "Interesting. What if I want this today?" The strength in her hands increased little by little, causing Yishiyu's fingers holding the keychain to gradually turn white, which was enough to show how strong she was. Yishiyu had a blank expression on her face. As if sensing her mood change, The phone in her hand lit up strangely, and her tone remained the same. "I said no. End of this chapter. Please take it. Thank you for your patronage." Huan walked into the gift shop holding 3 freshly made drinks in his left hand. Since the gift shop was semi-open, Huan walked in through another door. Although the distance was far, Huan could see Shiyu from afar, as well as the blonde beauty in front of her who was looking up with a sneer on her face. Huan raised his eyebrows and quickly realized that Shiyu had a conflict with someone. He quickly stopped and placed the other 2 drinks on the shelf next to him. While he picked up his own cup of lemon blue tea, inserted a straw, and started drinking, he also watched the increasingly tense scene over there with a secret feeling. Eating melon.jpg. Oh, it seems that contestant number 1 Shiyu and the unknown blonde contestant number 2 had a dispute over the ownership of a certain product. Contestant number 2 is much better than contestant number 1 in terms of physical fitness. Not only that, he also speaks more and more oppressively than contestant number 1. "What do you mean? If you say no, then no. Is there any way I can take it away from you?" Facing the aggressiveness of the blonde lion, Shiyu stood still like an iceberg, or rather, she had no idea how to respond. Oh, this is really a tricky situation for contestant number 1 who is not good at interacting with others. He is at a disadvantage for a while. Will you win against such an enemy, Sister Shiyu? Huan was passionately explaining in his mind while drinking his drink happily. What a joke. Shiyu came to hypnotize me last night, and I had nightmares all night. Huan has already given enough face in front of Yulan. Now that there's a chance to see her being humiliated, Huan will not go over. But in terms of strength, Shiyu was really far behind the girl in front of her. Her hand, tightly grasping the keychain, became increasingly pale. The keychain is about to be snatched away. Duh. The sneer on the blonde girl's face became even more intense, and even brought a hint of strange excitement. Huan, a bystander, bit his straw and was speechless. What the hell? They're arguing over a keychain. It was normal for Shiyu to be so paranoid. Given her personality of having to put her name on everything, it was not surprising that Huan would not give up on something she liked. But what about the opposing players? She is abnormal, and you are abnormal too? Huan was amazed at this excellent matching mechanism, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw the phone in Shiyu's left hand light up. Duh. Unable to beat the opponent's number 1 player, choose to cheat? So, what was Coach Huan's response to this? Coach is warming up. Huan picked up the drink next to him and walked towards the battlefield in silence. The theory is this. The modifier helps the host achieve his goals by cheating, and once the host has tasted the sweetness, he will frequently use the modifier to fulfill his own wishes. This in turn makes the modifier more powerful, helping the host fulfill more wishes while also having a deeper impact on reality. In a nutshell, this is a vicious cycle that makes daily life a complete hell. Huan believes that there are 2 key points to breaking this cycle. First, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, so we should reduce the frequency of their use of modifiers as much as possible so that they don't need modifiers to help them do everything. Secondly, they will not be able to achieve what they want even if they use modifiers, so that they will eventually realize that using modifiers is not a feasible approach and that they have to use more normal methods to solve the problem. To be honest, both are extremely difficult, but at least now Huan can prevent Shiyu from using the modifier to solve this trouble. Who says he is a 3 good boy, especially his good moral character? Huan's face, full of resentment, was covered up by his perfect expression management ability and turned into the same expressionless face as Shiyu. He walked quickly towards that side, and only when he was close did the blonde girl, who was still immersed in the argument, realize that someone was approaching. She looked up and saw a handsome young man who looked familiar coming towards her. She subconsciously loosened her grip, causing Shiyu, who was still exerting force, to take a step back uncontrollably. It was this retreat that caused Shiyu to fall into Huan's arms. Feeling the scorching body temperature, Shiyu's body stiffened, but she couldn't even stay in his arms for a moment. A hand had already grasped her shoulders without hesitation and pulled her behind him to separate her from the other person. It seemed like he was protecting Yishiyu, but in fact he was preventing her from using hypnosis on other people. Last night, he heard an illusory voice coming from the other person. The effect was individual hypnosis, which means it can only be used when alone with others. When a third party joins, her current modifiers will be useless. Yishiyu blinked and looked at the figure in front of her with her beautiful eyes. Huan also tilted his head at the right time, as if he had just bought a drink and didn't know anything about the situation. So he asked worriedly and puzzledly, "What happened, Sister Shiyu?" Nothing. Yishiyu held the keychain and said so. Huan's expression remained unchanged, but the blonde girl behind him said with anger, "Nothing, it's nothing. I got the keychain in her hand first." Huan turned around and looked at the blonde girl in front of him expressionlessly and asked, "You got it first, really?" The blonde girl paused when asked. Perhaps because she felt that the person in front of her looked familiar, she subconsciously stopped lying and sneered. "Even if we got it at the same time, didn't I compensate her? I told her that she could pick whatever was left over at the same price, and I would just pay for it." Huan glanced at the prices on the shelf. This small keychain cost nearly 100 yuan, which was more expensive than many things in the store. The tourist attraction buff plus the good workmanship make the only jellyfish keychain hanging on it look so expensive. "I'll pay twice the price, and you can pick whatever you want for the rest. I'll pay for it. Do you accept that?" Hearing this, Yishiyu behind him spoke slowly, making it hard to tell whether she was making a suggestion or a provocation. Anyway, the blonde girl thought it was the latter. The sneer on her face became more and more creepy. "Ha! I warn you. Don't think you can be fearless just because you have a boyfriend to back you up." Yishiyu shook her head at first, then just looked at her, as if she didn't understand the meaning of her words, and was still waiting for her reply. Snap! At this moment, Huan expressionlessly snapped his fingers in front of the blonde girl, which not only attracted her attention, but also ignited her furious reading bar like a match. "What are you doing?" The blonde girl was about to get angry, but Huan didn't even bother to pay attention to her. She turned around and gave Yishiyu a helpless smile. The smile towards the black-haired girl was helpless, yet so patient that the blonde girl was slightly stunned. She strangely stopped her angry action and instead just looked at Huan and raised her hand, shouting loudly at the door. "Hello, we need help here. I'm here, what can I do for you?" The clerk at the door came over after hearing the noise. Huan pointed at the jellyfish keychain in Yishiyu's hand and said, "There's only one of these keychains left on the shelf. She and I both want them. Are there any more in stock?" Yes, please pay the bill first." "Another guest, please wait a moment. I will bring it to you right away." Huan turned around and looked at the blonde girl with her hair standing on end behind him. The expression on her face was like that of a black anchor in his previous life who was speechless and had his hands spread out. "It's just a trivial matter. Do you have to make so much trouble?" He seemed to want to say SB, but considering that the damage would splash on the girl he was protecting behind him, he gave up. Huan didn't say anything to the blonde girl, nor did he look at her. He just held the drink, smiled, and looked at Yishiyu and said, "Sister Shiyu, let's go." Yishiyu looked at him. This time, she rarely avoided Huan's gaze. She seemed to feel that what she had just done was a bit stupid. Huan stood behind him, still isolating herself from the blonde girl behind her, and walked to the front desk. The blonde girl behind them didn't bother them anymore, but just watched them leave silently, her eyes constantly moving between the backs of Huan and Yishiyu. At the front desk, Jellyfish scanned the price and prepared to pay. I have to say the service was quite good, but it was a bit wasteful to have to pack the whole thing for just a keychain. Yishiyu picked up the phone, and it was not until this moment that Huan saw a message from a few minutes ago. It was a message from Yilan. Feeling Huan's gaze, Yishiyu opened the plane and took a look, then turned to Huan and said, "Mom just sent a message saying we have to wait a while, and let us find a place to sit and rest." Wait a minute, could it be that the phone just lit up because... What happened? Nothing. Realizing that Yishiyu might not have intended to use the hypnosis app just now, Huan almost couldn't hold back the smile on his face. "The plane has arrived, 99 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Take care. Yishiyu carried the bag out of the door and found a bench to sit down with Huan. As soon as she sat down, she couldn't wait to open the package, and then took out a small notice from her handbag. Huan glanced and saw that her name was printed on every notice. Yishiyu. She took one off, tore off the adhesive strip on the back, and stuck it to the side of the jellyfish keychain, then pressed it tightly with her fingers to make sure it wouldn't fall off. In this way, this thing belongs to her. Huan observed her movements, watching her smoothly put the name on it, played with it lovingly for a while, and then put all the items back into her bag. After doing all this, Yishiyu raised her head and happened to meet Huan's gaze. They stared at each other, neither looking away, but her pupils shrank a little imperceptibly. Huan, still smiling, handed her the drink she had just bought and said, "Sister Shiyu, this is the drink I just bought. I don't know what you like to drink, so I just bought some randomly." "Thank you." Yishiyu nodded, took a look at the drink, and without hesitation reached for the big banana in the bag. "That was bought for Aunt Yi." Huan blinked and was about to say so, but suddenly thought of something and kept silent. Could it be that Yishiyu actually also likes banana-flavored drinks? But Yishiyu took the drink and did not start drinking it immediately. Instead, she looked forward with empty eyes again. The white fingers stroked the paper surface of the cup, outlining the hesitation that others could not understand. After a moment, the hesitation finally came to an end. She raised her head and looked at Huan and suddenly said, "Thank you for what you did just now. It's okay. It's my duty, Sister Shiyu." Huan smiled slightly, just like his name. Is he a person who loves to laugh? But he didn't look happy to that girl just now. Yishiyu had no expression on her face and turned around to unwrap the straw. Well, even though I misunderstood Yishiyu's use of the app, it wasn't a bad thing. Yishiyu got what she wanted, the modifier was not used, and a stupid dispute that might have happened was prevented. It was a win-win situation. Oh no, didn't the girl just now also get the jellyfish keychain? It's a win-win-win situation. Huan thought so while drinking his drink. Out of his peripheral vision, he saw Yishiyu gently pinching the straw and taking a bite of the sweet banana. Then, her eyes gradually brightened up, and her lips pursed a little as if she was savoring the sweetness, and she unconsciously revealed a faint smile. Sure enough, like Elon, Yishiyu also likes to drink banana milk. The plane has arrived, 99 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Take care. After paying, the blonde girl walked out of the souvenir shop from another exit, holding the jellyfish keychain that the clerk had slowly taken from the warehouse. The direction was the square at the exit of the aquarium, so he didn't run into Yishiyu, Huan, and others at the entrance. As she walked, she held the jellyfish keychain in the sunlight and examined it carefully. After a moment of silence, she pouted and commented, "It's so ugly." After saying that, she walked to the trash can next to her, ready to throw the thing away. But halfway through the walk, a little girl in an elementary school uniform ran past her holding a cheap plastic windmill and seemed to be having a lot of fun playing with the windmill. His eyes followed the little girl as she ran, the boredom on the blonde's face gradually being covered by an interested smirk. "Hey!" Immediately, she walked towards the little girl. "Hey, kid." The little girl playing with the windmill stopped running when she heard the sound and turned to look at her in confusion. "What's wrong, big sister?" The blonde girl squatted down with a smile and asked, "Kid, what's your name?" "Mom said that we can't tell strangers our names." "Aria Spencer. You can call me Spencer. Though my name is One. Reporting each other's names seems to be a procedural etiquette among children. I really like the windmill in your hand. How about I exchange it with you for this beautiful jellyfish keychain?" "What?" Spencer took out the extremely exquisitely crafted crystal jellyfish, and immediately the sparkling crystal texture attracted all the attention of the little girl. Even though she was a 4th or 5th grader, she knew that something of this kind of craftsmanship would be very expensive. However, she looked at the spinning windmill in her hand and was still very hesitant. But Spencer sneered and stuffed the jellyfish directly into her hand, then snatched the plastic windmill that had accompanied her for the whole morning. "The windmill is mine. Take the jellyfish and go play." The little girl looked at the domineering Spencer timidly, then lowered her head and ran away quickly holding the jellyfish keychain. Spencer stood up contentedly and blew the windmill in his hand casually. But because it is cheaply made, the plastic windmill does not move at all, and you may need to run very hard to get it to turn. In short, it's a huge loss to exchange a jellyfish keychain worth nearly $100 for this thing that costs less than $5. But even so, Spencer did not seem depressed, but very happy. Spencer was holding the little windmill, and suddenly recalled what had just happened in the souvenir shop. After all, Spencer, who was strolling in the souvenir shop, had no interest in the jellyfish pendant. I just noticed that the black-haired girl had been looking at the jellyfish pendant and found that she liked the jellyfish keychain very much. So she became interested, just like she was using her keychain to grab the windmill that the elementary school students liked. This is why the conflict between him and Yishiyu over a keychain happened. Now, although she got the keychain, it was not what she wanted. She wanted the one in Yishiyu's hand. But I didn't expect that such a strange girl would have a boyfriend who dotes on her so much. Speaking of which, does that good-looking boy look familiar to you? Where have you seen it? Spencer touched her chin and thought hard. But in the end, she gave up thinking because it seemed to be too troublesome. Well, I can't remember. It just said it was a bit annoying that I didn't get the thing from that guy, and she got what she wanted. TSK, didn't that voice clearly say that everything I wanted to steal would belong to me? Was it really an illusion? Oh no. Do I have to actively start a mode or something? And will there be side effects if it continues? Can't remember. Just as Spencer was thinking this while blowing the windmill, a familiar virtual interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Do you want to start the looting mode? Yes, that's the mode. But looking at the illusory prompt in front of him, Spencer pondered for a moment, and then thought of Yishiyu's expressionless face. After a moment, a smirk suddenly appeared on her face, almost exactly the same smile she had before snatching the little girl's windmill. So give it a try? Immediately, she silently said in her heart, yes. In just a moment, her beautiful face was obscured by the shadow of the baseball cap and could hardly be distinguished, except for her golden hair that became even more dazzling. Then, two yellow shadows appeared above her head, like a pair of antennas or a pair of horns. The shadow burst into light and sent out an invisible strange wave towards the distance. It seems like some effect is taking effect, but she herself was unaware of it and even looked around doubtfully. Is this true? It feels like nothing happened. Effect has been activated. Spencer had no choice but to choose to believe it first. Walking to a trash can and looking at the windmill in her hand, she felt bored again. Besides, the windmill wasn't an interesting thing at all. If she hadn't seen the little brat having so much fun playing with it, she wouldn't have bothered to snatch it. It's boring, throw it away. Spencer showed a bored expression and was about to throw the windmill into the trash can. Mom, Lou, it's her, she stole my windmill. I didn't want to change it at all, but she insisted on changing it woo-woo. At this moment, the sound of a little girl crying loudly behind her interrupted her actions. She turned around blankly and saw the elementary school student with tears in his eyes. Next to him was an ant with a red face and thick neck, looking at her angrily. Fuck it. You even took the little girl's windmill. Come here. What? Spencer was so frightened by the other party's momentum that her body froze. She wanted to say, I clearly exchanged the jellyfish keychain with your daughter, but when she thought about it carefully, she did not hear the other party agree to it before. Besides, what's the point of taking it away after the other party agrees? But at this moment, there were several security guards following the ant, and she suddenly panicked. No. What did the little girl say to her mother? Why did the security guards come? Her body trembled slightly with fear. She didn't dare to agree, and turned around and ran away holding the small windmill in her hand. As she ran, she cursed in her heart. Didn't they say the effect has already been activated? Why can't I even steal a little kid's windmill? Effect has been activated. You liar. Whatever you activated, I want to cancel it. Effect has been turned off. Fuck, this is the only time you react. Effect has been turned off. She completely classified the illusory voice in her heart as a hallucination and decided to see a psychiatrist. Of course, his running movements did not slow down at all. Ah, the little windmill is turning with a creaking sound. As she ran as fast as she could, the windmill that had not turned no matter how hard she tried finally started to turn. It was quite magical. Still running, still running. You shameless bastard, you bully my daughter. I'll beat you to death. Spencer in front was running at an incredibly fast speed, leaving the ant behind him gasping for breath and shouting helplessly and furiously at Spencer's back in the distance. Hearing that, Spencer ran even faster. Into this chapter. Baby, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's work-related, and the call was from China, so I couldn't refuse it. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Yilan, who had just finished his phone call, rushed to the ticket gate with an apologetic smile. It's okay, Annie. My sister and I went shopping in the gift shop and bought a few things. Huan stood up upon seeing this and handed her another cup of the newly bought Big Banana Sweetie. It tastes like banana. Really good. Thank you, Huan. Yilan took the drink with a smile and found that it was still ice-free and slightly sugary, and the smile on her face deepened. Behind her, Yixiu, who was also drinking a Big Banana Sweet drink, cast her beautiful eyes over Huan's back. She glanced at the same drink in her hand and seemed to understand something. Then, she took another look at Huan's smiling profile and the other drink in his hand. Duh. Sucking a little slower, she followed her mother and silently took the parasol from her hand. You can check in now. Dear visitors, welcome to the Linmin Oceanarium tourist attraction. This aquarium uses professional marine ecological simulation to show you a rich variety of marine life. The museum has collected and conserved more than 1,000 species of marine life, tens of thousands of them, and has long been engaged in cultural, economic, and academic exchanges with all sectors of society. Accompanied by a female voice introducing the venue, Huan and his companions slowly walked into the huge exhibition hall. The exhibition hall extended downward, and the first thing that appeared in the eyes of Huan and others was a huge underwater tunnel. The seawater, separated by glass half, reveals the lights in the distance, dyeing the seawater azure blue and casting shimmering lines on the bodies of the pedestrians in the tunnel. In the water above, large schools of fish floated by, like shadowy clouds of varying sizes suspended in the blue sky. Huan drank his drink and looked down at the road, stepping over the light streaks and shadows like a child playing hopscotch, playing the game of never step on them. It's so beautiful. Yilan closed the parasol, touched his cheek, and said with a smile, Come to think of it, I remember a movie I invested in before was shot here. Huan turned around with a surprised look on his face. Movies? Does Yes International also produce entertainment-related content? I remember that the business should be related to semiconductors and new energy. Huan nodded. After all, Yi International was quite famous in Linmin and was known as the semiconductor giant and new energy leader of Longhua. In a previous life, any one of these would be very exaggerated if taken alone, but the Yi family possessed both. Huan was willing to call them the god among gods of the wealthy families in another world. The chips and the high-end equipment bought by Yahashimu's Tech Geek are all made by Yes. When new products are released, he has to stay up late to hang up the ladder and calculate the time difference to go to the Dragon Country website to grab them. The batteries for the trams running on Linmin Street are most likely supplied by them, and the charging piles and other infrastructure also rely on them to build. Yesterday, when he said he wanted to become your stepmother, he was not joking. The smiling, beautiful woman in front of him is a real CEO. Whether she is domineering or not is another matter. I just need to hug her thighs and say, Mom, I don't want to work hard anymore. I can't even imagine how happy life will be. That's right, the company has no intention of entering the entertainment industry for the time being. So, I said it was I who invested. Yilan explained with a smile. I have personally invested in some interesting media companies. One of them came to Linmin to shoot an art film called After the Dusk, which won a small international award. So smart. It has nothing to do with me. I just invested money. Besides, the girl who played the leading role was pretty. Her name was Boi. Before Yilan finished speaking, Huan had already subconsciously said the name. Yixiu, who was following behind Yilan, glanced at Huan and Yilan was also reminded of the other person's name. Yes, it seems her name is body.I. Is she very famous in Linmin? Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just that her last name is a bit rare, and she's a freshman in our school, so I know her. Especially after she became indifferent and scribbled on Zhou Bin's face in the examination room yesterday. Yilan turned around in surprise and looked at Yi Shiyu beside him. Wow, Shiyu, you can go to the same school with celebrities in the future. Yi Shiyu just nodded with a lack of interest, looking perfunctory. Her eyes had long been caught by the marine life around her. Yilan covered her mouth and chuckled, not disturbing her daughter's elegance. She just followed behind her, and Huan also began to enjoy the beautiful ocean scenery around her. Crack! Huan took out his phone and took a picture of a shark passing by, then posted it to the Student Union Management Group. Yuan U.S. Student Union Management Group, 5. Huan, fish, a really big fish, a tiger shark. I sent an emoticon of a cat shaking its head. After a while, someone started to bubble up. Hitomi Sakuramiya. This should be a white-tipped shark, not a tiger shark. Tiger cat sharks won't grow this big. Yes. UN Lina. The president went to the aquarium. Why did you suddenly want to go there? Yahashiki. At Yuan Lina. The aquarium is a holy place for dating. I guess he must have gone there with some girl. Yahashiki. Evil smile. UN Lina. Evil smile. Ashley. Smirk. Ashley, the discipline committee chairperson of the Tatsuki Student Union, includes 5 members of the management team. Huan smile. Huan chose to disrupt the formation. Sakuramiya Hitomi. Smile. Vice President Sakuramiya is a shrewd student, but he doesn't know the subtext of his smile. Yahashiki. Vice President Sakuramiya. Don't follow the president and disrupt the formation. Yahashiji. At Huan. Tell the truth, did I guess it right? Huan. I'm hanging out with the aunt who came to school to see me yesterday. She's a friend of my parents. Yahashiki, ah? Is this true? Sakuramiya Hitomi. Smile. Huan simply replied and locked the phone. Yahashiki, that kid, has played gal game so many times that he can figure out all the tricks. But it's true that if you don't go with others, most boys won't come to such a place on the weekend, right? Thinking of this, he glanced at Yi Shiyu, who was standing beside him. She had already reached the halfway point of the ocean tunnel. In the middle of the wide tunnel that could accommodate 2 lanes, there were many aquariums containing many smaller marine creatures for tourists to watch. There are some small fish with different water temperature requirements, but more are jellyfish of various shapes. The tall and beautiful Yi Shiyu stood in front of the aquariums, looking intently at the jellyfish in the tanks. The tunnel was not very bright, and although there were some lights next to the aquarium, it was still dim, making the outlines of the luminous jellyfish particularly obvious. It was like the fluorescent lights lighting up the night sky, turning into breathing stars, leaping and dancing vigorously. The starlight danced and fell, landing in Yi Shiyu's dark eyes, forming a living galaxy. The river of stars continued to flow, and along with the girl's profile, it flowed into Huan's field of vision along the tunnel and was noticed by him. She really likes jellyfish. Huan thought so, but did not go closer to disturb her concentration. Instead, he wanted to look for Yilan. As soon as I turned around, I saw Yilan holding up the phone to me and whispered to me, "Xiao Huan, eggplant." Aunt Yi. Huan was slightly startled, but Yilan had already lowered his phone with a smile and was admiring the photos he had taken. "Xiao Huan, you can go make a movie with this scene, da." What? Huan walked to Yilan in a daze and looked at the photo she opened. I don't know what model of mobile phone Yilan is using, but the picture doesn't appear too dark when focused and is very clear. The waves above his head just hit his profile, lighting up his features and making the main body of the picture clear. A very handsome black-haired boy is sketched out with a sense of story about looking for someone in the crowd. Huan looked at the phone, then glanced at the smiling Yilan and asked blankly, "Is the beauty filter on, Aunt Yi?" Yilan immediately pouted unhappily and tapped his head lightly with her hand. "It's just a filter, okay? You little idiot, don't you know what you look like?" This is just a joke, of course. Huan doesn't have the habit of taking selfies, so she doesn't know much about these things. People who haven't taken selfies for a long time and have no habit of taking photos will still feel a little strange when they see themselves in the camera. Even if you look in a mirror every day, you will probably feel that you look different from the way you look in the photos. Look at you. How handsome you are. It would be even better if you smiled. Huan, you look very beautiful when you smile. Next time I invest in a movie, I will definitely invite you to act in it. Elon saved the photo with great satisfaction and said so. Speaking of making movies, Huan almost went to Limon's performing arts company to be a child star before junior high school. He had tried everything to get out of the South Side orphanage, especially when the orphanage was filled with the smell of cigarettes and marijuana, and a nearby high school held a STD battle royale every day. Really, it's all tears if I talk too much. How is that song sung? A child without a mother is like a weed. The past was too painful to recall. Huan looked at Elon, who was touching her chin and thinking about the angle of the photo. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to her, "Auntie, can I take a photo of you and Sister Shiyu?" "Hey, okay, Shiyu, come over and take pictures." Hearing the sound, Shiyu finally turned her gaze away from the jellyfish in the tank and turned to look over. "Here it comes." Elon patted his side, asked her to come over, and then prepared to hand the phone to Huan. Halfway through handing it over, she suddenly retracted it. Huan looked at her in confusion as she turned off the camera, then opened the photo-taking function of a beauty app, adjusted it a few times, and handed it to Huan. "You have to turn on the beauty filter." In fact, Huan felt that it was completely unnecessary, but still followed Yilan's wishes. So Yilan and Shiyu stood in the direction of the light, and Huan squatted in front of the glass, so that the height of the women could be raised from a visual perspective. The passers-by behind me noticed that someone was taking a photo and paused for a moment out of courtesy, so the timing was perfect. Click! The photo is ready. In the picture, Shiyu stood straight with a calm expression, while Yilan embraced her arms. Considering Huan's photography skills, this could be considered a masterpiece. Huan smiled slightly, stood up, and decided to comment on this transcendent work. "Perfect." Yilan came over, picked up the phone, and looked at it carefully. "Yeah, not bad, not bad." Just as Huan stood up and prepared to lead them forward, Yilan gently grabbed him and pulled him to Shiyu's side. "Come, Huan, stand with Shiryu, and I'll take a picture of you too." "What?" Huan's expression changed slightly, and he looked over there at Shiyu. She also looked over, but her standing posture for taking photos did not change. "Does this mean I can take photos?" Seeing this, he blinked and had to agree. "Okay, Annie." Huan walked to Shiyu's side, and her original posture of placing her hands at her sides inadvertently changed to placing her hands in front of her and crossing them. A faint floral scent wafted in, swaying with her black hair. Huan is a little taller, while Shiyu is a few centimeters shorter than him. They are both handsome men and beautiful women, and they are particularly pleasing to the eye when standing together. Huan put on a smile, and Yilan raised his phone with his eyes lighting up. He bent down a little without any attitude of a president and directed them to move around on the phone screen. "A little to the left. It's too much. A little to the right. The light will turn you into ghosts." Shiyu lowered her head, and it seemed very difficult for her to find a photo spot that would satisfy her mother. Her little black leather shoes moved a little closer to Huan. "Smile. Don't look so gloomy. Shiyu looks better when she smiles. Yes, you see, this is right." Shiyu pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth trembled and raised slightly. Listening to Yilan's praise, Huan's eyes subconsciously looked at her expression. But it seemed that because of Huan's behavior, the smile she had constructed with great effort suddenly collapsed and turned into expressionless face again. "Duh, my fault. Anyway, it's time to take pictures. The first photo of the siblings. Okay, get ready, eggplant. You two are so beautiful. Look at you two, brother and sister. You could be on the cover of fashion magazines." As the sun sets, in a private room of a Western restaurant in a luxury shopping mall next to the aquarium, Yilan, who hastily ate some salad, looked at the photo of the siblings taken in the morning and made this comment. The photo was frozen in the phone, showing a handsome young man with a smile on his face. He looked at the camera with a sunny smile and stretched out his hand to make a yes sign. The black-haired girl next to him was demure, with her hands placed elegantly in front of her belly. She was so pretty, but her expression was a little lacking. But it's perfect enough. In front of him, Huan, who was holding a knife and fork with several shopping bags beside him, looked up and smiled helplessly. This was the third time Elon had mentioned this photo since noon, from having lunch at the aquarium to going out of the aquarium to buy clothes at the luxury store next door in the afternoon, and now. It seems that Elon really likes this photo. Yishiu ate elegantly, neither sad nor happy, and seemed to have no reaction to what her mother said. But after a day of getting along, Huan realized that she had been listening to Elon silently the whole time. She just rarely showed her inner thoughts. The only time her expression would fade a little was when she was looking at jellyfish and labeling new clothes. In the afternoon, Elon picked out a few suitable clothes for each of them and bought Huan a few shirts, long-sleeve jackets, and a formal suit for spring. It's not completely useless. Except for a few key days, Tatsuki Academy allows students to wear casual clothes, but they have to wear the Academy badge. No matter which piece of clothing Huan got, he felt that the salary deducted for taking leave was just a drop in the bucket. Let's not talk about it. After dinner, the sky had become completely dark, and it was already 7 or 8 o'clock. Elon notified the driver to take them back. It's only been spring for a short while, and even though the sun is so bright in the morning, there's actually a big temperature difference at night. Yishiu had even put on the newly bought coat in the shopping bag, and Elon also borrowed one from her and put on, but only Huan thought it was okay. This made Elon sigh and pinch his shoulder. Are you cold, Huan? It's okay, Annie. Maybe I'm used to staying here. It's so nice. It's warm even through the clothes. Shiyu and I are so cold. Hearing the word warm, Yishiu's eyes trembled while she was wearing clothes, as if she remembered what happened during hypnosis last night. Not to mention, Huan also thought of this while waiting for the car to return to the mansion. What should I do if this plague, God, secretly comes to hypnotize me again when I go back home tonight? She was just trying out last night. What about today? Is it time to implement her plan of making Elon hate her? No. Should we lock the door when we go home at night? No matter how she knocked on the door, he pretended to be asleep and couldn't open it. While they were thinking about all these things, the black tram that had brought them here in the morning had already stopped in front of them. The young woman in a suit got out of the car, opened the trunk, and prepared to take the shopping bag from Huan. He smiled and said, "I'll be fine, thank you." The woman glanced at Huan's profile, her face slightly reddened. Then she nodded, turned around, and got into the car. "Sorry to bother you, Xiaolu." "No, Mr. Yi." The female driver fastened her seatbelt, then turned on the navigation, glanced at Elon and her daughter, who were wearing coats, and turned on the heater. The tram started smoothly. Huan leaned against the window, opened his phone, and checked the playing group. The older sister in the mahjong group asked him to play mahjong again. "I'm a little moved." "No, Huan, you reflected on yourself at the end of last semester. I can't go to their place to play mahjong every week anymore." Just as Huan was having a fierce ideological struggle in his mind, he was typing in the group chat of Tatsuki Mahjong Ichiban to reply to the group of big sisters who had him. Yishiu beside her looked down at her handbag, not knowing what she was thinking about, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. So he unzipped the bag, ready to take something out and play with it. However, after searching the bag, I still couldn't find the thing. She clearly didn't open her bag once today, right? Or did I remember it wrong? How can it be? Her pupils shrank little by little, and she took out her cell phone again, turned on the flashlight, and started searching under the flashlight. The sudden turn on of the light attracted Huan's attention. He turned around and just saw Yishiu searching through the small handbag for the second time. Just when he was about to ask in confusion, Yishiu suddenly raised her head with a cold expression and spoke to Elon in front of her. "Mom, my stuff, the jellyfish keychain I bought this morning, is gone." Huan blinked, not realizing what was happening. The whole car suddenly slowed down and then slowly stopped by the roadside. "What?" Huan held onto the handlebars, and as the vehicle slowly stopped, Yilan and the female driver, who were sitting in the front, turned their heads with wide eyes and looked at Yishiyu, whose aura was gradually becoming colder. They looked at each other, and as their eyes met, Huan seemed to hear a loud alarm in her ears, as if she had felt the same way. Apparently, this wasn't the first time they had experienced this. That is a dangerous signal called Yishiyu Level 1 Alert. In the car with a dull atmosphere, Yishiyu pursed her lips and said softly, "I want to go back and look for it, can I? Please continue reading and give me monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. This is very important for this book." End of this chapter. If you lost something as a child, how did your parents handle it? If it's not so important, maybe they'll blame you for losing something and remind you to be more careful next time. If it's something particularly important, like a house key or a bank card, I'm afraid a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots or mixed doubles will be unavoidable. Of course, the situation of each family is different. This is just Huan's impression. In any case, it is impossible to drive back to the shopping mall and help your child find a lost item without any blame just because you lost a keychain. However, Yilan did just that. After hearing Yishiyu's request, she asked the driver to turn around and take them back to the shopping mall where they had eaten previously. Yishiyu got out of the car as soon as it stopped, forgetting to even take her coat, which she had taken off earlier because the heater was on in the car. Huan glanced at the coat, silently picked it up, and got out of the car. After getting off the car, Yilan talked to the driver for a few words. It seemed that the driver also wanted to come down to help her find it, but Yilan asked her to go back first. After a while, the car finally drove away. Although the lights are still on in the shopping mall at around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening in early spring, it is inevitably chilly. Yilan, wearing a coat and high heels, smiled helplessly at Huan, who was walking in front of her, and said, "Let's go. Huan, please help Shiyu find it. She should be able to walk along today's route while recalling it, right?" Following today's route, Huan blinked and looked at Yishiyu, who was walking in front. She stood on the outskirts of the shopping mall, looking at the oceanarium in the distance with the lights turned off and blending into the night, wondering what she was thinking. "Sister Shiyu." Hearing Huan's voice, she turned around expressionlessly and looked at the clothes Huan handed over. "It's cold at night, put on some clothes." She looked at Huan's hand holding the clothes, which just touched the label with her name on it. "Thank you." After a slight pause, she took the clothes but did not put them on. Huan did not force it, but came to her side and analyzed it carefully. "Sister Shiyu, do you remember when you opened your bag? Was it at the aquarium or at the shopping mall?" "I haven't opened my bag since I bought the keychain today." "What?" Huan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yishiyu, who was thinking and speaking with a very firm tone. "Did the bag leak?" Yishiyu picked up the handbag and checked it, then shook her head. "No, that's strange. Supernatural event? He did see her put her name on the keychain and put it into her bag in the morning. Or did she open it herself and then forget about it? The aquarium is closed. I'll look for it along the way to the shopping mall." Yishiyu's face turned slightly cold. She took the clothes and turned away. Seeing this, Huan and Yilan had no choice but to follow her and replicated the route they took to enter the shopping mall at noon. "Dear tourists, the shopping mall will be closed in 20 minutes. Except for the cinema area, tourists stranded in the shopping mall are requested to leave as soon as possible. At that time, all passengers are requested to take the 7A elevator at the cinema on the 7th floor to the 1st floor or the underground parking lot. The rest of the elevators will be closed." The broadcast echoed in the shopping mall. The lights in the 7-story shopping mall gradually dimmed, and the sounds of shop doors closing and rolling shutters were heard one after another. Huan came down from the escalator on the 2nd floor and saw Yilan sitting on a bench on the 1st floor, taking off her high heels and rubbing her ankles. Her long skirt spread out like petals, and there was some fatigue in her eyes. Seeing Huan, she raised her head and asked with a smile, "How's it going, Huan? Have you found it?" Huan shook his head and said, "I've looked for it several times and asked at the Lost and Found office, but the staff didn't see it either. Then we split up and looked for it, but we still couldn't find it." "Well, this is really strange." Yilan pouted, moved the high heels away from her feet, and patted the seat next to her. "You must be tired, Sit down and take a rest. Sorry to bother you, Huan. We're here to have fun, but I still ask you to run around to help your sister find things. No, I've already played it, Annie. Huan walked over to Yilan and sat down, watching her hugging her knees and massaging her calves and feet. At this moment, her ankles were all red. After all, she had been walking in high heels all day, otherwise she wouldn't have let the two of them look for it now. She sat here to rest. Yin cheered and looked at the shopping mall, which was gradually becoming quiet, his eyes moving slightly. Yilan beside him looked at his profile, holding his chin, and suddenly asked, "Will Huan think this is too exaggerated?" Exaggerate. Huan came back to her senses and looked at Yilan, but her smile remained the same. It sounds a little stupid to run back for an hour just to look for a small keychain, doesn't it? Fine. Huan blinked and said, "I thought you would send a bunch of your men here to reopen the aquarium if it's closed, and then have a bunch of people help Sister Shi look for it." Yilan covered her mouth, finding it very funny. "You are exaggerating." "Is it an exaggeration? I've seen novels that say this." Huan smiled slightly, then acted like a domineering CO, pointed his finger, and ordered, "If I can't find her things, I will bury you all with me." Ha ha ha. Yilan laughed so hard that she covered her stomach and swayed on her toes in the air. "You're so cool. You really should go make a movie, Huan." Huan smiled at Yilan. Then she reached out and knocked on Huan's head, scolding him. "But it's just a keychain. How could it be possible to waste so much labor?" Huan covered her head and dodged Yilan's weak fist. "So it's just a plot in the novel. But Annie, you are similar to the CEO in a novel who makes millions an hour. Isn't it the same for you to spend time looking for a very cheap keychain?" Seeing this, Yilan smiled even more. She reached out and rubbed Huan's hair, but didn't mess it up. She rarely loses things. If no one touches them, she will basically not neglect them. Although it seems troublesome, it actually doesn't happen very often. And you should have noticed that besides dolls, her favorite thing is jellyfish. Yes, but we just checked the surveillance, and no strangers approach her bag along the way. Yeah, that's why it's so strange this time. Maybe she really dropped it in the aquarium by mistake, but I can't possibly trouble others with such a thing. Yilan touched his head with a smile and said to Huan, "The things she lost were important, things she cherished and had her name on them. I know that anything with her name on it cannot be replaced by buying another one, but this was just between me and her. To others, it's just a cheap keychain. I'm willing to come back to help her look for it, because I am her mother, so I also consider things that are special to her special. This kind of specialness cannot be measured by money, and I don't have anything else to do tonight. How can I ask others to come and work on this kind of thing late at night on a weekend just because they are special to me? So, I feel really sorry for bothering Huan to accompany us to visit Auntie so late at night." Huan didn't really care. After all, going back later could avoid being hypnotized and attacked by Yishiyu. But the temperature around was gradually warming up. I don't know if it was because of Yilan's smile at this moment. No wonder. Driver Liu just now said he wanted to get off to help, but Auntie refused. Yeah, originally she only needed to send us home before she could go off work, so she should take a good rest after get off work. So let's take a taxi home later. Today is the weekend, and the driver is working overtime. In fact, he only needs to send Yilan here in the morning and pick her up in the evening. He doesn't need to be on call all day to get a day's overtime pay. For some reason, Huan suddenly felt like tearing up when she heard Yilan say this. Maybe it was because he died suddenly from working overtime in his previous life. At this moment, when he heard about a leader who would not give orders after the normal working hours, he suddenly had the illusion that he had met him too late. "Auntie, I will definitely work under you if I have the chance in the future." When the emotion reached its peak, Huan suddenly said this seriously. "If Annie doesn't give up, I would like to become your leader." Ha 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 ha. Yilan was amused by Huan's serious look again. She rubbed Huan's head lovingly and said, "Well, considering your level of excellence, it shouldn't be difficult. But don't regret it when the time comes, Huan, because Auntie is lenient in this respect, but not in other aspects." Duh. Looking at Yilan's smile, which suddenly turned a little sinister, Huan didn't know if it was too early to say this. But he is only in the first year of high school, and he is not yet at the stage where he needs to make an urgent career choice. It doesn't matter if his mind is full of possibilities of choosing a future life path. It's a bit like Grandpa and Grandma. I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. Just as Yilan was rubbing Yin Huan's head, Yishiyu came down the escalator with an expressionless face and a bad look on her face. The result was obvious. She still didn't find it. Seeing this, Yin Huan stood up and took the initiative to suggest, "Sister Shiyu, can I go up and look for it again?" Yishiyu glanced at him, then turned her eyes slightly to look at Yilan, who was rubbing his feet. His mother had been walking around in her high heels for the whole day, and he had been following her many times looking for her. Besides, it's just a keychain. Although I like it very much, it would be useless even if I throw it away and give it to someone else. Thinking of this, her brows suddenly frowned slightly. She didn't know why this idea suddenly popped up in her mind. The thought was very faint, just a fleeting thought, but she clearly valued everything she owned the most. In the past, Yishiyu also lost something, but she gave up the idea of looking for it because she felt sorry for her mother and didn't want to trouble her. But there is no such situation that the desire for the treasured things will be reduced. Instead, it will feel more regretful after losing them. Because of the sudden thought that popped in her mind just now, her face became extremely cold and angry, as if she was nauseated. The cell phone in her hand suddenly lit up, this time with an evil deep purple light. Yin Huan raised his eyebrows upon seeing this. "Are you angry? Just because you can't find that keychain? But why is the modifier also lit up? Who can you hypnotize if you can't find anything?" Seeing her unhappy expression, Yilan put on her high heels again, fastened the straps, and stood up. "The mall will close in 20 minutes. How about Xiao Huan and I help you look for it again?" The cold expression on Yi Shiyu's face faded slightly after she heard her mother's gentle voice. Then, she shook her head and said, "Forget it, Mom. Let's go home. Then Mom will buy you another one tomorrow." "No, let's go." Yishiyu shook her head and prepared to leave, while Yilan looked at Yan Huan beside him helplessly and said doubtfully, "Today your sister is even more irritable than before. She wouldn't be so angry before even if she couldn't find something." Yan Huanza kept staring at her back, not knowing what he was thinking about. It was a bit unpleasant to end the day's cheerful atmosphere with something like this, and the atmosphere even became more silent in the taxi. After returning home, Yilan and Yi Shiyu went upstairs to rest. Aunt Chun was in the laundry room on the first floor, preparing to wash the clothes that the driver had brought back earlier. Seeing this, Yin Huan was a little curious. Yi Shiyu has already put her name on it. What should she do if she washes it? After watching for a while, I found that Aunt Chun would take off the name stickers first. Aunt Chun saw that he was interested, so she explained, "These name stickers are only temporary. She will sew her name on them later." Shiyu is very good at sewing. The lady hired a very good tailor as her teacher. While sorting Yishiyu's clothes and preparing to put them into a separate washing machine for washing, Anshin said, "The clothes on the dolls in Shiyu's room are all made by her." "Hey, Xiaowan, you haven't seen them yet, right? Let Shiyu take you to see them tomorrow." "Okay, if there's a chance." Yin Huan smiled and said a few perfunctory words, but in fact he felt that it was unlikely that Yi Shiyu would agree. The coat she wore before was just because I touched it and she would never wear it again. I didn't see that coat among the clothes I gave to Aunt Chun for washing. She really hates other people touching her things. At least that's the case for outsiders like Yin Huan, but it would not be the case at all for Aunt Chun and Yilan. Aunt Chun can wash her clothes. The clothes Yilan was wearing before were also Yi Shiyu's. Thinking about this, Yin Huan also prepared to go back to his room to rest. "There's milk in the kitchen. Xiao Huan. Remember to take it and drink it." "Okay, thank you, Aunt Chun." Carrying the milk, Yin Huan went up to the room on the second floor. Turning on the light in the room, I saw a black cat sitting there elegantly on the sofa. "Meow. Nyan Chan, you're back. How are you today?" After putting the milk away, Yin Huan fell onto the sofa with a tired body, causing some shock, but because Miao Jiang was very fat, he was not moved at all. "What else can we do just like that?" Turning around, Miao Chan had already jumped on him, looking at him, and asked, "What happened?" "Well, How should I put it? Just as he was about to say something, Huan's expression suddenly changed. So he hurried to the door and locked it. Click. After doing all this, he relaxed a little, walked back and lay down on the sofa again. While drinking milk and looking at the black cat with its head tilted in front of him, he asked, Nine, Sean, what do you think is the connection between the doll and the jellyfish? Is this a riddle? It's Yi Shiyu. The host of this modifier has two favorite things. One is a doll, and the other is a jellyfish. Is there any connection between them? Miaojiang tilted her head and asked, Have it. Should I ask you, or should you ask me? But the things humans like are very complicated, and there is not necessarily a necessary connection between the things we like. Huan drank the milk in one gulp and sighed. She is not a normal person. Her love for dolls and jellyfish obviously exceeds that of ordinary things, so I always feel that there's a reason. Also, it was strange to go there today, as if there were ghosts. Yishiyu's things were suddenly lost. Yilan said that she was very careful in keeping her things and seldom lost anything. Yishiyu thought about it several times and felt that she had not opened the bag. But the keychain disappeared inexplicably. Although it is possible that it fell into the aquarium, I still feel like something is wrong. This day, Yishiyu's favorite dolls and jellyfish. The inexplicable loss of the jellyfish keychain and her inexplicable anger. The two are like basketball and chicken to each other. It seems like they have nothing to do with each other, but if you connect them, you can vaguely see a strange figure in overalls. That's probably how it feels. At this moment, Huan suddenly thought of something and picked up his mobile phone to take a picture of Miao Jiang next to him. Click! The cute little cat appeared and was recorded by the camera. Huan opened plane and sent the message to Vice President Sakuramiya, whose avatar was a white cat. After sending an emoticon pack of "This is today's friend Fee," Huan typed and asked, Vice President Sakura, are you free now? I have something to ask you. Vice President Sakuramiya loves kittens and is very knowledgeable about them, so you'll usually get something out of asking her. After waiting for a few minutes, the name on the other end first changed to "The other party is typing," and then Huan's screen went black and turned into caller ID. Huan turned on the Bluetooth headset, put it on, and clicked to answer the call. He smiled slightly and asked the person on the other end of the phone, Isn't it cute, kitty? Yeah, very cute. Is it the cat that Aunt President keeps at home? The female voice on the other end of the phone came softly, as smooth as silk. No, it's a stray cat I picked up and I've been raising it lately. I call it Meow-chan. Meow-chan beside him yawned loudly when he heard this. So, Sakuramiya Hitomi did not comment on the good name Huan came up with, but instead guessed the real topic of Huan's speech. President would like to ask how to raise a cat. Oh no. Huan smiled and asked, I want to ask Sakuramiya, why do you like cats? There was a sudden silence over there. Vice President Sakura? Because it's cute. Just when Huan wanted to ask further questions, Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly spoke without any frame, catching Huan off guard. Cats are cute, but are jellyfish cute? It seems to be okay, but I always feel that it is not the correct answer. The illusory figure in overalls gradually disappeared, as if telling Huan that this was not the correct connection between basketball and chicken. Besides this, President, you mean to ask, besides their appearance, what qualities do I have in cats that make me like them? Yes, could it be related to some quality of jellyfish? What qualities does Sakuramiya like in a cat? Well, because cats are very independent, but they can act like a spoiled child to their owners when they need them. They are strong yet fragile, just like children. They are independent individuals, but they have to rely on their parents. Besides being cute, this is the only reason. Vice President Sakuramiya sighed and explained, But, President, everyone likes something for different reasons. Maybe there is something in it that they desire and lack. Maybe the thing itself is similar to them. Maybe it makes them feel safe and comfortable, and so on. So, there are always 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. Rather than saying that people like the object itself, it is better to say that they like themselves who reside in the object. Listening to the pleasant voice of Vice President Sakuramiya, Huan suddenly had an inspiration. The nature of the deficiency. The image of Yishiyu's beautiful profile as she watched the jellyfish today emerged unconsciously in his mind. She stared blankly at the fluorescent jellyfish in the tank, watching them move in the water by spewing water. Exercise, that lively exercise. The black eyes reflect the glowing jellyfish in the tank, like tears. It seems like the chicken feet are exposed. Thank you so much, Sakura. Huan sat up suddenly and said this to the female voice in the Bluetooth headset. Although it was just a guess, it finally gave him some idea. Of course, that is also something that should be done tomorrow. After hearing Huan's thanks, the female voice on the other end of the phone fell silent. Then, Sakuramiya Hitomi guessed again. President, why do I feel like what you really want to ask is not why I like cats? I'll remember that, Sakura. Huan is also a good learner, and she learned how to speak from zero frame. What? I remember why you like cats. Sakuramiya Hitomi sighed helplessly. Well, forget it. Anyway, it's related to your family affairs, so I shouldn't comment on it. Go to bed early, President. I'm glad I can help. You too, good night. After hanging up the phone, he took off his Bluetooth headset and looked towards the door. Well, there was no knock on the door. It looks like tonight is Christmas Eve. This shouldn't be the case. Huan thought that she would definitely vent her anger on him because of the loss of something tonight. The result is nothing? There is no better way. Who wants to be hypnotized? Huan shook his head, stood up, stretched his muscles, and prepared to wash up and go to bed. Outside the stairs, Yishiyu, who had changed into pajamas, was coming up from downstairs with his cell phone and milk. When she reached the second floor, she glanced in the direction of Huan's room. She seemed hesitant, but after a moment's silence, she turned and walked towards the third floor, because she had other things to do tonight. Into this chapter. Back in the house, a laptop was on Yishiyu's desk, displaying the search page for the Daogu engine. The search bar clearly states, Hypnotic. Yishiyu sat in front of the computer desk with a cup of hot milk in her hand. She tapped the enter key lightly, and the explanation of the entry popped up. Hypnosis is a special trance-like psychological state induced by humans that is similar to sleep but not sleep. Ever since she successfully hypnotized Huan yesterday, Yishiyu has developed a strong curiosity about this effect on her phone. She didn't know much about the concept of hypnosis before and could only get a glimpse of its application methods from the description of Absolutely Listen to Yourself in the app. But after some research, Yishiyu discovered that the effects of the hypnosis mentioned here and the hypnosis in her own app seem to be very different. Or is it that there is no technology in the world that can do this? Yishiyu looked at her phone and opened the mysterious app. A whirlpool of purple vortex spun, displaying an illusory message. Number of uses remaining this week. 1 time. So, why did you come here? As Yishiyu thought this, she gently slid the mouse wheel, scrolled down the page, and browsed the information above. Hypnosis fake. Popular science on alienated hypnosis. Hypnosis psychology appointment. Hypnosis, a mythical term. The rest were all kinds of weird pornographic resources, but the titles alone didn't arouse any interest in Yishiyu. As she flipped through the pages, 1 or 2 pages later, Yishiyu's eyes were suddenly drawn to a certain title. Female Zone. After hypnosis, the annoying stepbrother became my exclusive one. The keyword hypnosis is highlighted in red. Yishiyu's movement of sliding the scroll will pause slightly. She blinked and moved closer to the computer screen. A great curiosity flashed in her black eyes. She dragged the mouse towards the title. Due to the low sensitivity, the pointer on the screen seemed particularly heavy. Yishiyu is an absolute computer novice, but at this moment, she moved the mouse with extra force. Knock down. Click on the title. The page turns white, and then dense, colorful advertisements appear in front of you. Collect this website, www.xxx.com. Casino Royale, quality guaranteed. Get 888 chips when you log in. Beautiful dealer, dealing cards online. Yishiyu opened her mouth, frowned slightly, and struggled to operate the mouse to close these fraudulent advertisements one by one. A player began to spin, apparently loading resources, with line 1 written underneath. As I waited, suddenly, a red browser warning icon popped up again. A sensitive page has been detected. If you continue browsing, you are very likely to face risks such as information leakage, Trojans, and viruses. To protect your information security, please close the page immediately. Here are two options. Close immediately, ignore the risk, and continue browsing. Disease. Virus. Yishiyu was startled and was about to click the Close Now button below, but the player behind her started playing after a short loading time. First there was a monologue, and then a low female voice sounded. My mother remarried, and the man she married brought a younger brother who was younger than me. That guy is different from me, a dark nerd. He is a boy who studies very well, looks super handsome, and has a good personality. As soon as I got home, I could feel that all the attention from my mom and stepfather was taken away by him. Hey, learn more from your brother. You are the older sister. Don't be angry with your brother. If you don't go out, I will take your brother out to play. I know, it's normal for a child like him to be liked by adults. But why do I hate him so much? With that in mind, I use that on him, on that annoying brother. I want to turn him into. Yishiyu's movement to close the button paused slightly. Her eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but recall the scene at the shopping mall just now. When she came down the stairs, she saw Yilan, who was tired from accompanying her to look for something, was amused by Huan with just 2 sentences. The mother touched his head, and although her words were full of anger, she couldn't stop smiling. In comparison, my own personality must seem very strange, right? Although Mom said that it would be fine if she just stayed like this, when she saw Huan being so normal, wouldn't she inevitably think so? Then, focus all your attention on him. It was like he had taken his mother away from him. Yishiyu's breathing became faster and faster, and her hand holding the mouse moved to the right little by little, finally moving to another option. Ignore the risks and continue browsing. The warning was closed and the page was re-entered, but there were still small advertisements hanging around it like flags, moving with the page. The screen seemed to be spinning in circles because of the slow internet speed. Could it be that loading these ads is slowing down the internet? Ye computer newbie, Shiyu thought so. She quickly dragged the heavy mouse towards the advertisement. There are 2 crosses on the advertisement, one inside and one outside. One is really closed, and the other is a trap to attract you to click on another link. Fortunately, Yishiyu was not stupid. She got very close to the screen and managed to click the small close button by precisely controlling the mouse. 1, 2, 3, 4. She repeated this 4 times without getting tired of it. And after turning off all the small ads in the 4 corners of the page, she looked at the player again with great interest. But it was still spinning in circles. Playback stuck? Try changing the channel to watch. Line? Yishiyu stared blankly at line 1 and line 2 below. Click line 2. Then, the page seemed to refresh. Then, those 4 annoying little ads were also refreshed. Seeing the small advertisement that she had spent several minutes to close reappear on the computer page, Yishiyu's pink lips pursed up uncontrollably. My mother remarried, and the man she married brought a younger brother who was younger than me. But fortunately, after changing the line, the videos in the player can finally be played smoothly. Clicking on the full screen mode, Yishiyu widened her eyes and watched the story. The story on the screen was told in a leisurely manner. The foreshadowing of the story and the fierce battle scenes came one after another, flowing in Yishiyu's eyes. It was like the door to a new world was opening for her. As soon as the picture on the screen entered the passion mode, her face turned slightly red. She quickly glanced at the closed door behind her, then grabbed the headphone cable next to her and plugged it into the computer. As the story unfolded, Yishiyu was absorbed in it without realizing it. After an unknown amount of time, the screen gradually turned black, and the female voice narration came from the headphones again. Finally, I used hypnosis to turn him into a useless person who only knew how to call me sister. The lovely him is now mine. Although it may be just an excuse, I use it to deceive myself again and again in my heart. Hypnosis was born to satisfy my dirty wish. I know it's mean and dirty, but I'm very happy now. That's enough. The end. Yishiyu stared with her eyes wide open, unable to relax for a long time. This is too despicable. I just wanted to drive him away, that's all. And the sister in this movie did this, and that to her brother. Although it is true, seeing the usually sunny and handsome brother become like that and make pitiful sounds. No, that's just a fictional story in the movie. Yishiyu, you just need to drive him away. You just need to chase him away. Yishiyu leaned back on the chair, panting softly, with an abnormal redness on her fair face. She was a little thirsty. She stood up, turned around, and prepared to go downstairs to get some water. After a movie, the lights in the house had been completely turned off, and everyone must have fallen asleep. Yishiyu got some water from the water purifier on the first floor and drank several cups. Only then did she feel the heat in her body ease a lot. She breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and took another glass and prepared to go upstairs. When he reached the second floor, his eyes inevitably fell on Huan's room. The phone in his hand lit up again, emitting an evil purple light. Unconsciously, since she started using the app, she has become obsessed with her phone. Duh. She hesitated for a moment, and finally, she moved lightly on the stairs and walked towards Huan's room. Looking at the tightly closed door, she gently raised her hand and prepared to knock. But it seemed that he thought that he might be asleep by now. So, his hand was placed on his door handle again. Weird thoughts drive her to do weird things. In the past, no matter where she went, she would knock on the door before entering. This was a habit she had developed. But now, she actually wanted to go in without knocking. Click! The door handle turned slightly to the bottom. Inside the house, Huan was already fast asleep, and Miao Jiang, who was held in his arms, suddenly opened her eyes. In the darkness, her emerald green eyes looked so bright. Meow. It let out a soft cry, but Huan beside it did not move. However, because Huan locked the door, when the door handle was pushed all the way in, there was no feedback no matter how hard the person outside pushed. Duh. Yishiyu, who was holding the cup of water, stiffened slightly. Only then did she realize that she was a little too excited. Would you do such a thing? She pursed her lips, drank the cold water in the cup, took a deep breath, and let go of the door handle. Then he slowly turned around and left, returning to his room. Meow. Miao Jiang blinked, looked at the door handle that had returned to its place, and slowly lay back in Huan's arms. He didn't close his eyes, but just kept looking in the direction of the door. End of this chapter. Yishiyu came over to open the door last night. Meow. In the morning, Huan paused slightly while brushing his teeth when he heard Miao Jiang's voice. He turned his head with wide eyes and foam at the mouth to look at the kitten sitting dignified in the bedroom, and said in surprise, "When? It was very late yesterday, after you fell asleep." Miao Jiang turned his head to look towards the door, standing on his hind paws, moving his two front paws and little head up and down, as if describing the situation at that time. The doorknob moved suddenly, but she didn't pull it open because you locked the door. Late in the night, someone suddenly pulls the door handle and comes in while you're sleeping. Guess what she will do after she comes in? No, sister, this is too scary, right? Huan opened his mouth, was silent for a moment, turned around and spit out the foam in his mouth, then rinsed his mouth with clean water in the cup and washed his face. I just wanted to change my shirt, but I haven't changed it for 2 days. I ran outside all day yesterday, so it feels sticky. After taking a shower, I really don't want to wear it anymore. If I had known, I would have waited until Aunt Shun dried the clothes before coming up to take a shower and sleep. Now I can only go downstairs to get the dried clothes to wear. He glanced at his phone. It was 5:50, earlier than usual. I pushed open the door, and it was quiet outside. The morning light was so weak that it was difficult to even penetrate the screen window in the living room. No one seemed to be awake yet. So, he felt relieved, walked downstairs with his upper body naked, holding the empty cup that had been filled with milk last night, and prepared to go to the laundry room to find clothes to wear. The laundry room was opposite the kitchen, and a water purifier was placed at the kitchen door. He rinsed the cup in the kitchen and then took a glass of water to drink. After drinking a glass of warm water in the morning, I really feel like I'm coming back to life. After drinking the water, he washed the cup and placed it in the dishwashing basket next to him, then turned and went to the laundry room. Where do you put your clothes after they are dried? He looked up at the hanging clothes, searching for the clothes he remembered buying yesterday. At this time, at the door, a figure holding a cup of water walked to the water purifier. Yishiyu, who was about to get water, heard a rustling sound in the laundry room and subconsciously turned around to look. In the cool morning light, her eyes widened little by little as she watched Huan's naked back searching for clothes in the laundry room. The phone in my hand suddenly lit up. Found it. Huan picked up a beige shirt that he had just bought yesterday. The fabric felt very comfortable, so he prepared to put it on. After putting on clean clothes, he was still considering whether to take off the dirty clothes to wash them as well, but when he thought it was such a waste to start the washing machine for just one piece of clothing, he gave up and prepared to leave. Turning around, Yishiyu, who was standing at the door holding a cup of water and looking like a ghost, came into my sight. I rely on. His expression changed instantly, and just as he was about to utter some sweet words, his ability to perfectly manage his expression was activated. Huan smiled awkwardly and greeted Yishiyu. Sister Shiyu, you got up so early today too? Uh-huh. Yishiyu's expression gradually returned to normal, but her tone of voice in replying to Huan seemed so laggy. Because she watched that strange movie last night, she drank a lot of water and had to get up at 6 in the morning. But even so, I still felt dry mouth, hot body, and even couldn't sleep well. Now I came down to get water again, and by chance I ran into Huan, who was getting up to change clothes. Her hands trembled slightly, and she drank some water unconsciously. Her eyes flickered imperceptibly over the outline of his beige shirt, as if she had seen something attractive about him when the shirt was not on. Huan smiled slightly, walked out of the laundry room, and asked Yishiyu, Sister Shiyu, do you want breakfast? I'll make it. No need. Okay, I'll be out for a while, and we'll be back before noon. Originally, if she wanted to eat, she should go to the kitchen to cook something, but since she didn't want to eat, Huan just ate outside. He changed his shoes at the door, and in order to avoid being alone with her and getting hypnotized, Huan quickly went out with his cell phone. Yishiyu watched him leave and drank the water in the cup. It was a cool morning in early spring. Huan took a deep breath and then ran out of the community. Where are you going? Morning exercise? Behind him, a black cat appeared out of nowhere and followed his steps. Huan didn't even turn his head. He adjusted his breathing rhythm while running and shook his head. Let's go to the aquarium. Let's buy breakfast first and then take the bus. The first bus leaves at 6:30. After a quick look around, I found that there was no breakfast shop open so early in this high-end residential area, so I had to look further outside. After searching for the bus routes using the map software, Huan quickly found a shop selling longwood breakfast outside the community. In Linmen, only shops opened by dragon people will open so early. As people ate meat buns and pumpkin porridge, more and more people came into the shop. Miaojiang sat beside Huan and licked his paws while asking, What are you going to do at the aquarium? Go find some Mickey Mouse tricks that will help with the modifiers. Question mark. After breakfast, Huan took Miaojiang on the bus. Linmen bus has strict regulations on small animals getting on the bus, and usually they need to bring a cage or cat bag or something. But Miaojiang is not an ordinary cat. When getting on the bus, it became visible only to Huan, so it got on the bus smoothly. There were few people on the first bus, so Huan found an empty spot to sit down, leaned against the window while putting on his Bluetooth headphones and petting his cat. After swaying for dozens of minutes, I opened my eyes again to hear a reminder to get off the bus from the Bluetooth headset. I took off my Bluetooth headset, and the sound from the bus started to ring. We're here at the Oceanarium station. There were already quite a few people around. When I turned around, I happened to meet the eyes of a girl with a slightly red face holding a mobile phone. Exclamation point. Huan blinked and said to her, Please make way for a moment. Okay, it's just past 7 o'clock now, and the shopping mall that was very busy yesterday seems exceptionally deserted. It doesn't open until 10 o'clock, but admission to the aquarium is open at 8 o'clock, so it wasn't considered too early, and he brought a little helper with him. After getting off the car, Huan said to Miaojiang, Meow, can you smell the things Yishiyu threw? Miaojiang looked up and looked at him with an expression that said, Are you serious? Aren't you a cat? I heard that if your cat is lost, you can let a stray cat smell its used toys and the stray cat will be able to help you find it. Miao Jiang sighed, then raised her nose to sniff and ran towards the shopping center. There are still traces of her scent here. Shopping center? Didn't it end up in the oceanarium? Huan followed Miao Jiang and jogged all the way to the square where the shopping mall and the aquarium met. This is exactly the exit of the aquarium. From this direction, you can also see the gift shop where Yi Shiyu bought the keychain yesterday. Miao Jiang sniffed at the edge of the grass, then suddenly turned around and meowed at Huan. Here! Huan raised his eyebrows, walked over, and opened the bushes. Strangely, a blue crystal jellyfish-shaped pendant was lying inside, tangled in the wet grass. The name tag, Yi Shiyu, on the side indicated that this was the one she threw away yesterday. But no way, why is she here? She clearly didn't come near this place yesterday. Huan picked up the keychain, and something even stranger happened. The moment it was picked up, the keychain, which was no longer blocked by the grass, actually trembled slightly in a certain direction with a weak force, as if indicating that it wanted to get closer to that direction. What the hell? Huan's eyes widened, and he turned to look at Miao Jiang, who sniffed the keychain and said, Yi Shiyu's scent is already very light, but the scent of the other woman is very strong. Another female? This keychain is almost taking the shape of that woman. Question mark. Huan frowned, and the keychain in his hand gradually calmed down and finally stopped shaking completely. At this moment, Miao Jiang also raised his head and said, that feminine scent is completely gone. Duh. Feeling the supernatural phenomenon in their hands, Huan and Miao Jiang looked at each other and suddenly said, Modifier, did you meet anyone yesterday? Who? Just as Huan was recalling, the image of a blonde white girl with a smirk popped into his mind. No way. Huan opened his mouth and quickly asked Miao Jiang, will the effects of a modifier be effective on the host of another modifier? I don't know for sure, but it seems like it might be. When Huan realized that there was actually no such thing as camps among the modifiers, and that they were even entangled with each other, his expression did not relax at all, but became even more serious. Because he keenly realized that this would not only fail to lead to the situation of driving the tiger to devour the wolf, but would make it more difficult to solve the modifier. Let them give up the modifiers willingly on their own is the requirement for solving the problem of modifiers. But if you knew that others also had the golden finger, and if they didn't give up, would you give up? So originally they could have been defeated one by one, but now Huan needed to make them give up the modifiers at the same time. Similarly, even if it causes conflicts between hosts, it will cause the growth rate of a modifier to become extremely abnormal. If a bug-level modifier only needs to use 10% of its power to solve real-world problems, then a war between modifiers may require 100% or even more power. Therefore, the desire to swallow food, which was originally very slow, will become stronger and stronger. Huan can think of this without Miao Jiang saying anything. Competitiveness, desire to win, exclusivity. Are you scared when you hear these words? My goodness, are we going to fight the Holy Grail War in Linmen? Those powerful modifiers are the heroes, and those hosts are the masters. As luck would have it, Huan is most likely the Holy Grail. West 8. I declare that the first Holy Grail War of Linmen has begun. Huan looked at Miao Jiang beside him with a hopeless expression, then rubbed its head, sighed, and said, Saber Nyan Chan, hide away and spend the rest of your life with your master. Question mark. Holding the jellyfish keychain in his hand, which was particularly cold because he had been outside all night, his heart also felt cold. Dear visitors, welcome to the Linmen Oceanarium tourist attraction. This aquarium uses professional marine ecological simulation to show you a rich variety of marine life. The aquarium's broadcast sounded. Huan stood up and saw that it seemed that the aquarium would open for business in a while. The gift shop that opened yesterday also had its shutters opened by its staff, who took out brooms and started cleaning the entrance. Huan held the jellyfish pendant and thought for a while, then walked over there. Welcome, guest. It seemed that they didn't expect someone to come so early. After all, the aquarium wasn't even open yet, so the clerk's welcome seemed a little hasty. Huan nodded and glanced around the store casually. Then, she seemed to see a small gift box. The word jellyfish can be vaguely seen on the gift box. Huan blinked, thought for a moment, took the gift box, and picked up another jellyfish-shaped doll. I want these. Please help me get a bag to put them in. No problem. Cash or bank card. Plain. Holy Grail. Huan raised his mobile phone and paid the first money after the start of the Lin Men Holy Grail War. You mean you heard auditory hallucinations and someone was talking in your head? Lin Men, in a large living room facing the sun on a certain floor of a high-end apartment building in Jinghe District, a woman wearing a slightly thin knitted coat raised her eyebrows. She asked this while looking at the blonde girl who was lifting dumbbells by the windowsill with her arms folded. The girl was Arya Spencer, who had a conflict with Yi Shiyu yesterday. Spencer nodded, as if the weight of the dumbbells in her hands was very challenging for her, so every lift seemed very difficult. Spencer gasped. Ah, and he always says some weird things. The woman who was listening to her blinked and silently wrote something in her notebook. Looks like he's addicted to watching pornographic materials. Then she asked, besides that, did you feel any discomfort? Did you sleep well? Was your appetite affected? Did you feel irritable? Spencer put down the dumbbells, touched his chin, and thought for a while, then said, well, as for appetite, it should still have some impact. I haven't been eating much lately, but my sleep has been fine. The woman raised her eyebrows again and looked at the countless snack bags piled on the coffee table in the living room. Various expensive potato chips, chocolates, etc. were placed everywhere. It's unnecessary to ask. The woman wrote in her notebook again. Good appetite, regular exercise, and normal sleep. So, when do you usually hear these sounds more often? During certain hours, or when you're doing certain things? When, just as Spencer was thinking, an illusory interface suddenly rushed into her mind. The effect of plunder mode has disappeared. This harvest has plunder energy plus 0.1. Current plunder energy 0.1. Accumulate plunder energy to gain plunder power. As the plunder energy increases, you will gain the following benefits. Your attractiveness to your prey will gradually increase. The victim's will to resist will gradually weaken. Your physique, resistance, and charm will gradually increase. Spencer opened her mouth, and just as she was about to speak loudly to the visiting psychiatrist, right now, I hear that voice. However, at this moment, the dumbbell in his hand, which was previously very heavy, suddenly became a little lighter. She was slightly stunned, thinking it was her illusion, so she controlled her muscles and moved the dumbbells again. But that was not an illusion at all. She really felt more relaxed, as if her strength had increased slightly in an instant. Spencer looked at the illusory words in front of him in disbelief, watching the twisted illusory words finally condense into a sentence. Please use it without any scruples. Looking at the text, her original astonishment gradually turned into excitement. Miss Spencer, just as the psychiatrist spoke in confusion, Spencer dropped the dumbbell to the ground with a bang. The psychiatrist was startled by the heavy sound. She looked down with lingering fear. Just as she was about to speak, Spencer sneered and said, "Don't look at it anymore. This building belongs to my mother. No one lives downstairs." "Yes, I know. I just wanted to ask." "Don't ask, I'm fine." "Miss Spencer." Spencer's face suddenly turned cold. She looked at the psychologist in front of her and said, "I told you I'm fine. Just reply to my mom. I'll go to school normally. Isn't that your job?" The psychiatrist opened his mouth, then sighed and closed the notebook in his hand. She slowly stood up and bowed to Spencer, saying, "Okay, I understand. I'll take my leave now, but if you have any other questions, Miss Spencer, feel free to contact me." "I know." Spencer didn't even look at her, but turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window at the city gradually waking up in the morning light. Lin Men on the sea, in a high-rise apartment. Spencer could even see the faint edge of the ocean in the distance. There was more and more excitement in her eyes, as if some strange fire was gradually burning. Click! The door behind him closed, indicating that the psychologist had left. Spencer could no longer restrain himself and started jumping up and down with his fists clenched. Hey, hey! Boom! As a result, when she was jumping, she forgot that the dumbbells had not been put back in place, and she kicked the dumbbells with her bare feet. Hiss! Her face wrinkled in pain, and she knelt on the ground in agony, covering her big toe. Ouch! Ouch! She hugged herself and rolled around on the ground, in so much pain that she was about to cry. Outside the window, the bright sunlight had completely broken through the horizon and shone into her huge room. It illuminated a letter that was casually placed on the coffee table in the living room behind her, next to the snacks and the handle. It says, Tatsuki International Middle School Admission Notice. Dear Aria Spencer, after careful consideration by the school committee and the Office of Academic Affairs, we are pleased to inform you that you have been approved to enroll in the spring semester of this year. A huge thank you to the leader of U-Phase Moonlight Forest for the reward, and a huge thank you for the support. End of this chapter. Because she didn't sleep well yesterday, Yishiyu took another nap after getting up early in the morning. When she woke up, it was almost noon, and Huan had already returned. Shiyu, you woke up. Hey, Shiyu, come and try this caramel pudding made by your brother. It's delicious. As soon as she came down, Yishiyu saw a small piece of golden pudding on each of the plates in front of Yilan and Aunt Shan on the dining table. The surface of the pudding is smooth, the caramel color is just right, and a little bit of vanilla essential oil is diffused. It looks great and very stylish. Aunt Shan was inviting her to come down and taste the food, while Yilan was taking pictures of the pudding on the plate with her mobile phone. Yishiyu walked down and looked towards the kitchen, and saw that Huan had just taken off her apron and hung it on the hook. Then he came out with another plate of pudding, smiling at himself. Sister Shiyu, I prepared a pudding for you. I happen to have a mold and ingredients at home, so I made it for you to try. At home. Hearing the other party's words, as if he had already regarded this place as his own home, Yishiyu looked at his hand again, only to see that he was still holding the black porcelain with her name written on it. There was a chill in his expression unconsciously, but Yilan's voice came from behind him at the right time. Poetry. Thanks. The cold air did not disappear, but just returned to her eyes little by little. Her expression returned to normal, and then she nodded and took the pudding that Huan handed to her. After taking a seat, Yilan took a photo of the pudding and took a bite. The sweetness was just right, making her let out a satisfied sound. Turning to Huan, he asked, It tastes really good. Xiao Huan, can you make dessert yourself? No, I learned it at the place where I work. It's a bar there, and they also sell snacks like desserts. Frying some French fries and making pudding is no problem. A bar. That environment must be very chaotic, right? Yilan frowned, having a strange prejudice against that kind of place, but Huan quickly explained with a smile. It's just a small pub with a singer. No strange people would go there. My colleagues are very caring towards me, and the salary is quite high. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Huan. When hearing about salary, Yilan showed a look of understanding on his face. Yes, what choice does a high school student have to pay for living expenses and tuition? If he has a part-time job, why should he care about the environment or whether his hard work? Yilan thought Huan had no choice but to do it for the money, but in fact there was a misunderstanding. Sister Tong's tavern was really quite serious. Listening to the conversation between her mother and Huan, the darkness in Yishiyu's eyes grew more intense as she silently picked up the spoon. The more attentive Huan was, the more she disliked him. She took a symbolic bite of the pudding, but the pudding, which was obviously very delicious, tasted like a needle in her mouth. Yishiyu's eyes kept flickering over him and Yilan as they talked and laughed. Even the mask-like, expressionless face could hardly hide her darkness. Huan glanced at her imperceptibly. Knowing the existence of the modifier, he was even more keenly aware of it than Yilan. But he continued to talk to Yilan, responding fluently to all her inquiries and concerns, and even went a step further to make her laugh. As he was talking, he took the initiative to ask a question. By the way, has Sister Shiyu selected courses in the school affairs system? Course selection? Yilan glanced at Yishiyu next to him and asked in confusion, Do you still have to choose classes in your school? Don't we all take the same ones? Ah, That's the case in Longhua. But here, in addition to the 5 required courses, there are 2 elective courses, usually in the afternoon, and you can take them with people from different grades and classes. It seems that Principal Hermes didn't inform us, because you can go to the school's academic affairs office in person to apply for extra classes. At that time, the teachers in the academic affairs office will explain the content of each class in detail. You can't see these when you choose online courses. That's why Principal Hermes didn't notify you of online course registration in advance. Huan smiled and said to Yilan, "But I am more familiar with the courses in the school and can explain them to Annie and Sister Shiyu. It is okay to choose now. Is that so? Then Shiyu, how about you take down Mom's computer and let Xiaohuan help you choose classes? Mom will also take a look at how high schools choose classes here." Yishiyu stopped using the spoon as a knife to dig into the pudding's flesh, nodded, stood up, and went upstairs. Just as she was leaving, Aunt Chun said she was going to prepare lunch, and Yin Huan's voice saying she wanted to help was heard again. "No need. Just choose your classes here with Miss and Shiyu. Xiaohuan, you made such delicious pudding. Aunt Chun will show you some more of her skills. What dish do you want to eat?" "Really? I want to eat ribs. I just saw them in the refrigerator." "Hey, have you discovered all this?" "Okay. Auntie Chun will make it for you later." "Hey, Xiaohuan, sit down. Can you tell me what the classes in your school are like?" "That's it, Auntie." Listening to their conversation, Yishiyu's pace on the stairs slowed down little by little. The harmonious and lively atmosphere might be better than when you are at home. After all, she doesn't like to talk much and usually spends more time in the house fiddling with her dolls, so the atmosphere at home has always been lukewarm. In other words, he is actually more suitable to be a member of this family, which is why his mother focuses all her attention on him. For some reason, even though it was just a fictional movie, she felt exactly like the protagonist. So, the original wish of just wanting to drive him away was slightly deviated. Is that normal? She held her cell phone in her hand, went upstairs silently, and soon disappeared on the spiral staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. After having lunch at noon and taking a short rest in the afternoon, Yin Huan helped Yishiyu open UNU's course selection website in front of the computer. He logged into the account that Principal Hermes gave to Yilan and helped her search for available courses. Yin Huan and Yilan were basically communicating throughout the whole process. Although she kept asking Yishiyu, she was basically repeating the same operations. Thinking, nodding, "I have no objection." It's as if Yin Huan is choosing courses. I finally finished choosing 2 elective courses, one of which was a handmade practice course, and it was the same course that Yin Huan was taking. Yilan glanced at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as she was about to say something, Aunt Chin in the kitchen poked her head out and said to Yilan, "Miss, we are running low on vegetables. The place to buy vegetables here is a bit far. Can you drive me there? I'm going to take these 2 kids out to see a movie and eat outside this afternoon. I'll give you the other car key." It turns out Yilan has a car. Then why did he need a driver to pick him up yesterday? "Oh, forget it. I haven't even got my Linmin driver's license yet, and I drive worse than you do. If I go on the road, I'll definitely lose a lot of points. I'll take a car to buy it later. But if you're not home for dinner tonight, what should I do with the ribs?" Having said that, Aunt Chun went back to the kitchen. It turns out that Yilan is a Benbin. Yilan's face turned slightly red. She glanced at Yin Huan beside her with some embarrassment and asked, "Xiaohuan, sure we're going to go to the movies later. Can you guys see if there's anything you want to see?" "That I also can." Yishiyu said so, but in fact she had no intention of going to see it. Normally, she seldom watches movies and isn't very interested in them. She was able to watch the movie yesterday because she could relate to the story. "But my mother said she wanted to go and see it, so I can go." Yin Huan glanced at Yishiyu and suggested with a smile, "Annie, why don't we go to the supermarket and buy some food for Annie-chan so we can eat at home tonight?" "So sensible." Yilan smiled and touched his head, but suddenly changed the subject. "But I see you just want to eat ribs, don't you?" "It's mainly because I don't want to waste it, Annie. It has nothing to do with spare ribs, really." "Ha ha ha." Yilan was amused again. She looked at Yishiyu next to her and asked, "What do you think, Shiyu? Do you want to watch a movie?" "I also can." Yishiyu once again looked at Huan in front of her with an expressionless face. Feeling the gaze that was like looking at a dead object, Huan pretended not to see it, and the smile on her face became more charming. Locking the door is definitely useless. He thought so. Elon also changed his mind and asked the kitchen, "Enchen, what vegetables do you want to buy? We will go get them for you later." "Not going to the movies?" "Haha, Xiao Huan loves the ribs you make." "Oh, it seems that there is really no delicious food in Linmen. The child must be starving." "Haha, hurry up, buy some vegetables, we'll leave soon." After Aunt Shun announced the names of the dishes, Yilan took the car keys and took Huan and Yishiyu to the garage outside. The garage opened, revealing an extremely cheap mini-tram. It's just a little bigger than the chopped pepper fish head. Huan took a look at the small and cheap car, and then looked at Yilan, who was looking very interested beside him. "You, the CEO of Linmen, with such a huge fortune, drive this?" Huan followed Yishiyu into the car in a daze and sat in the back seat. As soon as he got in the car, Yishiyu fastened his seatbelt. Just when Huan was confused, the train started. "We're ready to go." Then, the whole car suddenly began to move backwards and crashed into the wall of the garage with a crisp sound. Boom! Huan swayed and leaned back on the seat behind him. Yishiyu beside him was as calm as a mountain in the wind and rain, as if she had already gotten used to it. He seemed to know why President Yi drove such a cheap car. Elon turned around with an apologetic look on his face and said to Huan, "Sorry, I got the wrong time. Now it's all right. Let's go right away." "Okay, Andy." Huan fastened his seat belt silently. The smile on his face seemed a little forced. "Haha, miss, you're almost scared to death by Xiao Huan." At the dinner table, Aunt Chun poured drinks for everyone else. Seeing Huan's frightened expression, she laughed at him. Yilan pouted, feeling a little depressed. "It's much better than before. Except for the time I accidentally pressed the reverse gear in the garage. Everything else should be fine." "Yes, excluding various drifting, zero-frame lane changes, irregular speed changes, and life and death racing. The rest are really okay. I just felt a little nauseous after sitting there. Especially since the train accelerated and decelerated very quickly. In short, it really succeeded in making Huan, a person who never gets carsick, feel carsick. And now, with a pale face, he smiled and comforted Yilan. "Dead, Auntie." Looking at his extremely forced smile, Aunt Chun was also successfully amused. "Ha ha ha ha. Here, I'll give you some ribs, and shut your mouth." Yilan picked up a piece of pork ribs for Huan, and then picked up another piece for Yishiyu, and the dining table was filled with a happy atmosphere. Only Yishiyu, next to her, remained silent. So Huan took the initiative to say to her, "In comparison, Sister Shiyu is really amazing. She's not afraid at all." Duh. There was no reply. Yilan smiled and filled in the blank. "Sister is the most considerate to me, unlike Xiao Huan. Shiyu is used to sitting here. She used to feel dizzy when sitting here." Still no reply, and the meal ended with this intermittent conversation. "Aunt Shun, let me help you." This time, Huan stood up first to help Aunt Shun with the dining table, while Yilan held her chin and looked at his back with a smile. After a pause, she turned and went to a cabinet in the living room and started looking for something. That cabinet is full of various photo albums. Seeing this scene, Yishiyu understood. Presumably, that moment will come soon. There are many old photos in those albums, including those of Huan's parents. Huan said on Friday that he would stay here for the weekend. Now, the atmosphere was good, and he was almost becoming one with his family. All Mom needs to do is talk about the past, and he will naturally stay here. "Mom, I'm going upstairs to make clothes." Thinking of this, Yishiyu stood up expressionlessly and said so. "Okay, go ahead." Yilan was still looking through the photo album, while Yishiyu turned around and left with a shadow on her face, going upstairs. "I found it." Yilan quickly found a photo album, took it out, and sat back on the sofa in the living room. Huan was busy in the kitchen for a long time before he washed his hands and came out holding 2 bowls of double-skim milk he had just made. Seeing that only Yilan was sitting in the living room, he asked, "Auntie, where is Sister Shiyu? I made dessert for you and her. She went up to make clothes." Yilan said this with a smile, and then waved to him. "Come here, Huan, I want to show you something." "Okay, Annie." After placing the double-skim milk on the coffee table, Huan sat down next to Yilan and watched her open the thick photo album in her hand, revealing the photos displayed inside. Her finger moved and stopped on a photo of two young women. In the group photo, Yilan, with short hair and a somewhat awkward smile, stood next to a woman with long flowing hair and a sunny smile. The woman nonchalantly made a "yeah" gesture to the camera. Just looking at the beautiful girl standing next to Yilan, Huan's eyes moved slightly. The girl's eyes and eyebrows really look like mine, especially when she smiles. Then, Huan also understood her identity. "Look, Huan, this is your mother, Wang Yulu, my college classmate." Yilan smiled slightly, moving his fingers along the photos, and then said to Huan, who was stunned beside him, "When I first entered university, my family's business was at a low point and conditions were very difficult. Don't look at me as glamorous and beautiful now, but 20 years ago, your aunt was so poor that she could barely make ends meet when she was in university." In the photos, some of Yilan's clothes obviously don't match her body shape and appear a little too big. But young people cannot be satisfied just by burying their heads in books. They always need entertainment and socializing. But I had no money to buy clothes, so the ones I brought to college were all my sister's size bigger. I would feel inferior even when I wore them. I don't even have clothes, let alone other things like cosmetics, snacks, and electronic products. I don't have anything. In every photo, the girl standing next to Yilan has a smile on her face, and she either makes a gesture to the camera or makes some funny movements. You can tell just from the photo that she is a very sunny woman. At that time, your mother was my roommate. When she saw that I had no clothes to wear, she would lend me clothes of similar size. When I went out on dates or for interviews and didn't have any makeup, she would give me hers. She taught me skincare, took me out for exercise, studied with me, and introduced me to more friends. Your father and mother met at that time. Look, this is your father. Your parents were a perfect couple in the Faculty of Arts at that time. In one photo, Yilan, Wang Yulu, and another handsome man wearing glasses were looking at the camera at the same time, apparently at the dining table, with some other classmates behind them. Your mother is a very kind and sincere person. Without her, I don't know what psychological problems I would have had during my 6 years of undergraduate and graduate studies. She was my best friend until she graduated from graduate school. She and your father chose to come to Linmin to develop their careers. They flew all over the world, and their cell phones were often out of service. As for me, I was busy with my failed marriage and my family's business. Over the years, I occasionally sent text messages to say hello, but there was never a reply. I thought they were too busy. Who knows? As he spoke, Yilan's eyes gradually turned red. She turned the page of the photo album, but she didn't dare to look at it again, as if she was afraid of crying when she saw Huan's mother's face again. Huan considerately took out a tissue for her and handed it to her. In the photo album, a photo of Huan's mother smiling next to the baby's crib attracted Huan's attention. In the crib, he saw Yishiu, who was still a baby, stretching out her little hand and holding Wang Yulu's little finger, while Wang Yulu's face was full of smiles and surprise. It also says under the album, Shiyu's first meeting with her godmother. Looking at the note under the photo, Huan's pupils shrank slightly, and Yilan next to him also laughed after seeing the photo. Your mother and I agreed to be each other's children's godmothers. I have always told Shiyu this. So, Huan, I hope you can understand why your aunt was so out of control when she first met you. Maybe I was too anxious and acted too intimately, which made you feel very unnatural. I was just crying. I couldn't help laughing when I saw your name. She always said that if she had a child, she would give him this name because she loves to laugh. She said that the child must love to laugh too. Huan took out another piece of paper and handed it over, but Yilan didn't even notice it. So, he could only wipe her tears himself, somewhat offensively. Auntie Yi, but Yilan gently held the hand that Huan extended. She looked at Huan in front of her and asked softly, So, Huan, how about you stay here? Just live in your aunt's house. I will treat you as my own child and take good care of you on behalf of your mother. Okay? Looking at Yilan, whose eyes were filled with tears and enthusiasm, Huan opened his mouth and an unknown emotion filled his heart. This was a proposal that could not be refused for both emotional and logical reasons. After 2 days, it was almost a natural outcome. Maybe Huan had already considered it from a rational perspective before, and there is no need to say more about the value of the position as the president of Yi International Linmen. To be honest, no matter how stupid you are, you can understand the importance of the easy answer of yes to this kind of noble person who comes out of nowhere. But everything Yilan said just now was from the perspective of emotion. There is no bloody love triangle, no dramatic love-hate relationship. It's just a helping hand in times of distress, and it's just a long-term daily companionship. However, when she reviewed the past and thoroughly showed Huan the precious feelings between them, even though Huan was an orphan time traveler, she would probably be moved. It was because he realized the sincerity of Yi Lan's emotions that he was in hesitation at this moment. Feeling Huan's hesitation, Yilan, with tears in the corners of his eyes, began to turn his mouth down uncontrollably again. That look, with emotions like a torrent rushing towards Huan, made people feel that words of rejection were the unforgivable sin in this world. And, as for Huan, his eyes drooped little by little, avoiding her face like that. After a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly and said, "I can't stay." Hearing this, Yilan was a little bit unbelievable. She blinked and asked quickly, "Why? Does Andy make it difficult for you to get along with her?" "Of course not. That's my sister. She just rarely interacts with others. She's not a bad person by nature. I believe that if Xiao Huan is around, she will slowly become more cheerful. It's not because of my sister, Andy. I never thought about it that way." "Why is that?" "Andy has a lot of money and can help you solve many problems. Even if you're not satisfied with something, just tell me." Yilan's expression in front of him became more and more puzzled, and his look of grievance and sadness became more and more overflowing. She just looked into Huan's eyes, chasing his evasive gaze until it reached a blind spot. "Really? You can't escape from it, Huan. You can blame those damn editors, Aunt Yi, for forcing me to do this." Huan kept smiling, and her eyes finally raised little by little, looking straight into Yilan's eyes. There was no disgust in his eyes, but his tone was firm. The time was 7:30 p.m. on Sunday, and the location was Yilan's mansion in Jinghe District. Huan looked at Yilan in front of him and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Aunt Yi. I can't stay here. I have to go back to the south side." End of this chapter. Crack, click, click. The sewing machine was humming on the table, but Yishiyu's eyes in front of the table gradually lost focus. The originally regular and pleasant sound now made her feel irritated. She suddenly raised her hand and pressed the switch of the sewing machine to stop it. My phone was playing music next to me, but when I turned around, I realized I had forgotten to turn off the screen. She was indeed a little absent-minded tonight. Yishiyu pursed her lips, took a deep breath, stood up, reached out, and picked up the empty water cup next to her and went downstairs to get some water. Whenever she feels irritable or nervous, she drinks a lot of water. At this time, Mom and him should still be chatting, right? It's okay, let them talk. Anyway, tonight, she would also go and have a good chat with him. Holding the phone and water cup tightly, Yishiyu pushed open the door expressionlessly and walked downstairs. However, when she reached the second floor, she saw that Huan's door was wide open, revealing a dark space inside. Woo-woo. Then she seemed to hear her mother sobbing downstairs. She frowned slightly and walked to the living room on the first floor, where she saw the photo album still on Yilan's knees on the sofa, and she was crying with her head down. Aunt Chun sat next to her, patting her back and constantly handing her tissues, and there were already quite a few paper balls on the coffee table. I looked around, but didn't see Huan. She didn't say anything, as if she realized something. "He's gone? Why?" Even though she couldn't think of the answer at the moment, relief and joy suddenly emerged in her heart. Seeing Yishiyu coming down, Aunt Chun patted Yilan on the back and said to her, "Shiyu, Xiao Huan is gone. The double-skin milk he made for you is here. Come and have a try." Yilan raised her head when she heard that, tears staining her face, revealing the overflowing sadness in her heart. Yishiyu couldn't bear to see her mother like this, so she glanced at the double-skim milk on the table and asked, "Leave, why?" "Wow, I don't know. It just happened all of a sudden. We were getting along just fine before." Yilan pouted and looked at Yishiyu in front of her, making her avoid her mother's sight awkwardly, as if she was afraid of discovering the ease and joy hidden in her eyes. However, Yilan, with tears in her eyes, is not an emotional detective after all, and cannot discover the dark secrets deep in her daughter's heart. She just lowered her head again and started crying. "Wow, Mama's been looking for him in Linmin for so long just to bring him home. My godmother and I have agreed to take care of him, Yalu. What should I do?" "Mother, as long as she likes something, she will easily become emotional and would wish to pick all the stars in the sky for her. He is so rational at work. Why can't he just leave so easily?" Woo-woo. But hearing her mother's extremely sad crying, Yishiyu, who was standing there with an expressionless face, still fell into a struggle. To be honest, she wished Huan would never come back and never contact her mother. Just seeing him talking to her mother, and watching her mother smile at him made her feel irritated. But, perhaps, she didn't want her mother to show such an expression even more than she was upset. Yishiyu clenched her teeth a little bit, and, after a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "When did he leave?" Enshin heard this, and added, "Xiao Huan left 5 or 6 minutes ago. Your mom said she would send him off, but it wasn't safe to drive so late, so she didn't. He should take the bus back to the South District. The bus stop is quite far from here." Yishiyu turned to look at her mother, who was weeping with her head down, and said to her, "I'll go and persuade him to come back." Yilan raised her head and looked at Yishiyu in front of her. She covered her mouth and was a little surprised by Yishiyu's reaction. "My own Shiyu is indeed a kind and good child, but she just doesn't show it normally." "Shiyu, let me go with you," Yilan said. "No, Mom, let me go. It's easier for people of the same age to communicate with each other." Yishiyu put down the cup and walked towards the door. The phone turned over between her fair fingers with the screen facing inward, emitting a dark purple evil light. This was her unique way of communication among peers. "In order to make my mother happy, I would use hypnosis. As for my own boredom, anyway, I can use an app to turn him into that like in a movie. When his mother no longer feels sad to see him leave, she will give him to him." Thinking of this, Yishiyu put on her shoes and walked out of the house. Because Huan packed her luggage before leaving, it was almost 8 o'clock. The bus stop was outside the community. In order to find Huan before he got on the bus and left, Yishiyu unconsciously quickened her pace. The street lights in high-end residential areas are spaced very close to each other, for fear that the owners will be swallowed by the darkness at night. However, outside the community, there's only one landscape light every 10 meters or so. These landscape lights turn the roads into bright islands. Between the isolated islands is a sea transformed from shadows at night. Yishiyu repeated the process of landing on the island and leaving the island until she saw the bus stop on the road ahead. The bus stop here leading to the South District is very deserted, and a bus only comes every 15 minutes. There were originally lights at the bus stop, but half of them were broken, making the platform appear half bright and half dark. Yishiyu's excellent vision quickly saw the handsome boy with a school bag slung across his body, wearing Bluetooth headphones, standing alone under the illuminated platform farther away. He was wearing the school uniform jacket he wore on Friday, with a beige shirt underneath. He hadn't left yet. He was looking down at his phone, waiting for the bus to arrive. Yishiyu looked at him, quickened her pace, left the island of light, and stepped completely into the darkness. At the same time, he shouted to Huan. "Huan." Huan was watching a celebrity speech on a video website and didn't turn up the volume very high, so he immediately heard someone calling him. He was slightly stunned, turned his head, and saw Yishiyu standing in the shadows outside the platform. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yishiyu to chase him out. But soon, Huan adjusted her expression and smiled. "Sister Shiyu, why are you here?" Soon, he looked at Yishiyu's thin skirt and said, It's very cold outside. Sister Shiyu, you are wearing too little. Why are you leaving? Yishiyu went straight to the point and interrupted him. As she walked forward, she entered the area of the platform. Well, because I'm not used to living here. I'm used to living in the South District, so it's a bit troublesome to move to the Jinghe District all of a sudden. Yin explained with a smile. Hearing this, Yishiyu stopped and looked up at Huan under the light, as if she was sizing up his expression. But his smile was the same as always, still as bright and sunny, without any flaws to be seen. Her sight slowly returned to the darkness, and she said, "Come back with me. Mom is very sad, and she cares about you very much." Huan blinked and did not respond immediately. Instead, she pointed to the seat on the platform next to her. "Please sit down for a while, Sister Shiyu." Yishiyu didn't move, but Huan sat down first, took off the Bluetooth headset in his ears, and put it into the storage box. Looking at his movements, Yishiyu hesitated for a moment, but still sat down on the edge of the chair. Although he was far away from Huan, the light from his side still illuminated her beautiful face a little. Huan looked at the quiet road in front of her, smiled, and suddenly asked, "Sister Shiyu, you actually hate me, right?" Yishiyu's pupils shrank slightly, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the phone, but she did not speak. Huan turned towards Yishiyu and looked in her eyes, but she looked a little embarrassed and put her hands together awkwardly. "Don't worry, I haven't mentioned this to Aunt Yi, and she has never thought about it this way. You misunderstood." On the other side of the platform, where there was no light, Yishiyu began to explain. "Well, maybe it's just my illusion, Sister Shiyu." Huan did not argue stubbornly, but continued calmly. "It's just that I've been without a father and a mother since I was a child. After so many years, it's unrealistic to say that I've never thought about having a warm family. So when such a kind and gentle Aunt Yi came to see me, I was really happy and delighted. I really wanted to have someone like Aunt Yi who cared about me and was like a mother by my side." Even without hypnosis, his sincere voice still made Yishiyu take a deep breath. However, he did not want to talk about how miserable he was. Instead, his topic was for another person. "Sister Shiyu, you also left your father when you were young and depended on Aunt Yi for everything. Perhaps because our situations are somewhat similar, I can empathize with Sister Shiyu. If my mother were still alive, I would depend on her for everything. If she brought another child back, no matter who that child was or what he was like, I would probably feel jealous and sad just by looking at his mother's meticulous care for him." Hearing this, Yishiyu quickly looked at the handsome boy in front of her whose eyes were drooping a little bit, and her lips unconsciously opened. Although she was talking about such a sad thing, Huan's smile remained the same. He just said, "I know that it is a very painful thing to be deprived of such precious love. My parents were taken away by natural disasters and fate when they were young. I can't overcome it, and there is nothing I can do. But precisely because I understand this kind of pain, how can I bear to be the source of your pain, Sister Shiyu?" Yishiyu's hands were shaking slightly, and the phone she was holding seemed to be about to fall due to the shaking. She was speechless, but just looked at Huan's smile, as if she saw something incomprehensible. Something incomprehensible was tearing her heart apart, cutting her open, revealing. There was a faint throbbing sensation in it. Plop, plop, just as her eyes widened slightly and her lips parted in confusion. Huan suddenly remembered something and took the school bag in front of her. "By the way, Sister Shiyu, this is for you." He opened his backpack and pulled out a folded gift bag. Then he opened the gift bag and took out a few things from it. First of all, there was the jellyfish keychain that she had been looking for a long time yesterday. There was also her name on the keychain, proving that it was not bought by Huan later. The other two were purchased later. A square resin model of a jellyfish, like a real crystal jellyfish dancing in the water, is sealed inside. Then, there's a cute jellyfish plush doll. This. Yishiyu stared blankly at the keychain he put in her hand, while Huan just showed the other two items and then put them back into the gift bag. "Ah, because I saw that Sister Shiyu was very concerned about it yesterday, so I went there again this morning to look for it. Sister Shiyu, it seems that you left it in the aquarium, and I found it there. As for the remaining two, It's just that Annie said you like jellyfish very much, so I bought some according to my own preferences. Don't mind if you don't like it. It turns out that he got up so early in the morning to go to the aquarium to find his keychain. In the morning, she had a sneak peek at him changing his clothes and had evil thoughts in her mind. Why didn't you give it to me before? If I had given to myself earlier, maybe I wouldn't have been so upset that day, and I wouldn't have been so irritable to him. I originally wanted to give it to Sister Shiyu at school. Huan smiled distressedly and said to Shiyu, "Because if I give it to you today, I'm afraid my aunt will see it and won't let me leave." Shiyu just looked at Huan in confusion, looking at the gift bag he handed over from the light. And she reached out her hand from the shadows to take the gift bag so slowly. Slowly, incomprehension and touching spread wildly in her heart, almost destroying her. Only then did she remember that he had been taking care of her for the past 2 days. He greeted me politely when he came the day before yesterday. Yesterday, I was fighting with someone for a keychain outside, and he came out to help me out and got the keychain. When I lost my keychain, he followed me looking for it for several hours without any complaints. I got up early this morning to find a keychain for myself and bought a gift. I made dessert for myself at noon and helped myself grab a class. I saw that I didn't want to watch a movie, so I suggested going to the supermarket to buy things. Even before leaving, he made double-skim milk for himself and his mother. She clearly noticed all of this, so why did she never show it in her heart before and only remember it now? Because disgust and anger are the tide. When the tide rises, the shells on the beach that represent beauty will be submerged and cannot be seen at all. So whenever I have an angry argument with someone close to me, even though I have so many good memories with that person, they all disappear at that moment. So all that was left was slander and insults. Plop, plop, plop. The strange throbbing became more and more intense. Shiyu lowered her head slightly, feeling as if she couldn't breathe and her chest was stuffy. But Huan did not notice the subtle changes in himself at this moment. He seemed to have become accustomed to his own silence, just like his mother. He looked up at the traffic waiting at the traffic light in the distance and said, "The car seems to be coming, Sister Shiyu." Shiyu lowered her head and her pupils shrank slightly. She raised her head almost instinctively. My eyes just happened to meet his smile as he turned his head. Plop, plop, plop. "Then we'll see you at school, Sister Shiyu." Looking at that smile, Shiyu's lips trembled slightly, and that expressionless face could no longer be maintained. As her throat moved, she seemed to want to say something. Should she say something at this time? But why? Why can't you speak, Shiyu? Because of the unprecedented feeling in my heart? Because of the tightness in my chest? Because of the difficulty in breathing? Plop, plop, plop. Wait. Huan, who was about to get up, heard Shiyu's words, even if it was just one word, and stopped for her. Wait a moment. He looked at Shiyu and asked, "What happened? Say something." He is looking at himself and asking himself, "What am I going to say?" Plop, plop, plop. Shiyu opened her mouth, but her throat was so stiff that it seemed like it didn't belong to her. Looking at the handsome boy in front of her, she felt like she saw a product in a store that she had never wanted before. The only one in the world seemed to belong to her alone. Even though she understood better than anyone else that the boy in front of her was not an object or a doll. She should have spoken, responded to his kindness and tenderness. This is how human beings respond to another heart, another person. Instead of taking it off like buying something and then taking your phone to the front desk to check out. But she was speechless. I can only clumsily try to possess him in other ways. So the right hand holding the phone raised up instinctively and pointed the screen at Huan in front of him. When she raised her phone, she realized what she had done. He was so nice just now and showed me his kindness, but I choose to hypnotize him? Shiyu widened her eyes and gasped, but she didn't want to withdraw her raised hand. The mixture of regret, excitement, and the strange throbbing in her heart made her almost lose control, leaving only the violent noise in her ears. Plop, plop, plop. However, when she raised her phone, Huan in front of her was just slightly stunned, looking at the phone screen, then looked at her in confusion and blinked. Without. Useless? Why did it fail? In an instant, a great fear almost took over her heart. Her pupils shrank slightly, and some kind of horrible desire seemed to swell up invisibly, causing the shadows around her to begin to churn. Fortunately, at this time, Huan suddenly asked, "Is your phone out of battery, Sister Shiyu?" "Hey!" The fear in her heart collapsed in an instant, and she looked at the screen of her mobile phone. A large empty battery sign was so eye-catching on the screen. Because I was too distracted when making clothes, I kept playing music without turning off the screen, and my phone ran out of battery. Her face suddenly became extremely hot. Yishiyu's eyes suddenly became evasive, and her face turned to follow the evasive eyes, revealing her ears among her black hair. She raised the phone with trembling hands and actually used it as a shield, pointing it at Huan, trying to block his burning gaze. But the phone was so small that it couldn't cover her beautiful profile at all. Then large areas of her rosy skin, her watery eyes, and her look that seemed to want to burrow into the ground were revealed. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling like some cute little animal, begging for mercy faintly. "Well, my phone is dead." Amidst the long black hair, the earlobes have completely turned cherry red. The darkness could no longer cover her face, revealing her shyness and evasion. Seeing Yishiyu at this moment, Huan couldn't help but widen his eyes and was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he was a little envious of those self-media bloggers who had cameras on their heads, so that they might be able to record such a shy and cute Yishiyu. "Ding dee, the bus is arriving. Please get on the bus in an orderly manner and sit firmly." Just at this moment, the bus to the South District arrived. Just when Yishiyu wanted to escape, Huan thought for a moment and stood up. Wow! Instead of getting in the car, he took off his school uniform jacket and put on Yishiyu. "Hey, someone else's." No, it was Huan's clothes that suddenly got on him. Yishiyu's eyes widened, and she was suddenly enveloped by his aura. But she seemed to have suddenly forgotten to resist and just stared blankly at him as he stood up, holding up her phone. Huan smiled slightly and looked around. The road back to the community is too dark. It might be troublesome without a flashlight on your phone. There seems to be a convenience store ahead. I'll go borrow a power bank. Sister Shiyu, please wait here. It's a bit cold. Put on some clothes first. Good. Yishiyu nodded stupidly and obediently. When the bus heading to the South District saw that Huan refused to get on, it closed the door and left. Huan also jogged all the way, crossed the road, and headed toward a farther place. Yishiyu lowered her head and felt Huan's coat. It clearly didn't have her name on it, and it wasn't even hers. But when I put it on, I don't hate it. It's very warm. Plop, plop, plop. The strange sound in her ear became more and more intense, until it suddenly became quiet at this moment, and she remembered. This turned out to be the sound of my own heartbeat. She clenched her hands and stopped looking at her phone. Instead, she put the screen of the phone against her chest. She just felt wholeheartedly the warmth that the school uniform jacket brought her. Therefore, she did not notice that the phone screen lit up at this time. The evil purple vortex lit up, but it flickered and flashed like snowflakes with a bad signal. Then the screen went dark again. After waiting for a while, Yishiyu, whose body was warm, finally heard Huan's call. Sister Shiyu. She raised her head, and her body stood up uncontrollably. Huan came over and handed her the power bank. Come, Sister Shiyu. Hearing the word sister in the other party's words, Yishiyu's eyes dodged again for a moment. I plugged in the power bank to charge it, and because the bus had passed by, I had to sit down and wait for the next one. Yishiyu's mind went blank, and she even forgot that she came here to call Huan back. She just gently grasped Huan's school uniform jacket, held the gift bag he gave her in her arms, and listened to his instructions. Sister Shiyu, please go back with your coat on and return it to me when you come to school. As for the power bank, it may be a bit troublesome to return it after leaving the community, but it's okay if you really forget it. It is good. She lowered her head, her black hair falling down, and her cherry red skin was revealed from time to time as she nodded. Plop, plop, plop. Soon, the The second car arrived. Ding dee. The bus is arriving. Please get on the bus in an orderly manner and sit firmly. Huan looked towards the bus, then picked up her school bag, turned back and smiled at Shiyu. Sister Shiyu, I'm leaving now. See you at school later. She stood up and opened her mouth, but still no words came out. But as Huan was finally about to get up and leave, her subconscious movement of extending her hand still hinted at her attempt to keep him. It's a pity that Huan didn't see it. He got in the car, then sat down in the window seat, waved to Shiyu, and said, Be careful on your way home, Sister Shiyu. Send me a message when you get home. The vehicle drove away. Shiyu sat on the dark platform for a long time before she finally stood up and turned to walk home. As soon as she reached the door of her house, she saw Yilan and Aunt Chun, who were also changing their shoes and preparing to go out to look for her. You're finally back. Woo, you didn't answer the phone just now. If I hadn't called Xiao Huan, I wouldn't have known that your phone was out of battery. That he brought me a power bank. Looking at the clothes Shiyu was wearing and the gift bag in her arms, Yilan pouted and gently held her in his arms. In the end, we were unable to call him back. Yilan didn't say anything else, but took Shiyu back home. Huan gave her school uniform to Aunt Chun to wash, while Shiyu returned to her room with the power bank and the remaining gifts. When the light is turned on, bright and warm light fills the entire room. She did not sit in the chair to make clothes, but lay down on the bed, feeling limp all over. I picked up my phone and sent a message to Huan. Got home. Just as she was about to put the phone down, it suddenly rang. Drip! She was so scared that her hand shook and hit the gift bag next to her, causing the round jellyfish doll inside to roll out. There was no name on it, but it just fell on her bed. Okay, go to bed early, Sister Shiyu. See you at school. Next, there is a good night cat emoji. Blinking her long eyelashes, she tapped the keyboard of her mobile phone, weighing the words to reply. Delete and type and delete again. In the end, he replied with him. After doing all this, Shiyu turned around and lay on the bed. Following the extremely bright light from the bedside, her slightly red cheeks and moist eyes were revealed. It seemed that the ceiling was too monotonous, so she turned her attention to the jellyfish beside her. She pouted and extended a finger tentatively, slowly approaching closer to the jellyfish doll that didn't have her name on it but had Huan's aura. Until finally, I touched it completely and my fingers sunk into its soft body. Looking at the cute appearance of the jellyfish, she didn't get up to get the name tag or do anything else for a long time, just looking at it. Plop, plop, plop. After a long silence, he suddenly remembered that he had just wanted to hypnotize Huan. This made her quickly bury her head in her arms. Woo! How could I do that at that time? Surrounded by warm lights, a muffled female voice came from the waterfall of black hair filled with the fragrance of flowers. You are so despicable, Shiyu. The lights on the shaky bus heading to the South District were not on, making the quiet atmosphere in the car seem extremely dim. Huan was the only passenger in the car. He sat in the window seat, his body hidden in the darkness of the car, with no expression on his face. Inside the carriage, a pair of emerald green cat eyes suddenly lit up, and it slowly approached Huan with its body that had completely blended into the darkness. So that's how it is. In my head, Miaojiang's voice came. No wonder you've been interacting with Yilan out of character since this morning, showing your most sensible and considerate side. The more you do this, the more you irritate Shiyu, who has an overly possessive desire. However, when she was about to explode, she chose to leave, letting her anger fall into the air, thereby stimulating her regret. The lights outside the car window flowed, forming reflections on the window's surface. So from the outside, the face of the handsome young man sitting in the dark car was so dim and unclear. Listening to Miao Zhang's words behind him, Huan sighed and said, Because Shiyu herself has a conscience and morals, at least that's the case now that the modifier hasn't had a profound effect on her. And what I'm doing is essentially acting, playing the role of a perfect, kind brother, using her morals to suppress her desire to use the modifier. In the darkness, Miao Zhang heard the sigh in Huan's voice, and said in a telepathic way, "You don't have to feel guilty for pretending to deceive her. She was just about to use the modifier on you. And most of those emotions were not fake. You just exaggerated them." Yes, but I really didn't expect her to chase me out, even though she hated me so much. She really loved Aunt Yi and would rather sacrifice herself to come out and keep me. And as for me, Aunt Yi was so sincere, but I left without even a reasonable reason. Meow. Meow-chan jumped on top of him and pressed her chubby body against him, trying to comfort him. Huan smiled helplessly while looking out the window, but couldn't help but reach out and rub Miaojiang's warm fat head. He leaned against the window and looked at his reflection. Wrapped in the deep darkness, in front of the chaotic silhouette of the window with neon lights, a sigh came from within my mind. You are so despicable, Huan. This chapter is 8K long. After thinking about it, I decided that I still want to finish writing this paragraph completely and fluently, so I decided not to continue. So the next 2 chapters may have slightly fewer words. I hope you can understand. Finally, don't forget to read and vote for me to support me. Thank you very much. End of this chapter. We're home, Meow-chan. Meow. At the door of an east-facing room on the 6th floor of an old apartment building amid the bright lights of the South District. Huan used the key to open the door, revealing a 40-square-meter small room with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Turning on the lights in the corridor revealed a somewhat crowded but tidy space. On one side of the corridor near the door is the stove, and on the other side is the bathroom with separated dry and wet areas. It was almost 10 o'clock. Mainly because the bus could not go directly to the apartment, Huan took the subway on the way and arrived late. Miaojiang ran around the living room with his tail up, looking at Huan's Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Huan packed up the luggage in her school bag, took out the clean clothes, and hung them up, and threw the dirty shirts into the laundry basket. I took out my phone. Yilan had just sent me a message asking, "Are you home yet, Xiao Huan?" Huan smiled helplessly, looked at the dialogue box with the banana milk avatar, and typed a reply. "Here we are, Auntie." "Okay, then go to bed early." "You too, Auntie." Huan put down her phone, took Miaojiang to the bedroom, and packed the books, computer, and other things she would need tomorrow into her bag. After cleaning the house, taking a shower, drying his hair, and changing into pajamas, he finally relaxed and lay down on his bed. After doing all this, it was already past 11 o'clock. Crunch. Compared with the high-end mattress in Yilan's home, the mattress in the rental house seems hard and not very close to the body. Moreover, the bed frame will make noises if you lie down on it and move a little. If you do strenuous exercise, this thing will probably turn into a musical instrument. Fortunately, the sound insulation here is good. No place is better than your own doghouse. Lying on his bed, Huan sighed and let his eyes go blank. He charged his phone and opened a video website. Next to him, Meow-chan, who had just finished inspecting his new territory, walked to the edge of the bed, then jumped up and jumped onto his bed. Huan rubbed its cat head and asked, "How is it, Meow-chan? Is your new home okay?" Meow. Miaojiang was not picky. Instead, he raised his head, held his tail erect, and looked at Huan with excitement. "Huan, you are indeed the best person to fight against those modifiers." Huan blinked as she scrolled through her phone, not understanding why it suddenly said that. "What's going on? Why are you suddenly praising me?" "I just swallowed some of the fragments dropped by Yi Shiyu's modifier." "Shards." Huan became interested, put down his phone, and asked quickly, "What's going on? Remember what I told you on Friday?" Huan thought about it and said, "The other world modifiers invaded and searched for hosts, and then you gave me the modifiers. Are you saying that the modifier rewards you gave me will increase as I solve the modifiers?" "That's right. The way to increase the reward is to let me eat the fragments dropped by other modifiers. It's just past 12 o'clock, and it will be the next week. I will know what kind of increase will be soon. Are you looking forward to it?" Huan looked at Miaojiang. His expression did not show excitement. Instead, he touched his chin and thought, "Rather than rewarding me, can you first tell me what the principle is? Why does Ishiyu's modifier drop fragments? And why does my modifier become stronger when you eat these fragments?" Miao Jiang looked at Yan Huan with appreciation, then sat down gracefully, raised her hand, and acted like a lucky cat, explaining, I said before that the solution to the modifier is to let them give up the modifier willingly. In other words, the host's strong desire to use the modifier is the pillar that supports the modifier, which is a castle in the air. Just now, you succeeded in making Yi Shiyu feel regretful and made her start to reflect on the correctness of her use of the modifier. This kind of thinking is undoubtedly harmful to her desire to use the modifier. Once the castle in the air shakes, due to the damage of the wish, it will fall into pieces. I can intervene in the modifier fragments that contain the power of another world. Through my transformation as a god, I can turn them into fertilizer for your modifier, and the effectiveness of your modifier will be enhanced. So, Miao-chan, you have super evolved. Looking at the cat in front of him, whose fur had become shiny black, Yan Huan felt like he was leveling up while playing the Pokemon game. Yan Huan sat up straight, showing the anticipation of a fly rubbing its hands. Okay, let's see what surprise concubine Meow has brought for me. But after all, there's still some time before 12 o'clock, and we need to wait a little. Yan Huan just thought of a question and asked, wait a minute, if my modifier becomes stronger after you eat the fragments, then will their modifiers become less effective after they drop the fragments? Well, unfortunately, it won't, Meow. Why? Doesn't this violate the law of conservation of energy? Miao Jiang looked at him as if he were a fool, but still explained. Don't forget, their modifiers come from another world, and they work differently from mine. The effects of their modifiers are closely related to the host's desires. As long as the host's desires don't fade, they won't become weaker. So, even if a lot of fragments fall, the effects of those modifiers won't be weakened at all, right? That's right, Meow. That's okay. Yan Huan lay down again in silence, but Miao Jiang meowed and pushed him with her paw pads, saying, Don't lose heart, Meow. The fact that a lot of fragments have dropped means that the host has become very skeptical about using the modifier. It won't be long before they voluntarily give up the modifier. Makes sense. In general, it has only been 2 days since the start of the project, and the first weekend has not even passed yet, but Miaojiang has received the first fragment. This could be said to be a promising progress. No wonder it praised Yan Huan as the chosen one who could solve the problem of the modifier. However, Yan Huan didn't care about these nonsense. He was very interested in the enhanced rewards. I originally planned to watch some videos and then go to bed. After all, I have to get up early for school tomorrow. But now I am in the mood, so I decided to wait until after midnight to watch the rewards before going to bed. While watching the video and petting the cat, time quickly reached 12 o'clock. Seeing the clock on his phone jump to 12 o'clock, he sat up and looked at Miao Jiang, who was also sitting up beside him, and said expectantly, The time has come. Come, let me see you. Meow. Miao Jiang meowed, and a stream of illusory golden light suddenly came out of his mouth. The stream of light expanded in front of Yan Huan, gradually forming lines of illusory words. Change in modifier level. 1, 2. The prize pool level has been changed to 2, which means you will randomly unlock more powerful rewards. Modifier evolution times +1. Random attribute fragment +1. Please choose your preferred evolution path from the following 2 branches. What's the situation? Can this modifier also choose the evolution path? Yan Huan raised his eyebrows and continued reading. Evolutionary Route 1. Wholesale. The number of rewards you receive each week will increase by 1, but 2 of the 3 rewards will come from a lower-level reward pool. Evolution Route 2. Devil's Contract. Of the 3 choices each week, 1 reward will come from a lower-level pool, and 1 reward will come from a higher-level pool. When you choose a higher-level reward, a limited-time minor curse will be attached. Yan Huan blinked, then pinched Miao Jiang's fat face and asked with a dark face, No, you can gamble on this? What the hell is the prize pool? What the hell is this evolutionary route? After the creation of the modifier, I can no longer directly interfere with the effect. Meow. No matter what form it takes, it will be helpful to you anyway, Kuya. After failing to get an answer from Miao Jiang, Yan Huan had to turn his attention back to the 2 options in front of him. Obviously, the 3 rewards he got on Friday were all from the level 1 prize pool. 2 pieces of junk, 1 quite useful. Therefore, the items in the level 1 prize pool should be of varying quality, and if you really choose from them, you will probably be able to pick the best from the worst. The main reason was that he didn't have a clear idea of the rewards for level 2 or higher, and couldn't make an immediate judgment. But even if the level was very high, it shouldn't be too outrageous, and there wouldn't be anything superhuman or Doctor Strange. After all, Miaojiang's original intention was to maintain the rational operation of the world line. These rewards were to help him complete the task and live a better life after the end, rather than to cultivate another native. After thinking about this clearly, Huan actually had a better idea in his mind. He decided to try some dessert before dinner. So, he did not choose the evolutionary route first, but looked at the random attribute fragments above. As the name suggests, no further explanation is needed. So let's start gambling. Charm fragment, increase your attractiveness to others of the same kind. Young man, this world is all about appearance. Reproduction fragments, increase your reproduction-related abilities a little bit. There was once a gentleman who used it as an excuse. Physical strength fragment, increase your physical strength slightly. Well, maybe the effect will come faster if you stop staying up late. Huan pursed her lips and decided to choose the first one. The third one goes without saying. If you can persist in practicing and get something, you don't need to waste modifiers. As for the second one, how should I put it? In today's situation where you have to walk a tightrope against modifiers, and if you fail you will unlock the restricted defeat CG. Using this thing is a bit like working at your own expense. The first and second ones are somewhat similar, but charm fragments are more suitable in terms of versatility. The golden light transformed from the charm fragments gradually disappeared and poured into Huan's body. He picked up the front camera and took a look and found that there was no significant change. A little. Huan recalled the description of the charm fragment just now. Isn't this too little? This is so little that it hardly seems to have any effect. Huan shook his head and finally set his sights on choosing the heavyweight evolutionary route. He eventually chose the latter. He didn't know what the high-level rewards would be, but the low-level rewards made him very nervous. It seemed useless to get more, so he decided to take a gamble. Give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Buzz! As Huan made his choice, the golden light surged rapidly, and eventually 3 golden light balls of different sizes emerged from Miaojiang's body. From left to right, the sizes increase, corresponding to the level of the prize pool they come from. As for the last one, which was slightly bigger, there was some black mist attached to its body. Skill, ventriloquism, literally meaning, there's a person in the capital who is good at ventriloquism. Ability, unfettered vitality. The recovery speed of your physical strength, energy, and other indicators will be enhanced to a certain extent, but your appetite will also increase significantly. The greater the ability, the greater the appetite. Ability, learning conqueror. When you do something related to learning, you will gain a level for every half an hour of concentration, up to 10 levels. After you stop concentrating for 10 minutes, the level will be reset to 0. Each level increases learning efficiency by 15%, and when a level is full, you will also gain a significant intelligence bonus. I will conquer all the unknown until I turn into dry bones. Curse. When you are not concentrating, you will inevitably feel a slight drowsiness, which lasts for 5 days. Looking at the words bursting out of the third golden ball, Huan couldn't help but marvel at it. Although, as expected, the abilities given are not earth-shattering, but the effect of the level 3 prize pool is indeed not simple. When fully stacked, it is equivalent to 250% of the original learning efficiency and also provides a significant intelligence bonus. It can be fully stacked in 5 hours. And slightly sleepy. It doesn't sound insurmountable. Huan nodded repeatedly as he looked at the rewards in front of him. He decided to choose the learning conqueror that came with a curse. In terms of life, this ability can greatly improve his learning efficiency, which is very helpful for future development. As for solving the modifier, this ability can also save him time in completing related homework, so that he can focus more time and energy on the modifier. All in all, This is a very useful bonus. The golden ball of light suddenly burst out, and the golden light and black mist in it poured into Yan Huan's body. Yan Huan blinked. Before she could experience the effect of learning Conqueror, the feeling of sleepiness came over her. He felt his eyelids getting a little heavier. If he continued to relax and not force himself to stay awake, he would probably squint in a while. Yan Huan Yuan calls it the anti-insomnia magic weapon. After yawning, Yan Huan, having done all this, could finally go to sleep and rest. But it's like staying up late to watch a BO3 esports match, and the team you support still loses 1:2 after trying their best. The game was exciting, but it was a bit disappointing. He set an alarm to get up early for school tomorrow morning, turned off the bedside lamp, and then hugged Miaojiang beside him. Meow. Miaojiang lay obediently on his chest with her hands in her pockets. Yan Huan also pulled up the quilt to cover it and himself, so that only its cat head with big green eyes was exposed in the darkness, staring at him. Nyan, I thought you were going to stand up completely, sweep away everything, and be yourself again. But after the super evolution, it feels like the effect is still far from that of other modifiers. Yan Huan narrowed his eyes, sighed, and said so. By Yi's indifference, Yi Shiyu's hypnosis, and the blonde's unknown superpowers. Thinking about it does give me a bit of a headache. Meow. However, Miao-chan just tilted her head. Looking at Yan Huan lying there, Miaojiang suddenly spoke to him in his mind. Yan Huan, do you really think that those modifiers came here to help the host realize his wish? That I know that they came here to invade and destroy the world line. But those modifiers are so powerful, it would probably be a piece of cake to help them realize their wishes, right? Even if those desires might be a little dirty. Miaojiang shook her head at Yan Huan and said very seriously, I have always called those things modifiers, rather than cheat codes, plugins, or systems, because they are not cheating tools that have only benefits and no harm. On the contrary, they're cancers that will destroy the host itself. In the darkness, its clear blue eyes stared at Yan Huan in front of it, emphasizing every word. Using those modifiers will come at a heavy price, Yan Huan. Yan Huan touched Miaojiang's warm body and said thoughtfully, Don't tell me that the so-called price is divine punishment, the cycle of fate, moral torture, etc. I don't believe in these. No, Yan Huan, the price I'm talking about is something real. Even though I don't know what the price is exactly now, I know that there must be one. Looking at Miaojiang in the darkness, Yan Huan blinked, then let out a long breath and closed his eyes completely. Then he smiled and said, Well, no matter what, I feel more balanced after listening to it. Meow. Miaojiang lay obediently in his arms and hummed. The bedroom became quiet, and it seemed like it was the beginning of sleep. However, the next moment, Yan Huan suddenly thought of something and quickly opened his eyes and looked at Miaojiang in front of him. So, there's a cost for using your modifier, even if it's not as severe as theirs. Meow. Miao-chan looked up at him, as if to say, I'm a cat. How can I speak human language? Is there or not? Meow. Miaojiang blinked her eyes in a cute way. She is simply the cutest kitten in the world. But Yan Huan could tell at a glance that this guy was complaining to him for saying that it was not as good as those modifiers. So he stopped talking. Yan Huan pinched its fat face with a dark look on his face and shook it. Nyan-chan. No. Stop pinching my face, meow. End of this chapter. Today's Yan Huan is not yesterday's Yan Huan. This is a sophistry, and Yan Huan does not agree with it, but he does feel a little regretful about the choice he made yesterday. It was like when he was 6 years old, he made a wish for a fantasy world, but when he was in the first year of high school, the modifier appeared and beat him to his knees. Anyway, I really regret it now. After washing up, Yan Huan stood in front of the mirror and adjusted his appearance. Miaojiang also ran over, wagging his tail and circling around his feet. A white cotton t-shirt, a loose printed shirt jacket, and a pair of long jeans made up his outfit for school on Monday. As he looked at it, the young man in the mirror yawned, and his handsome face was tinged with laziness. It was not until this moment that Yan Huan realized what that unremovable sleepiness meant. Rinse your face with cold water and eat breakfast. No matter what you do, The feeling cannot be eliminated. Although it is indeed very mild, it still makes people feel listless. The feeling only fades away when you're doing something seriously, but how many moments of full concentration can you find a day? At about 7:10, he put on his school bag and said to Miao Jiang behind him, "Miao-chan, I'm leaving." Miao. Anyway, Miao Jiang will appear at any time when called, but Yin Huan still said hello to it before leaving. It seemed that he was really trapped by his sleepiness. He went downstairs with his cell phone. It took another 7 or 8 minutes to walk to the place where he was waiting for the school bus. By then, there were already several classmates standing there. All of them were students from the South District. "Good morning, President." "Hello." Yin Huan greeted them with a smile, then leaned against the platform and browsed his phone for a while. Not long after, a bus with the Tatsuki School logo printed on it arrived. I took out my school card and queued up to swipe my card to get on the bus, then chose a familiar window seat and sat down. It takes about 40 minutes to get to school from here, stopping and starting. I arrive at school at 8 o'clock and the first class is at 8:30. The station where Yin Huan was located was relatively forward in the southern area, and there were only a few people on the bus when he got on. When the door opened at the next station, Yahashi Mu got on the bus with his cell phone in hand. He and Yin Huan were on the same line. "Hey, good morning, President." "Morning." After looking around the school bus, he quickly found Yin Huan leaning against the window, greeted him, and naturally sat next to him. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't wait to turn his phone sideways and opened a two-dimensional game about supporting his wife. "Hey, has the leader started working so early?" "He's really working hard. Jinsei-chan should also work hard together." The poster girl greeted him sweetly on the interface, which made him smile unconsciously while wearing the Bluetooth headset. A new pool is about to open, and the new character is going to be a big thunder. I have saved up a lot of stones, and I will definitely draw it. He made such bold statements while clearing his body and doing his daily routine. Yin Huan glanced at the picture on Yashiki's phone, propped up her cheek, and said, "You drew both characters in the last pool, and you're still drawing this one? You spent so much money on it. It's all my pocket money, but it's worth it for my wife. I also drew a special weapon. President, look, this knife." On the phone, the real physics engine makes the female character's soft body shake, and gorgeous special effects with a lot of numbers gushing out, pouring into the body of the boss. Yin Huan yawned, but didn't comment. He just leaned back against the windowsill and prepared to take a nap. "I didn't sleep well yesterday. I'll close my eyes and rest for a while. Call me when we get to school. It's rare to see you resting on the school bus, President. That aunt's house is really fun. Why do you feel so unsatisfied?" "Do you think it's fun to be hypnotized?" He was still frightened by what happened when Yishiyu came to pull his door on Saturday night. As he thought this, Yin Huan closed his eyes, allowing the sleepiness to bury his consciousness. Yahashiki is still growing his electronic potted plant nearby. He goes online every morning to do these fixed things, and it has almost become a habit. While he was playing, a hand suddenly reached out from the aisle next to him and gently pulled his clothes. "Okay." Yahashiki turned his head and saw a girl looking at him with a slightly blushing face. Yahashiki paused for a second, adjusted his glasses, and asked in confusion, "You're not taking our line, are you? I've never seen you before." "Hey, sorry, I slept at my classmate's house yesterday. She took this line." "Then, Yatsuhashi-san, can you please?" As she spoke, she took out an envelope stained with body odor and a can of candy from her bosom and handed them to Yahashiki. Her face was slightly red, and she quietly pointed her finger at Yin Huan beside him, saying everything without saying a word. Yahashiki turned his head and looked at the handsome boy who was sleeping against the window beside him. The look on his face made people reluctant to disturb him. He took the gift from the girl and said, "I'll hand it over to the president when he wakes up, don't worry." "Thank you. You're such a nice person, Yahashi-san." It's really a compliment that makes me not feel happy at all." The girl turned and left, and Yahashiki complained as he prepared to open another game. Then, a hand quietly reached out from the aisle next to him and gently poked his shirt. Yahashiki looked up blankly again. This time, it was another senior school girl who was holding up the chocolate in her hand towards him. Haha, Yahashiko-kun, you know what I mean? Next time we take the school bus, you will sit in the outside seat. I want the window seat. At school, Yahashiki suddenly said this after getting off the bus. Huan held a pile of gifts in her hands, with a helpless expression. I usually don't accept them, so you can just refuse them. Yahashiki turned to look at him, his face flushed a little, and he said with his hands dancing, How can I refuse? I'm not you. How can I have so much experience? And wouldn't it be impolite to refuse others? That's not okay. Or you can just ignore them and wait until I wake up. Aside from the noise of various classmates chatting around, a regular construction sound came, ding-dong-dong, which attracted Huan's attention. Following the sound, I saw the outline of a nearly completed building on the northern side of the campus. The school is renovating the building again. It's so noisy so early in the morning. It seems to be a new teaching building. Construction started during the winter vacation, and it will be completed this month. While talking about all this and that, Huan and Yahashimu walked up to the top floor of the teaching building. This floor belonged to the student union. At the end of the corridor, in front of the door, the sign reads, Yutsuki Academy Student Union Office. Yahashiki fumbled for the mailbox hanging at the door, but found nothing. Hey, that's strange. No documents were sent over this week. How is that possible? Today is Monday. The student union holds a meeting every Monday morning, which is why Huan and Yahashimu did not go to class but came here instead. Generally, the school administration will send some documents on weekends to inform the students of the school's arrangements for the next week so that they can better deploy their work. As for why the mailbox is empty at this moment, Huanxing walked to the door, motioned to Yahashimu to open the door, and said with a smile, Vice President Sakura has arrived. Huh, so early. Yahashiji pushed open the door, revealing an office of about 30 square meters. Wool carpets cover the wooden floor, and a glass coffee table is surrounded by 2 black sofas with a pot of green plants on it. There is a sofa against the wall, and opposite it is a row of cabinets stacked with various documents and books. The curtains at the end were open, and morning light filtered through the lattice windows, illuminating a slightly larger desk in front of the windowsill. On the desk, a golden sign reads, President of the Tatsuki Student Council. And right in front of the bookcase next to it stood a girl wearing a black British college-style uniform. Her black hair was tied into a knot at the back of her head, decorated with a very simple white ribbon. The ends of the black hair hanging down at the temples suddenly had a hint of cherry color. The dark green coat and white shirt wrapped her petite and soft body. A white bow was adorned on the collar of the shirt, adding a touch of beauty. Under her dark green skirt were fair calves, white socks, and black leather shoes with heels off the ground. She was sweeping the dust accumulated on the bookcase with a duster. Because of his height, he had to stand on tiptoe if he wanted to clean the upper floors. After hearing the sound of the door opening, she landed on her heels again and turned her head, revealing her exquisite face. A pair of eyes flashed with a smart light, and they looked at Huan, who entered the house with a bunch of things. She smiled, beautiful as an elf. Good morning, President Yahashi-san. Good morning, Sakura. Good morning, Vice President Sakura. Huan walked to the coffee table and put all the things in her arms on it. Sakuramiya, take a look and see if there's anything you want to eat. Let's finish it together. Sakuramiya Hitomi put down the duster and didn't look at the snacks. Her eyes were caught by one of the pink letters. She reached out and picked it up, looking at the words on it. From the lovely President Huan. Holding the letter, Sakuramiya Hitomi locked onto the signature below. Park Seomun, Class 1C. The envelope was wrinkled unconsciously. After a moment, she spoke. Yeah, but let's wait until you and Lena and Ashley arrive before we eat together. Then the letter fell on the table, and she turned to pour tea at the tea table next to her. Okay. Behind him, Huan and Yahashimu sat on the sofa and sorted the snacks. Sakuramiya Hitomi brought back 2 cups of hot black tea and placed them in front of Huan and Yahashiki. Please use it, President Yahashi-san. Ah, thank you, Sakura. Thank you, Vice President. Afterwards, Sakuramiya Hitomi placed 2 more cups on the coffee table and sat opposite them holding another cup. Not long after, the door opened again, and a female voice full of energy came out. "President, Sakuramiya, Yatsuhashi, good morning." Turning around, I saw a girl wearing a JK uniform and with her hair highlighted so that it was pink and red, walking into the room with her hands on her hips. She has very obvious mixed race features on her face. Her grinning smile complements her confident posture of putting her hands on her hips and sticking out her chest, and at the same time, it also makes her plump body curves fully revealed. Behind her, there was a tall girl with short blonde hair. She had a blank expression on her face, as if she was already used to the carelessness of the person in front of her. "Morning, everyone. These two are the Student Union Secretary Yuan Lina and the Discipline Committee Chairman Ashley." "Morning, Yuan Lina, Ashley. Oh, there's so many delicious foods. Where do they come from?" Ignoring Yuan Lina, who was squatting beside the coffee table with shining eyes thinking about what to eat, Ashley sat next to Sakuramiya Hitomi. She glanced at the heart sticker on the candy jar and said, "It was given to the president by a girl, right? The president's name is written on it." "Hey." Yuan Lina raised her head like a tiger, her eyes gleaming with brilliance as she looked at Huan, who was standing beside her with a lazy look on his face. "Are you going to fall in love, President?" "Yuan Lina, we have a meeting." Sakuramiya Hitomi interrupted her enthusiasm at the right time and stood up to get some documents from the desk. "Why is it like this?" "Sakuramiya, aren't you curious?" "Ashley, what about you? Who will be the president?" "Hey, why are you not interested in this at all?" The student union is almost becoming a gathering place for widows. No matter how you think about it, it's your fault. Sakuramiya Hitomi sat down again without saying anything, but just picked up the teacup and prepared to drink tea. Ashley took out her phone and started watching short videos, saying, "The president and vice president will not be short of partners, but the president is usually very busy, so he doesn't have the time, and he probably doesn't have anyone he likes." Vice President Sakura said when she first joined the student union that she would never fall in love. "I also have to work part-time, and the student union and study are enough of a headache, let alone dating." As for Yahashi-san, isn't he living in harmony with his wives in the second dimension? Sakuramiya Hitomi paused slightly while drinking tea, while Yahashiki raised his glasses with an expression that said, "You're right." Yuan Lina was still not giving up. She looked at Huan secretly and asked in a low voice, "President, tell me in secret if you have a crush on someone, and I promise not to tell anyone else." Huan yawned and said with a smile, "Well, I like you, Yuan Lina." Sakuramiya Hitomi continued to drink her tea, and her blurry eyes were reflected in the slightly rippling water. And Yuan Lina's face suddenly turned red. She waved her hands and said quickly, "No, no, no. I can't be with the president. If that happens, I'll be worried every day about whether the handsome president will cheat on me. I'll definitely get depressed. If I get married and have children, I'll cry all day and I won't live past the age of 25. Ashley rolled her eyes and complained, "You really want to have sex? How many dishes do you want? You're drinking so much, and you're thinking so far ahead." Hearing this, Yuan Lina turned around and looked at Huan with disbelief on her face. "President, are you kidding me? Weren't you the one who joked first?" Huan spread his hands, not wanting to deceive the naive Yuan Lina anymore. "You say you won't tell anyone, but if I had someone I liked and told you before the first class even started, all the groups you've joined would already be filled with messages." Yuan Lina pouted and was about to explain, but Huan had already taken the document handed to her by Sakuramiya Hitomi. He glanced at it and became more serious. "Okay, let's start the meeting now. Let's take a look at the corresponding documents." The document was distributed. Sakuramiya Hitomi had already read it, so she just took a sip of black tea and said, "There are only 3 things, actually. First, the results of last week's entrance exam will be released tomorrow. I heard that the results are a bit horrible. The results came out in just 1 weekend. You are worthy of being a specially appointed teacher invited from Dragon Country." Yahashiki curled his lips and said so. Huan had already gotten used to it and just started giving instructions. Posting the grades is still the same as before. It will be handed over to you and Lena. Okay. And Sakuramiya Hitomi continued. The second thing is that the club war is coming soon. This is the second time that our student union has organized such a large-scale event. There were some problems with our sports meet last semester, which made the school committee a little suspicious. I object. What right do they have to doubt? Before Sakuramiya Hitomi finished speaking, Secretary Yu Anlina raised her hand to speak. Filling the swimming pool with Coke for a swimming competition and playing half-naked basketball were the result of voting, although the school committee did not approve it. But I think the 5,000-meter teacher marathon is reasonable, and the vice principal being beaten by his classmates is his own problem. Who told you to put the vice principal in the group with the track and field club members? Ashley always hits the nail on the head. He said in his opening speech that he was a sports student. What's wrong with me asking him to calm down? Huan glanced at the document and smiled at Yahashiki. Anyway, it's still 2 weeks before it starts. As for this week, Yatsuhashi, you can first determine the budget, and then Sakuramiya and I will notify the various clubs. We will think about the specific arrangements for the activities later. Okay, President. The above 2 items are notifications sent by the school. Only the last document does not come from a school. It comes from an education department of Linmen. Sakuramiya glanced at the beginning of the document. Linmen on preventing school bullying. He immediately raised the document and asked the others, is there bullying in our school? The fool Lena immediately shook her head and said, no, I feel like everyone is very friendly, and there has never been a fight among classmates. It's not like school bullying only involves hitting people, okay? Yahashiji glared at Lena and said, beating people has reached a very serious level. This is also the most obvious and easiest to deal with. What we are afraid of is all kinds of hidden insults, slander, exclusion, and suppression. This is difficult to define, and even if we ask the person involved directly, we will not get an answer. Ashley nodded and continued Yahashiki's words. I heard privately that someone in the second year of high school dropped out of school last semester due to depression, and the Suzy Academy next door was on the news because of suicide. I guess this document was issued because of this. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the school had already investigated the incident before it happened. The students who investigated were very good at playing innocent and deceiving people. It didn't have any preventive effect at all. After being refuted by the 2 people, Lina showed a pitiful expression and suddenly threw herself into Sakuramiya Hitomi's arms and yelled, Woo, Sakuramiya. They are bullying me. Please take care of them. Sakuramiya Hitomi patted her back, speechless. As Huan looked at the document, he thought of a line from his past life that was full of dialectics. Subjectively, there is no such thing, but objectively, there may be. As he thought about it, his brows suddenly frowned again, because he suddenly thought of Yishiyu. She also came here to study today, and transferred here suddenly. With her weird personality, how could she get along well with the classmates she had studied with for more than a year? Even when you go out to the aquarium, you can run into someone with a modifier and start an argument. If you run into someone else and have a conflict, you'll be done for by Yishiyu turning on hypnosis. Amen, fellow high school students. You all wish me good luck. President, just when Huan was thinking about Yishiyu's crazy use of the modifier to kill a lot of people, Sakuramiya Hitomi's voice rang out, bringing his wandering consciousness back to normal. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Huan looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and smiled, saying, well, fortunately, this problem was not left to us to solve. The education department has already taken the lead. This document directly states the measures it hopes the school will take. We just need to do it. Okay, President. At the same time, in Class C of the first year. Hey, Shuan, did you really hand the letter to the president this morning? Doesn't the president never accept these? How'd you do it? Because the class officially starts at 8:30, students are doing their own things inside and outside the classroom. In one of the seats at the back, several girls were chatting animatedly around a young girl. The girl called Park Seo-mun covered her mouth and said with a wicked smile, Really? The president fell asleep in the car today. The student union accountant next to him looked like a nerd and was very easy to talk to. He got dizzy when I acted cute and said he would pass it on to the president. Hey, the president fell asleep in the car? Really? Look, this is a photo I took. Isn't it handsome? This is a secret photo. Send it to me if you're not honest. Send it to me. While they were talking, a young girl quietly walked down the aisle. She lowered her head, her thick black hair hanging down, covering her fair face a little, and also pulling her temperament down. Although it wasn't a special day, he was still wearing Tatsuki's school uniform, which made him look out of place when everyone else was wearing casual clothes. What was even more eye-catching was that her school uniform was bulging out due to her overly proud breasts, seemingly bursting out. The buttons on the shirt and jacket in that position were struggling to grab the fabric on both sides, as if they were blushing and shouting loudly. I can't hold it anymore. Command, tell the buttons down there that I love them. The school badge on her uniform had her name on it. Class 1, C, Annel. As she walked by with her head lowered, a certain word in the girl's conversation seemed to catch her attention. Her steps slowed down and her pink lips opened slightly. The girls who were talking also noticed the gloomy girl who stopped. Park Shu-won, who was surrounded in the middle, glanced at her companions and suddenly laughed. Hey, do you smell milk? Haha. Yes, it has a strong milk flavor. The girl who was looking down pursed her lips after hearing their words, but still mustered up the courage and said to one of the girls sitting at the table behind Park Shu-won, "This position is mine." The girl at that position laughed and said without moving, "Just sit for a while. You are so stingy. Be more open-minded." Puff! Park Shu-won, who was surrounded, sneered, turned away, and didn't bother to pay attention to Annel, who lowered his head. Just as she was holding her phone and wanted to share Yin Huan's photo with her classmates, the head teacher of Class C walked in. "Be quiet. I have something to say. Class starts 5 minutes early." Why is it like this? No other class has that. But the class teacher was too lazy to talk nonsense and just said loudly, "Quiet. Everyone return to your seats." Under the teacher's authority, the students reluctantly sat back in their seats. The students scattered like birds and beasts, and Annel was finally able to sit back in his seat. She raised her head slightly and just happened to see the screen of Pu Shuan's mobile phone at the table in front of her. So she saw the photo of Yin Huan sleeping that she had secretly taken this morning. Annel's eyes were instantly caught by the handsome boy sleeping in the picture. Her throat moved and her face turned slightly red. Park Shu-won in front felt the gaze behind her, and she looked back at Annel with disgust. Then he straightened up and hid the screen of his phone. Nausea. Annel pursed her lips and lowered her head embarrassedly. Under the desk, her fair fingers nervously pinched the hem of her skirt, as if she was hurt by Park Shu-won's words. But under her sleeves, an illusory snake tattoo began to wriggle on her skin, as if following her changing emotions. Gulyalu. Hey, what sound? Annel looked up blankly, looking for the source of the phantom voice. And at this time, the teacher on the podium spoke. Well, there's a new student transferring to Class C today. Please let her introduce herself. Welcome, everyone. Clap, clap. There was sparse applause from below, and Annel was among those who applauded. Then, in Annel's sight, a beautiful woman with long golden hair, a proud figure, and her head held high and her chest puffed out walked in from the door. She stood on the podium, looking down at all the students below. He smiled, revealing a very obvious canine tooth. She said casually, "I'm Arya Spencer. I'll be your classmate from now on. Please give me your guidance." End of this chapter. Chevon_left. The class is finally over. President, shall we go eat? As the bell rang for the 4th class, all the required classes in the morning were over, and it was time for lunch break. Ashley, the class discipline committee chairperson, came over and asked Yin Huan, who was sitting in the window seat, to go for lunch. Like Yin Huan, she's in Class A of Year 1. There are 5 classes in the 1st grade, and students are randomly assigned to classes when they enter school. Among the 5 members of the student union, Yin Huan and Ashley are in Class A, Yahashiki is alone in Class B, and Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yuan Lina are in Class E. Because we have a good relationship with each other, We usually have lunch together if we don't have anything else to do. But today is an exception. Huan thought about it and smiled at Ashley and declined. Ashley, you can go eat with them today. I have something to take care of in the senior department, so I'll be in the restaurant a little later. Ashley looked at Huan in surprise, but didn't ask what the matter was. She just said, "Okay, I'll talk to Vice President Sakuramiya and the others. If they want to join us, we should still be in our old position." Watching Ashley turn and leave, Huan also stood up and prepared to go to the senior department to take a look. Of course, I went there for Yishiyu. He didn't know if it was because the student union meeting in the morning mentioned the issue of school bullying, which made him quite worried that Yishiyu, who had a weird personality, would be caught in this vortex of contradiction. He also checked on his cell phone and found that there were many reports of accidents involving students in Linmen recently. Even the two top high schools in Jingha District, Suzy Academy and Tatsuki Academy, have problems, and someone even jumped off the building next door. The situation in other schools is probably even more serious. First, the schools in the South District were named and criticized. Although Yishiyu will not be bullied because of the modifier, it is good enough that she does not bully others, but this will definitely greatly increase the probability of her using the modifier. Huan had analyzed before that if the host frequently used the modifier, the situation would become very troublesome. He had clearly just worked on it over the weekend and had finally managed to break the modifier into pieces. He didn't want to miss the modifier for a while, as it had become so advanced that it would be difficult to handle. So, I can only go and take a look. Huan walked out of the classroom and quickly headed towards another teaching building where the senior grades were located. Not all students go to the cafeteria after class. Some bring their own lunch boxes, some go to the store to buy fast food, and some don't want to queue up and squeeze with others right after class. In short, the classroom will not be empty when lunch break begins. A new transfer student arrived in Class A of the second year today. The boys were very excited because, after all, the new student is an absolute beauty. Unfortunately, after one class, their peacock-like enthusiasm was extinguished by the beauty's cold and distant indifference. The girl was visibly difficult to get along with and had a very strange personality. It seemed as if there was an invisible force field around her that resisted others from getting close to her. As a result, after the whole morning, only a few people were willing to communicate with her. "Gongzi, aren't you going to eat yet? I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He's still in training. The track and field club is so busy when the school starts. The club war is coming up soon. I heard the rewards are very generous. In addition to being able to punish the losing club, you can also make a wish to the school committee. Yeah, I heard that the club that won the last club war asked the school committee to cancel the final exam. I don't know how President Yin and his team will arrange it this year." Yishiyu was sitting at her desk, wearing a black dress. When she heard the word President Yin from her classmates, she blinked and fell into thought. Because of what happened yesterday, she always felt a little sorry for Huan. "I clearly realized last night that he had done a lot for me, but I was like a piece of wood, unable to even say a word of thanks and even try to hypnotize him in a despicable way. So starting this morning, the first thing she thought about was whether she could do something to repay Huan. The result is nothing. Buy him some gifts. After all, the jellyfish doll he gave me is still on the bedside. But I don't know what he likes. Invite him back to live with us. After all, he also said that he longed for motherly care. However, Yishiyu had no confidence in her despicable self. She was afraid that one day in the future she would be like she was last night, unable to control the darkness in her heart, unable to see his kindness, and uncontrollably use the app to defile him, dirty, and ruin him. So, as for the second thing, she was thinking, why is Huan so nice to me? Because of his mother? Since his mother was so good to him, it was natural for him to be so good to himself as her daughter. Or is it because of some other reasons that I don't know? As Yishiyu thought about it, she fell into confusion and sighed as if she had come back to life. If only getting along with people were as easy as getting along with dolls. The other classmate who was talking next to her walked out of the classroom, but the other female classmate, named Gongzi, who was sitting next to Yishiyu, did not leave. Seeing Yishiyu sigh suddenly, Gongzi smiled friendly and said, "Student Yi, aren't you going to eat yet?" Yishiyu paused for a moment before realizing that Gongzi was talking to her. She turned her head expressionlessly and looked at her and responded, "Yes, I brought food from home." "Hey, isn't Mr. Yi from Long Country? Does he also have the habit of bringing lunch boxes?" In fact, it was because Yishiyu didn't eat much and didn't want to squeeze in with the crowds in the cafeteria. So she just decided to just eat the desserts that Aunt Shin prepared for her. Yishiyu nodded without explaining. But he suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Gongzi, "Yin Huan, is he famous in our school?" "Ah, you mean President Yin?" Gongzi had just taken out the makeup mirror from the table, and when she heard Yishiyu's question, she became interested. Of course, when he first ran for the student union in his first year of high school, everyone was struck by how handsome he was. His smile was really exaggerated. He also had good grades and seemed to have a gentle personality. The male-to-female ratio in Yuanyue College is 1-2. When running for the student union, Yin Huan received the vast majority of female votes. Yin Huan is very popular in school. Yishiyu realized this from Gongzi's words. Along with this came a sense of unhappiness that came from the bottom of my heart. That's it. Unconsciously, the screen of the mobile phone on her desk lit up again. "I didn't expect that classmate you would be interested in the handsome guy in our school just after coming in. It's a pity that there are no stunning boys in our Class A, but there seems to be one in Class B." Gongzi thought he had discovered the little preference of Yishiyu, who seemed indifferent on the surface, but Yishiyu showed a look of complete disinterest. Blinking, Gongzi changed the subject again. "But President Yin is a freshman. He rarely comes to our senior department. He usually comes for business. He will come with Vice President Sakuramiya. He won't come alone, okay?" As they were talking, Gongzi suddenly saw out of the corner of his eye a handsome young man with a lazy look standing at the door of their class. He didn't know when he had been standing there. "President Yin?" Gongzi spoke subconsciously. Yin Huan smiled at her and greeted her. "Hello, senior." Hearing this, Yishiyu was slightly stunned. She turned her head and met Yin Huan, whom she had just mentioned last night. In fact, Yin Huan had been standing here for quite a while, but seeing Yishiyu having a normal conversation with her classmates, he felt relieved and did not make a sound to disturb them. He seemed to be overthinking it. Bullying is bound to exist in schools, but there is no child who cries every day. It was unfortunate that Yishiyu ran into it as soon as she arrived. But since he was already here, he didn't just slip away quietly. Instead, he greeted them generously. Yishiyu suddenly stood up, and Gongzi's eyes frantically moved between Yin Huan and Yishiyu, like a gossip reporter who had found some explosive news. "Shock! I discovered the president's secret wife." Looking at her shocked expression, Yin Huan immediately understood what she was thinking. It's a pity that the title is wrong. It should be changed to this: "Resist the Hypnotic Devil." Why did young Yin Huan come to the senior department at noon? Thinking of this, Yin Huan introduced, "Senior, Yishiyu is my sister. I came here to see her." "Sister?" Yishiyu's throat moved unconsciously, and her eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Yin Huan. "Wait, even if the last names are different, she is still the older sister? Could your sister be your biological sister? If it wasn't some fun game." Gongzi did not question and chose to believe Yin Huan first. "Ah, sister, is that so?" Yin Huan also made a few polite remarks. "Yes, please take care of Sister Shiyu. She just transferred here from Longhua." No, we are all classmates. We are all very friendly. There's no need to care about each other." Yin Huan smiled slightly, then looked at Yishiyu, who remained silent, and asked, "Sister Shiyu, have you eaten? Do you want to go to the restaurant with me for lunch?" Gongzi was about to say, "Your sister brought food," but Yishiyu had already nodded and said, "It is good." Gongzi opened his mouth, then slowly turned his head and pretended to be dead, with only his ears erect as he ate the melon secretly. Yishiyu picked up the phone and walked towards the door. "The restaurant is this way, Sister Shiyu." Yishiyu followed Yin Huan's steps, staring at his back, and asked, "My classmates said that you rarely come to the senior department." "Yes, it's still quite far after all, and I can only come here during lunch break. I originally just wanted to ask Sister Shiyu on the plane if she was used to it, but thinking that the school cafeteria is far and the route is complicated, I thought it would be better to come and meet in person. Duh. Yishiyu looked at Huan's profile and saw that the laziness on his face finally accumulated into a little sleepiness, which prompted him to yawn. Seeing this, she asked again, "Didn't you get enough rest last night?" "Ah, after all, I still have to take a subway to go back from Jinghe District, so I got home a little late." It turned out to be because of myself. Yesterday, he chose to leave alone late at night because he considered his mood. And not only did I fail to persuade him to stay, but I also made him miss another bus because he had to borrow a power bank. Yishiyu blinked, and the guilt in her heart urged her to ask Huan what she liked. But just like last night, the words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. Only the phone screen lit up again. She quickly used her left hand to hold down her right hand that was holding the phone, trying to use this stupid body language to emphasize to herself, I must never hypnotize him again. But there was a pop sound. Huan looked back at her blankly and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Sister Shiyu?" Yishiyu's face turned slightly red. She quietly hid her phone behind her skirt, avoiding his sight, and whispered, "A little hungry. Then let's go eat quickly." The restaurant of Tatsuki Academy is outside the school gate. In fact, a large area outside also belongs to Tatsuki. It includes a park, a commercial street, and the like, and the restaurant is in the southeast corner close to the school. Huan returned to her seat carrying some longwood dishes, and in front of Yishiyu, there was a plate of fruit on the table. There's no need to be so sumptuous. Yishiyu had heard from her mother that Huan had been working to earn money, bought a gift for her yesterday, and ordered so many dishes when she came to dinner today. "It's okay, I just eat more." But Yishiyu had silently attributed the reason why he ordered so many dishes to her as the host. In order not to disappoint him, even though she had no appetite, Yishiyu still picked up the chopsticks she brought with her and prepared to eat more. Yes, she actually carried tableware with her name on it, which Huan had not expected. "Are you used to being in class today? Classes and stuff like that?" "Well, it's not bad. It feels very different from the schools in Dragon Country." "That's right. The exam should be relatively easy for Sister Shiyu. A lot of the math knowledge that is learned in Longhua High School is not taught here until college." As Yishiyu was eating, the desire to ask him what he liked came to her mind again. She was biting her chopsticks and was about to speak when half of the head of a girl with pink and red hair suddenly appeared at the edge of the dining table. The girl held onto the edge of the dining table with both hands and seemed to be squatting nearby and sneaking over. He revealed a pair of big watery eyes and looked wildly between her and Huan like a judge. "That's the student union's secretary, Lina." At this moment, her expression was serious, and she touched her chin like a restaurant judge. Confusion first appeared in his eyes, and then certainty. And then comes the judgment. She opened her mouth and was about to scream, but Huan took the lead and used the unused plastic fork and the fruit scoop to pick up a piece of cantaloupe and put it into her open mouth. Ouch! The cantaloupe entered her mouth, and she chewed it subconsciously. Then she revealed a silly smile. What a great time! But a second later, Lina seemed to realize something and said quickly, "No, President, you traitor. You just said you like me, but you're still whining." Yishiyu's pupils shrank slightly, and she looked at Huan in front of her. Huan smiled slightly, ignoring Lina's awkward acting, and just asked, "Still eating cantaloupe?" "Yes, good, I love you." Lina's expression changed immediately, looking innocent and cute. Yishiyu silently withdrew her gaze and took back a mobile phone that was on the table. "Where are Vice President Sakuramiya and the others?" Huan fed her another piece and asked. "Well, it's right behind." Watching Huan feeding Lina, Yishiyu pursed her lips and clenched her phone with her fingers. She realized that someone was approaching, turned around, and saw several members of the student union. A geek wearing glasses and looking down at his phone, ignoring. Yishiyu's gaze stayed on the other girl with short golden hair for a second, and then suddenly fell on the girl standing between the two people. The girl was stunningly beautiful and a little petite. She was looking at Yishiyu in the same way that Yishiyu was looking at her. They stared at each other for a second, then separated silently. Wow, Sakuramiya, look, the president isn't having dinner with us, but is secretly meeting with other girls. And you still say you're not in a relationship. Sakuramiya Hitomi kindly hugged Yuanlina, who ran back. Seeing that she still had cantaloupe in her mouth, but looked like she had suffered a great injustice, she comforted her. Okay, don't speculate about the president's personal life. You must have started talking nonsense without asking anything. Sakura Palace. Yin Huan smiled and introduced Yishiyu to her companions. Let me introduce you. This is Yishiyu, the daughter of my mother's good friend and my elder sister. So, the president went to see my sister at noon. Why have I never heard the president say that my sister is in our school before? Ashley touched her chin. She just transferred here today, so... Everyone understood and greeted Yishiyu, and Yin Huan also introduced her companions to her. But Yishiyu just nodded expressionlessly without any specific response. She listened to their conversation silently and heard many things they mentioned. While watching Yin Huan chatting cordially with his companions and seeing the smile on his face, Yishiyu suddenly had the answer to her previous thoughts. Maybe he treats me well not because of me or my mother. It is more likely that he is kind-hearted and treats everyone like this. Thinking of this, the inexplicable unhappiness that had arisen earlier became even more intense, causing Yishiyu to suddenly put down her chopsticks. Are you full already, Sister Shiyu? I'm sorry. It turns out that Yishiyu has a bird stomach. Yin Huan smiled slightly, then looked at the companions standing beside him and said, Then I'll stay here and have dinner with my sister. After dinner, I'm going to take her around the campus. Okay, then we'll be leaving first, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled slightly and said so. Yuanlina nodded, and just as she was about to leave, she ran back and ate a piece of Yin Huan's cantaloupe with a fork. When Yin Huan raised her eyebrows and was about to say something, she puffed up her cheeks and ran away quickly. Run. Ashley, duh. Yin Huan showed a helpless expression, turned to look at Yishiyu, who was sitting in front of him, and stared at him, and asked, Would you like some more fruit, Sister Shiyu? No need. Yi. Shiyu shook her head to refuse, turned her head to look at the door, and saw the back of Sakuramiya Hitomi standing among her companions. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that the way the girl looked at Yin Huan was strange, which made Yishiyu feel uncomfortable about the girl she met for the first time. Even for girls like this, Yin Huan still treats them equally with a smile and shows warmth. Yishiyu once again realized that Yin Huan might be so gentle and kind to everyone, and not just to yourself. The school had just started and there was nothing important to do. Yahashiki went back to class to play games and watch anime. Ashley went back to class for the morning recess, and I don't know where Yuanlina went to play. Although Yuanlina looks stupid, she is actually very popular. From her freshman year to her junior year of high school, she met countless people, and everyone in every class liked her very much. Maybe she is sitting in a class right now, chatting with a group of girls. So only Sakuramiya Hitomi walked back to the student union office on the top floor of the teaching building in silence. In the quiet office, she thought for a moment, sat behind the desk, and took out a laptop from her bag. Unlock it and open a folder on the disk with the word research written on it. Inside it is a folder called surveillance target, Yin Huan. After opening it, there are nearly 100 folders densely packed inside, all with the same name format. Camera number 1, camera number 2, camera number 100. I opened a folder at random and found many photos inside. The protagonist of the photos was all the handsome boy with a smile, but they were taken from different angles. How he looks when he is in class, how he is lazy, how he talks to others, how he writes something, how he runs in physical education class. Most of them were in his classes and in this student union office. There are many cameras installed by Hitomi Sakuramiya in this office. And in camera number 100, there is actually footage of the corridor of Yin Huan's rental apartment. The beautiful girl looked at the photos in the folder expressionlessly, and suddenly the image of the beautiful girl named Yishiyu appeared in her mind. After looking through all the cameras, she had never seen the girl, so Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned slightly and showed an unhappy look. It was during this dissatisfaction that her voice suddenly rang out in the quiet office, reciting a strange term. The room barrier. Do you want to activate the room barrier? Current modifier level 2. Coverage, Student Union Office. Effects. Modification of individual common sense, tampering of field rules, and monitoring without blind spots. Sakuramiya Hitomi just looked at the illusory words in front of her. After a moment of silence, she gently closed the notebook. There was a slight pop sound. End of this chapter. Sakuramiya Hitomi thinks she has a bad habit. That's hypocrisy. Of course, everyone may have some hypocrisy. After all, no one is willing to hear the truth all the time. So people pretend to be serious and act according to the situation to hide their true thoughts. But Sakuramiya Hitomi knew how hypocritical she could be, and she also knew how unbearable the truth hidden beneath the hypocrisy was. Therefore, the girl who analyzed herself deeply grew thorns full of rational rejection on her gentle skin. Let her publicly declare, when she first entered the school, that she would never fall in love. It seems like a statement that looks down on everyone, but its meaning is actually to prevent any close relationship from penetrating the thorn of rejection, so as to see her truest and most unbearable side. By then, the so-called love would be scared away by her terrifying inner self. Since this is bound to end like this, it's better not to start. However, she seemed to have overlooked that the thorn of rejection was only to resist the approach of outsiders, but could not prevent the most real her from looking outside and yearning to get closer to someone outside. She couldn't remember when she developed a crush on Huan. I just remember that one afternoon, she invited members of the student union to visit her rented house. They originally planned to go out for dinner, but Huan cooked a meal for everyone at home. She remembered that she had eaten her favorite caramel pudding that day, and then her eyes subconsciously looked at Huan, who made the dessert. Then he saw his 3 cats clinging to him very obediently, meowing and acting coquettishly, as if they liked him very much. He was also very patient, smiling and bending down to stroke the cat's chin. The moment I saw that scene, I felt the sting of rejection. My unbearable inner self began to become restless, and I began to desire to understand him. I want to know everything about him, his thoughts, his behavior, his joys and sorrows, his body. In order to know when Huan would come to the student union office, she installed the first camera here. Afterwards, things got out of control. Huan's classroom, many corridors in the school, the student union office outside his part-time job, and even outside the house he rented. Do you remember when Yishiyu was hypnotizing Huan on Friday? Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly sent her a plain message? That's because that time is usually when Huan goes home after work, but Sakuramiya Hitomi not only didn't see Huan coming out of the street outside the pub where he worked, but also didn't see him returning to the rental house. So, she sent that message and even didn't want to wait and called directly, which made Yishiyu on the other end confused. Reason tells Hitomi Sakuramiya that this is not the right way to like someone, and she should not monitor the other person in a pathological way or try to manipulate the other person's life. But her true inner self could no longer be suppressed, and she was like a prisoner trapped in her rationality. The prisoner is dancing under the imprisonment of the considerate Vice President Sakuramiya, who is like shackles. In fact, in the folder of the laptop just now, there were not only many secretly taken photos of Huan, but even what he said was recorded by Sakuramiya Hitomi. She had reached the point where she wanted to understand the meaning of everything Huan said. In this way, she was trying to fully understand all his thoughts. Of course, many times she was completely unable to understand the meaning of some of Huan's words. Fish, a really big fish, a tiger shark. The document included a screenshot of the plain chat page, and below it were the date, notes, and other information written by Sakuramiya Hitomi herself. Plain chat log on March 3rd. Message sent by Huan after he went to the aquarium. It doesn't seem to be talking about a certain type of shark, and there is no obvious response to my popular science. The meaning is unclear, so I'll just record it for now. I beat Sukuna. Is this true or not? On March 3rd, I handed over the task of reporting to the principal to the president, and he suddenly said this to me. I don't know why he compared the principal to a monster in mythology. Does he think the principal is scary? It makes no sense. What the hell are you doing? Is this still China? On March 3rd, the president, who had just started school, saw the student union office I had packed up in advance and said this. It seems that it's because I didn't decorate the student union in the Linmin style, but I just changed the position of the office desks and added a lot of bookshelves. There is also a large number of records below, which are from the attempt to analyze Huan last semester to the present. Although they have been together for more than half a year, everyone in the student union has become accustomed to the president occasionally saying something incomprehensible. Maybe it's the native dialect of Linmin and Longhua, but Sakura Gong Tong asked many people from Longhua and Linmin, but they didn't understand what these meant. These were just words that were incomprehensible. More often than not, when talking with Huan, he would always reveal emotions that he could not understand at all. Sakuramiya Hitomi couldn't help but recall the scene when she took an elective course with Huan last semester. At that time, they were preparing a group report and had to collect information about some famous companies. When seeing some information, Huan suddenly murmured, "The people of the Golden Lion Group get off work at 4:30 in the afternoon." Yes, President. That's why it's very troublesome to do business. You often have to wait in line for several weeks. That's it. It was clearly just an ordinary conversation. But why did Huan reveal such a complicated and incomprehensible expression at that time? Many questions made her want to seek answers, but she didn't dare to ask for fear that it would reveal her affection for him. This might attract him to come closer and examine the person who likes him. Then, she realized that many of the questions she asked were not things she should know. How do you know I didn't go home? How do you know what time I finish work? How do you know who I talk to in class? Because I am watching you and monitoring you in the dark all the time. This is the true answer, but Sakuramiya Hitomi can't say it. Because she knew that her actions were immoral, and if she told him about it, it would probably scare him and even make her completely lose her place in this world. If only there was a place that could accept the unbearableness in my heart. Even if I showed it, everyone would think it was normal. There, I can look at him and scrupulously know everything about him and boldly share my own unbearable wishes with him. It's like common sense, like a rule. But when this idea came up one day, a voice in my head suddenly sounded. Do you want to activate the room barrier? Room barrier? What is that? Boundary level 1. Effect description. Once a week, select a closed area within 50 square meters to deploy a barrier. The maximum number of barriers is 1. Inside the barrier, you have the following effects. You can make rules that must be obeyed and gain the ability to monitor the area without blind spots. Just meditate in your heart, and you can see the scene inside the barrier no matter where you are. You can modify the common sense of individuals in the area and can only add one piece of common sense at a time. Please note that common sense cannot be something that the individual cannot do. When the effect is generated, people who leave the area will completely forget what they did in the barrier, and their memories will be corrected at the same time. However, when there is a third person in the barrier, they may notice the difference in common sense. When you're inside the unfolded barrier, the barrier level will gradually increase, and the coverage and effect will gradually increase. Perhaps after looking at the text, she still couldn't understand what the so-called barrier meant. But when she first deployed the barrier in the student union office, she felt unprecedented peace of mind. From that day on, the barrier of the student union office was never closed again. Snap! Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was daydreaming about something, was suddenly interrupted by the sound of finger snapping in front of her, and the illusory words floating in front of her also dissipated bit by bit. The illusory words that were about to disappear read, Boundary level 2. Effect description. Once a week, select a closed area within 75 square meters to deploy a barrier. The maximum number of barriers is 2. She blinked, pulled her attention away from her thoughts, and looked at Huan, who was wearing sportswear beside her. Sakuramiya, get out of class is about to end. It's our turn to be on duty today. It was Monday afternoon's elective class, and she and Huan had chosen the same volleyball class. At noon, Yin Huan took Ishiyu for a stroll around the school and did not return to the student union office. Because he was sleepy, he hid in a quiet place and took a short nap. In the afternoon, he went directly to the gymnasium for class. Sakuramiya Hitomi has very poor physical strength. She basically only moves when the teacher is instructing her. The rest of the time, when it is free time for others to form teams and compete, she will just find a place to sit down. But there has never been a day like today when I was in a daze and didn't move until the end of the get out of class. Okay, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi blinked and looked at Yin Huan in front of her. She seemed to want to ask something, but she stood up silently and nodded. Inside the stadium, many volleyballs have been put into carts. Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi also need to dismantle and install the protective net, and then put the volleyball cart back to the equipment room. You didn't move much today, Sakura. Are you feeling unwell? A little bit, but it will be fine after this week. She followed Yin Huan, and each of them dismantled the protective net on one side. This week, Yin Huan paused for a moment, then showed an expression of understanding. He turned to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi beside him and took the initiative to say, "Then Sakuramiya, you go and rest. I'll take care of this." Sakuramiya Hitomi turned her head and glanced at Yin Huan, who was smiling. She didn't agree and just continued to close the net. "It's okay, let's go together." In fact, it wasn't her period, she just had something she wanted to ask Yin Huan. About Yishiyu. Usually, there are many girls in school who pay attention to Yin Huan. While monitoring her, Sakuramiya Hitomi seems to have gotten used to their presence and doesn't care much. After all, Yin Huan has never shown anything other than politeness to anyone. In other words, it was all just courtesy. But that Ishiyu was completely different. Sakuramiya Hitomi had never seen such patience and gentleness in Yin Huan's eyes. On Saturday, the president suddenly called and asked why I liked cats. I guess it was because of her, the girl with a blank expression who looked like a puppet. I have been watching the president since last semester, and I know his living habits very well. Why should she? Just because you are his sister? Can your sister be a good sister? Yes, completely opposite to Yishiyu's impression that Yin Huan was gentle to everyone. Sakuramiya Hitomi clearly felt that Yin Huan's attitude towards Yishiyu was completely different. But Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't know that what drove that gentle core was actually Yin Huan's genuine desire to survive. She just comforted herself not to worry. After all, the president had said that night. He said he remembered why he liked cats. Is this what it means to like yourself? So if two people are in love with each other, then my peeping, surveillance, and control should be reasonable, right? We must make sure of the president's intention. However, the image of a considerate and sensible person has already been established, and Sakuramiya Hitomi will never take the initiative to explore other people's private lives. Then, we have to take other measures. It seems like the weather has started to warm up. The weather's been pretty good these past few days, and the sun was very bright over the weekend. Well, when the president went to the aquarium, yes, it's quite sunny there. Sakuramiya Hitomi collected the net, placed the protective net in a cart, and walked toward the equipment room behind the gymnasium with Yin Huan, who was pushing the cart. Opening the unlocked door, an extremely spacious enclosed space was revealed. Tatsuki Academy is very rich. After all, the tuition is so expensive, so the equipment there is everything you need. A variety of balls, protective gear, venue props, yoga mats, anti-fall mats, etc. Sakuramiya Hitomi walked in first, and she and Yin Huan pushed and pulled the cart in, one in front and one behind. It's done. Ding, ding, ding. The bell for the end of get out of class rang outside, and Yin Huan looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was panting after just doing such a small exercise, and suddenly felt a little thirsty. It wasn't because of Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of him, but because he had been exercising for a whole class and hadn't drunk any water yet. I'm so thirsty. Let's go. Sakura, I'll go get some water. Do you want something to drink? I want to go outside the school to buy some drinks and have some desserts. Do you want to go, President? Desserts. Just as Yin Huan was stroking his chin and preparing to walk out with Sakuramiya Hitomi, the door in front of him suddenly slammed shut automatically without wind, making a loud bang sound. Yin Huan was slightly stunned, and Sakuramiya Hitomi beside him was also frightened by the loud noise and covered her ears. What's the situation? Yin Huan frowned, walked to the door, grasped the door handle, and turned it. Click! The door handle wailed from Yin Huan's strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the door remained motionless like a solid wall. President, what's wrong? The door is locked. What? Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned, then walked to the door and tried to turn it. After failing, she shouted outside, "Is anyone there? Whoever it is, please stop joking like this." However, there was no response. Yin Huan took a deep breath and motioned for Sakuramiya Hitomi to step back. He also stepped back a few steps. Then he rushed forward and kicked the door. Boom! A huge sound was heard, but the moment Yin Huan hit the door, he felt like he was kicking a wall. The door didn't move at all. His powerful kick was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Instead, he himself was subjected to a huge reaction force and took several steps back. President, are you okay? I am fine. Sakuramiya Hitomi put down the hands covering her ears and hurried to Yin Huan's side, frowning and looking at the door. What happened? Did someone close the door from outside? I do not know. Although he said this, Yin Huan had actually already sensed something strange in his heart. And sure enough, in the next second, from the deep darkness outside the door, a small note suddenly floated in like a ghost and landed in front of Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi. Yin Huan lowered his head, picked up the note, and looked at it with Sakuramiya Hitomi, and saw that it read, "One, get out of here. Then you two must hold hands for 10 minutes, hug for 10 minutes, and kiss for 10 minutes. Looking at the note in front of him, Yin Huan's mind went blank for a moment. It tastes right. It tastes right. Everything tastes right, and everything unreasonable makes sense. So, he turned around blankly and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was covering her mouth, and was also extremely surprised. At that moment, he seemed to realize something. Then, he silently activated the abilities he possessed. Perfect expression management, start. But at the same time, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who felt Yin Huan's gaze, took a few steps back as if frightened, trying to distance herself from Yin Huan. She glanced at Yin Huan with hesitation, and for a moment she even seemed to suspect that all this was just a prank played by Yin Huan as his bestial nature finally unleashed. But after that, she seemed to think of Yin Huan's past image, thinking that he could not do such a thing, and chose to believe him. But even so, she still stood cautiously at a distance from Yin Huan, not daring to get close to him. Compared with her usual calm tone, her voice seemed weak and trembling. President, what on earth is going on? Seeing her genuine reaction when a man and a woman were alone, which did not seem fake and was very natural, Yin Huan felt a little insecure. She seemed to be really afraid that she was the one who had locked them up here to do something bad. Calm down, Sakura. Don't panic. Let me think about what's going on. Yeah, it's okay, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi pursed her lips and decided to trust President Yin. Could it be that it's not Vice President Sakuramiya? Moreover, the former Vice President Sakura Gong was very sensible and considerate, which was completely different from Yishiyu, who was obviously the host of the chosen modifier. Did someone else do it? But why? Yishiyu used the modifier because of her possessiveness and wanted to drive herself out of the house. Why use it now? And, judging from the situation, that mysterious person locked them up with a modifier just to hide in the dark and watch them do such deviant things? What kind of weird habit is this? Hiss, that's not right. Don't tell me. It seems to be true. As Yin Huan thought about it, his heart suddenly twitched, and even the perfectly controlled expression on his face almost froze. Look at the person you like or have a crush on and others. Then I secretly hid and watched it, but I still felt very happy. Some memories that he shouldn't have seen or remembered began to attack him again, making him feel a little like having a migraine. For the first time, he felt that knowing too much was a sin. At this moment, he understood the motto of Cthulhu mythos, knowledge is a curse. At this moment, Yin Huan really felt that human beings were hopeless. You can watch all kinds of weird stuff, right? But the question is, which possibility is correct? Was it done by Vice President Sakuramiya? But what about motivation? Huan turned her head to look at Vice President Sakuramiya, but she had already quietly stood behind the equipment pad next to her and seemed very worried that Huan would do something bad in this situation. But if Vice President Sakuramiya didn't have a modifier, so who is the object that uses the modifier? What is the effect? Holding the note with the way out written on it in his hand, Huan fell into deep thought for a moment. End of this chapter. In Huan's eyes, what kind of person is Sakuramiya Hitomi? A girl who is old-fashioned, serious, yet considerate and very gentle. Over the past 6 months, although he didn't say it often, he actually took good care of everyone. She likes quietness, has many elegant hobbies, and is very knowledgeable, which gives her a maturity and seriousness that her peers do not have. She's a very easy-to-get-along-with friend. In short, in Huan's eyes, Sakuramiya Hitomi is indeed a serious and respectable person. If he had not basically concluded that the current situation was related to the modifier, he would never have suspected the other party. If you ask me, hey, there's nothing wrong with Sakuramiya. Huan really wanted to say it like Lao Ba in taking Tiger Mountain by strategy. But the problem is that now they are alone. She is the biggest suspect, followed by the unknown third person who may exist. It can't be possible that Huan used the editor himself? Thinking of this, Huan held the note in his palm and slowly crumpled it up. Then, he smiled and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who looked a little wary not far away, and comforted her. I'm afraid it's someone's prank. Don't worry, Sakura. I'll call the school staff and ask them to let us out. Yes, President. Huan took out his cell phone and looked at the signal box with a red exclamation mark on the screen. Although he was calm in his heart, he still showed surprise on his face. No cell phone signal. Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi quickly took out her cell phone, frowned, and made an emergency call directly. Totally unreachable. Emergency calls can't get through. President, what should I do? Sakuramiya Hitomi seemed increasingly uneasy. Although she maintained a calm expression on her face, her white legs trembling slightly under her sports shorts revealed her inner thoughts at the moment. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Huan withdrew his gaze and temporarily gave up thinking about whether the person using the modifier was Sakuramiya Hitomi or the mysterious man, and instead looked around at the surrounding environment. The equipment room was originally an enclosed space with only a main door and one ventilation hole. And on the ceiling in the corner of the equipment room, there is a camera with a flashing green light. Huan walked to the vent and looked outside through the grid-shaped vent, but he only saw deep darkness. It was as if the entire space was pulled up and thrown into an unknown world, completely independent of the outside world. A confined space where you can't get out without XX. It does sound like it fits the nature of those restricted level modifiers, but how does it correspond to the effects of the modifiers? Is it about creating a room that you can't get out of without doing certain things? This sounds a bit too weak. It's totally incomparable to the other two. Bai Yi's indifference and Yi Shiyu's hypnosis were both very effective, making Huan unable to believe that the effect of this mysterious man's modifier could be so simple. In this case, we can only wait and see. Huan thought for a moment, sighed helplessly, and sat on a yoga mat not far from Sakuramiya Hitomi. Previously, Huan summarized 2 strategies for suppressing modifiers, the first of which is, the host of the modifier cannot be allowed to do what it wants. So if he didn't know what to do now, Huan wouldn't consider listening to what was written on the note. So he smiled at Sakuramiya Hitomi and suggested, it looks like we can't get out for now. Let's wait here. There are basketball classes in the gym, and they also need to return equipment. They will open the door for us then. Yes, okay, President. Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was sitting on the mat and hugging her knees, finally nodded and waited. But in her deep eyes, there was a gleam of light that was barely perceptible. The president really thought this was just an ordinary prank. Little did they know that the barrier had completely separated this place from the real equipment room. Even if someone outside came to return the equipment, they would only see another equipment room when they opened the door and would not see the 2 people trapped in the barrier. This is the effect that Hitomi Sakuramiya has experimented with countless times in the student union office. Sometimes she would do this in order to check the cameras in the school without being discovered by others. Until someday Sakuramiya Hitomi removes the barrier. The space here will not reconnect with reality. And now, the people from the basketball class have come over to return their equipment. An illusory light appeared in front of her eyes, and she seemed to sense someone entering the equipment room outside the barrier. Afterwards, after putting the basketball back to the designated place, the student responsible for returning the equipment turned around and left, closing the door. Crack. So, what should we do, President? I guess you will soon realize that no one is coming, and then start thinking about the contents of the note, right? At that time, will you reveal the emotions hidden in your heart? She was either shy or nervous, then looked at me tentatively and asked. Sakuramiya Hitomi thought so excitedly, and at the same time couldn't help but look at Huan. When I looked over, I saw Huan leaning on the yoga mat with his eyes closed, and then his breathing gradually became steady. Question mark. Sleep. Fell asleep? Did he actually fall asleep in this situation? Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her mouth slightly. Her heart was shaken, and she spoke tentatively. Meet the president. However, there was no response. In fact, Huan didn't really fall asleep. No matter how sleepy he was today, it was impossible for him to sleep soundly knowing the effects of the modifier. However, given the current predicament, he could only go back to the first step and try to identify the host of the modifier. He was testing whether the host was Sakuramiya Hitomi. With perfect facial expression management ability, he can perfectly act out the state of falling asleep. If Sakuramiya Hitomi is the host, she would probably do something else after confirming that he is asleep. It can be either adding supernatural powers or having strange actions. These can all break the deadlock. However, he really underestimated Sakuramiya Hitomi. Even after Huan fell asleep, she still performed the most natural reaction. The uneasiness and anxiety in my heart fell in the gradually quiet space, especially after seeing Huan fall into a deep sleep. She took a deep breath, took out her cell phone, and looked at the screen from time to time, as if to determine the time. More than 10 minutes passed like this, and Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't make any extra moves, just like she was waiting for rescue. As for why, even though she clearly had a modifier, she still didn't take more blatant actions, but instead maintained her previous personality. Sakuramiya Hitomi also has something to say. First, of course, is caution. Sakuramiya Hitomi's secretive personality made her extremely sensitive to the possibility of being exposed. She actually didn't believe in the so-called memory correction of the modifier at all. In case the memory it corrected was very rough, even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance that others might notice something strange, she felt that the risk was too high. Therefore, unless it is necessary, she will never use methods that directly increase common sense or take effect on people's consciousness. Secondly, Sakuramiya Hitomi has locked up the two of them now in order to confirm whether Huan has any feelings for her. If not, perhaps the corresponding spark can be ignited through such a closed room effect and close contact. But once I delete common sense and even change my own personality, will it still be Huan who likes me? And will Huan still like me? So, although she didn't see Huan's temptation, she inadvertently played a perfect counterattack. More than 10 minutes passed, and Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't reveal any flaws, which made Huan a little overwhelmed. The main thing is, if this continues, he will really fall asleep. He was already sleepy, and he kept his eyes closed and pretended to be relaxed. If he did, he might really fall into a deep sleep, and when he woke up, he might have been stripped naked and tied up in an unknown basement. So he could only open his eyes helplessly. He rubbed his eyebrows sleepily, sat up, and looked towards the door. The door is still closed. No one's here yet? How long has it been, Sakura? It's been almost 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Huan stood up in surprise and muttered, "That shouldn't be the case. They left get out of class with us, so they should return the ball anyway." What's even more strange is that we just shouted for help and banged on the door. It's impossible that no one outside heard such a loud noise. Could it be that we encountered a supernatural event? Huan touched his chin and took the initiative to lead the topic in the direction of the supernatural. However, Sakuramiya Hitomi sighed and said, "President, please don't scare yourself. Believe in science." "You are right, Sakura. But are there any other explanations?" Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned slightly, as if she was really thinking about this possibility. Could it be that it really isn't Sakuramiya Hitomi? But if we rule out Sakuramiya Hitomi, the only possibility Huan can think of is really that one. What if that mysterious person is really so evil that he locked him up with Sakuramiya just to watch them do that? This means that the desire of that guy who modified the machine corresponds to the desire to voyeurism. Then how can this hiding guy find the host himself? And if they don't do this, that guy will really lock them up here and kill them. Huan's expression became a little ugly, but he still forced himself to look towards the equipment room. The small vents were completely unable to support good airflow, making the air in the equipment room somewhat stuffy. A pleasant scent of a young girl's body wafted over, entangled with the faint scent of sweat on Huan's body, invisibly attracting each other's gazes. The temperature seems to be gradually rising. Huan took a deep breath, turned, and walked into the equipment room. Seeing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi quickly stretched out her hands to protect herself, leaning back slightly. "What's wrong, President? Find a way out." But Huan just walked past her and started searching among the many equipment inside. Then he actually came back with a shot put. "Move back a little, Sakura." Sakuramiya Hitomi stood up and ran away, watching Huan start to smash the door with all kinds of equipment. Suddenly, the whole room was like a demolition team working, with all kinds of violent noises coming one after another. Shot put, no use. Javelin, no use. Barbell, no use. The door was like a solid wall of iron and steel, not moving at all. The locks are like Captain America's vibranium, which can deform dumbbells. You will never get out by brute force. Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi both had this idea in their minds, but one was an explorer and the other was the instigator. The instigator, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was standing behind Huan, couldn't help but think. The president was so determined to break out. Could it be that he really had never considered doing what the note said? There was nothing wrong with my performance, which was very consistent with my usual personality. But she didn't expect the president to be such a gentleman that he didn't even look at her. I like this kind of president. But doesn't this also mean that I have no attraction to the president at all? Could it be that my appearance has no appeal at all? This is the first time in her 15 years of life that Sakuramiya Hitomi has lost confidence in her appearance. But then she thought again and felt that it shouldn't be the case, which made her think of another possibility. Could it be that the president is not interested in petite girls? Instead, do you like the tall sister type? That's why I'm so special to that sister, named Yishiyu. As Sakuramiya Hitomi thought about it, her eyes gradually lost their luster. Unfortunately, her body, more specifically her lower abdomen. I suddenly felt the urge to urinate at this moment. She suddenly felt like going to the bathroom. Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her lower abdomen, and the expression that she had performed so perfectly suddenly showed a slight crack. As a result, the entire closed equipment room presented such a strange and dark situation. Huan tried and observed repeatedly, but couldn't find the host. He also tried to destroy the door, but to no avail. At this moment, I felt that I had suffered a setback in solving the problem of the modifier, and thus fell into self-doubt. Sakuramiya Hitomi performed flawlessly without revealing any flaws and was attracted by the gentlemanly president. But because Huan didn't even look at her, and she had some physiological problems that needed to be solved, she became anxious. How will the outcome be between Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi today? At this time, Huan turned around and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi behind him and saw that she was covering her lower abdomen with a pale face. Physical discomfort? Yes, this week. He was slightly startled and suddenly remembered that Sakuramiya Hitomi seemed to be having her period today. Are you okay, Sakura? When Sakuramiya Hitomi felt Huan's gaze on her, she thought she had revealed something strange, so she quickly forced herself to maintain the character she was playing. So from the outside, it looks more like showing off. Her face turned pale, her eyes blinked unnaturally, and her breathing began to speed up. But still standing upright, keeping alert to drive away the anxiety in my heart. I'm fine, President. Let's think of a way to get out. Seeing her like that, Huan couldn't bear it. Well, unknown modifier host, you are ruthless enough. Huan took a deep breath, then looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and had to give in. Sakura, although it may be a bit presumptuous, why don't we try the method on the note and see if we can get out? Hey, and there's such a good thing? Sakuramiya Hitomi blinked and felt a little happy, but the torturous feeling in her lower abdomen immediately surged to her heart. Wait a moment. She suddenly remembered that she was afraid that she might not be able to spark a spark, so she deliberately made it last a little longer. Hold hands for 10 minutes, hug for 10 minutes, kiss for 10 minutes. If I do it one by one, won't it take half an hour? Then she must not. Why are you just daydreaming during volleyball class? Sakuramiya Hitomi, won't you go to the bathroom first? But looking at the hesitation on the face of the handsome young man in front of him, it seemed that he had struggled for a long time before speaking tentatively. Moreover, his eyes seemed to be evasive. Could it be because shy? Such a president is really cute. No, never mind. I have to endure it until that time. If it really doesn't work, just quietly shorten the time. If you really can't hold it any longer, close the barrier in advance. On her face, Sakuramiya Hitomi pursed her lips, seeming to be a little hesitant. But looking at the surrounding environment, she took a deep breath and her eyes became firm. Then, she lowered her head and said to Huan, well, if there is no other way, then let's give it a try. After we get out, we must definitely check the surveillance to see who dared to do this. Monitor? Yes, this place is monitored. Huan blinked and suddenly looked towards the corner, where a surveillance camera with a light on was spying on this enclosed space. The host of a modifier is most likely watching the scene inside through the surveillance camera, right? What a complete pervert. Huan took a deep breath, then raised his leg and walked towards Sakuramiya Hitomi. Sakuramiya Hitomi's pupils shrank slightly, and her breathing inevitably stagnated. In the turbid air, she only felt the mountain with heat and masculine sent crashing into her. She didn't dare to look up because the tall figure had completely covered her petite figure. She was only 1.54 meters tall and could only reach Huan's chest. She had to raise her head and look up to see Huan's face. Sorry, Sakuramiya. Huan said. No, don't apologize, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes trembled slightly, but Huan had already raised her hand and gently held Sakuramiya Hitomi's hand. The hot big hand wrapped around her cool and tender little hand. At that moment, Sakuramiya Hitomi's world seemed to become quiet. She opened her mouth and her heartbeat gradually quickened. But on the surface, I still have to pretend to be generous and indifferent. Facial expressions can be acted, but the slightly red cheeks are a physiological reaction and cannot be controlled. But is this okay? But Huan raised her clenched hands a little higher, pointed them at the surveillance camera over there, and said this with a cold face. Hey, does the president think that someone else was watching through the surveillance camera? Sakuramiya Hitomi, whose arm was raised, blinked, but followed Huan and looked at the surveillance camera. Then he lowered his arms again. 10 minutes. Sakuramiya Hitomi took a deep breath, and the pleasure of having her hand held actually suppressed the discomfort in her lower abdomen at this moment. Moreover, she was greedy for more, and at this moment, she was even more looking forward to the hug and kiss that was coming. President, maybe we can do the movements together. This way, it will take less time. Sakuramiya Hitomi maintained a calm expression and analyzed this to Huan. Huan knew that this would shorten the time. He smiled and said, I'm just worried that you won't be able to adapt to it. Yeah, a little bit. So, you can hug me first. As for the next one, I am not ready yet. That's good. Now that things have come to this, Sakuramiya seems to have made a great sacrifice, and Huan is not being pretentious. He gently embraced Sakuramiya in his arms, but it was more like a polite hug. They were just leaning against each other slightly, but there was actually a wide distance between them. Is this a hug? Sakuramiya, who immediately felt a little disappointed, puffed up his cheeks quietly, and then the sound of flying papers suddenly came from the door behind him. She patted Huan's back as if she didn't want the hug at all and said, "President, something is coming in from behind." Oh. Huan narrowed his eyes, let go of Sakuramiya Hitomi, walked to the door, and picked up the paper on the ground. It says, "Hugging doesn't count, hug tighter." Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned and looked at Huan, but Huan was already speechless about that guy's bad taste. "Just wait. Don't let me find out that there is someone in the whole school who likes this fetish. I will make you famous." Huan turned around and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, as if asking for her opinion. "Is it okay?" Sakuramiya Hitomi pursed her lips, but still nodded imperceptibly. Then, he opened his arms slightly towards Huan. "Feel sorry." Huan apologized again, and Sakuramiya Hitomi's gaze looked away again. "Don't say sorry." Huan's apology made Sakuramiya Hitomi, who planned all this, feel ashamed. The trace of remorse and tension gradually blended together. But it eventually turned into excitement, looking forward to him coming closer and hugging her. Huan took a deep breath, opened his arms, and gently embraced the petite Sakuramiya Hitomi in his arms. The gentle embrace gradually deepened, making Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes a little blurry. "Want a kiss?" She thought so, but just as she was thinking about the next step and was craving for this hug, the door that was originally tightly closed was smashed open with a loud bang. Bang! Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi's bodies stiffened at the same time. But it was not just the tightly closed door of the equipment room that was smashed open. Kaka. At the same time, Sakuramiya Hitomi's barrier was shattered and fell violently to the ground, making the surrounding environment border on reality. Huan felt a slight headache, and when the barrier was broken, the memory of what had just happened wanted to fly away like flowing water, but was blocked by the resistance of the modifier, so he remembered everything that had happened. He took a breath, quickly let go of Sakuramiya Hitomi in his arms, and turned to look behind him. The door is open, but we haven't kissed yet. He thought so in his heart. After leaving Huan's arms, Sakuramiya Hitomi was somewhat reluctant to leave, and quickly looked towards the door with an incredulous and murderous look. Then I saw at the door, in the light coming in, a girl wearing sportswear with long golden hair, and like a lion was frantically retracting her outstretched foot. Just now, she was the one who kicked the door open. In the process, he even kicked the barrier he had secretly set up to pieces. Sakuramiya Hitomi never expected that her barrier would be broken. If anyone else pushed open the door, they would only see another equipment room. Why was that girl able to touch the barrier and even kick her own barrier into pieces? However, even though she had thousands of thoughts in her mind, Sakuramiya Hitomi did not show them. Instead, she covered her head in pain. "It's so annoying. I told you that someone hasn't returned the ball yet, so I locked the door. Hey, is there someone in there?" The girl didn't seem to realize that there was someone else in the equipment room, so she was slightly startled. Then he looked at the man and woman in the room, a handsome boy who looked very familiar, and a girl who was covering her head and looked confused. "What is this doing?" The blonde girl, no. It should be said that Arya Spencer, who just transferred here today, understood it immediately and quickly revealed a very meaningful smirk. Then she silently took out the cell phone from her pocket. It turns out that they are preparing to take pictures. End of this chapter. Crack. As Spencer's finger touched the screen, a shutter sound rang out, and the phone recorded the turbid scene in the equipment room in front of him. In front of me, because of the deep hug just now, Sakuramiya Hitomi's black hair was a little messy. She was disheveled, covered her head with her hands, and half squatted on the ground, as if she had a headache. And right in front of her, half of Huan's face was covered with one hand. His hair was scattered and his eyes were a little blurry because of the severe headache he had just suffered. There was an indescribable ambiguity in this scene. Huan, who still had a headache, looked at the blonde girl in front of him, and the memory of meeting her once at the weekend instantly flooded back. He suddenly remembered the keychain that seemed to be pulled by supernatural forces, and then, today, Sakuramiya Hitomi and he were attacked again. This guy is definitely the host of the Modifier. Hey, thinking of this, Huan quickly spoke up and stopped her from taking pictures. Spencer looked at the photo of Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi recorded on the screen of his mobile phone. His eyes lingered on the somewhat messy expression on the handsome boy's face for a moment, and the smile on his face became more evil. Like a little devil, it revealed the fang in its mouth. Hearing Huan's voice, she didn't restrain herself at all. She just put away her phone and threw the basketball in her arms. This was considered returning the ball. Oh, sorry to bother you guys. I'll leave now. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. Huan raised her leg to chase after him, but then she thought of something and quickly turned around to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was covering her head and looking very uncomfortable. He first came to Sakuramiya Hitomi's side, wondering if there were any strange aftereffects after the blonde girl's modifier took effect. After all, he has resistance and his head hurt just now. I wonder how Sakuramiya Hitomi feels. Sakuramiya, are you okay? However, what Huan didn't know was that it was precisely because he had a modifier to fight against the loss of memory that he was having a headache. In fact, Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't have a headache at all. She was just secretly observing the blonde girl who could break her barrier. Originally, Sakuramiya Hitomi was very cautious because of the years of disguise. Now that the barrier could be broken, the alarm bells in her heart went off. Although I don't know what happened exactly, it is definitely the right thing to do. She secretly swore in her heart that if there was no 100% chance of not being exposed in the future, she would never use this ability in front of others. As a result, her performance became more natural. I'm fine. What happened just now? Didn't we come here to return the equipment? Why did it suddenly? Seeing that Sakuramiya Hitomi had also lost her memory, Huan became more certain that the culprit just now was the blonde girl. He shook his head and said, I don't know what happened, but I remember that we seemed to be locked up. It must be that guy who did that. I'll go chase her back. Wait a minute, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi subconsciously wanted to stop Huan. If that guy could even break his own barrier, then was it possible that there was something wrong with her as well? The president knows nothing. What if she has bad intentions and does something to the president? Wouldn't the president be completely unable to resist and then be? No. Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi hurriedly advised, let's go find the security first, President. The girl just now was wearing a sportswear. She is a student of our school. She can't get away. No, Sakuramiya, go notify the security and explain the situation. She just took a picture of the two of us, which is fine with me. But if you get involved in this kind of thing, it will be very troublesome, right? But Huan shook his head and refused. He looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and reminded her, if we wait until we find the security guard, what if she moves the photo and then lies that she didn't take it or has deleted it? Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi's body suddenly stiffened. Yes, her reputation is not just her own reputation. Her family, who are engaged in politics in her hometown, attaches great importance to these things. Even if she travels across the ocean alone to study in a foreign country, they will not change her surname. What if that photo gets out and spreads online and my family knows about it? All I can say is that the consequences are disastrous. After all, Huan had been with Sakuramiya Hitomi for half a year and had visited her house in Linmen, so he had some understanding of Sakuramiya Hitomi. What's more, Huan originally went there to deal with matters related to the modifier, and he didn't want to involve an innocent person like Sakuramiya Hitomi. Both of these two people with great acting skills have considered supernatural things like modifiers in their hearts, and at the same time do not want the other party to be affected by the modifiers. So at this moment, they both said almost at the same time, I'll get her back soon, Sakuramiya. Go and notify the security. I will go with you, President. But Huan still shook his head and said, I'll go, Sakuramiya. You're not feeling well. I can't catch up with her with you. After saying that, Huan turned and left. Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her mouth and subconsciously stretched out her hand, trying to stop Huan from leaving. For some reason, her intuition told her that if she let the president go to the girl alone. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. She gritted her teeth and stood up, but because she was weak, she felt a little dizzy even after squatting for a while and then standing up. Besides, she really wanted to go to the bathroom. Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her head and walked out the door with a grim expression, but still wanted to call Yin Huan back. But when he looked outside, Yin Huan had no idea where the girl he was chasing had gone, and she was completely out of sight. Nyan-chan, meow. Outside the gymnasium, Yin Huan ran wildly, calling out Miaojiang's name in his mind. In response to Yin Huan's call, a black cat instantly jumped out from the bushes nearby. While running after him, I looked at him with a puzzled look on my face. What's wrong, Meow? I found the third host of the Modifier, a student from our school. She's the one who made Yishiyu drop the keychain over the weekend. She also used the Modifier to attack me and another person just now. Meow-chan, tell me where she is now. The cat with 4-paw pads following Yin Huan understood what Yin Huan meant. It had just smelled the girl's scent over the weekend, so it immediately moved its nose and ran in one direction. This way, with Miaojiang leading the way, Yin Huan soon arrived at the teaching building. It has been almost half an hour since the get-out class ended. Some students have already left the school, while others who are still in the school have gone to the activity building to participate in club activities. Therefore, the teaching building is empty at this moment. Miaojiang and Yin Huan trotted all the way and finally stopped at the door of a room. It turned its head and looked at Yin Huan. That's it, Meow. Here. Yin Huan looked up at the room in front of him, seeming a little hesitant. Because the purpose of this room is written on the doorplate. Women's locker room. But fortunately, there should be no one else inside at the moment. Yin Huan glanced at the open door of the women's locker room and saw that the lock on the door was also broken, and it seemed that she could still see the place where she kicked on the door. She also entered the locker room by kicking the door. The locker room, like the equipment room, will be locked after class. She was half an hour late in returning the ball and changing her clothes, so of course she was locked out. If an ordinary person saw that the door was locked, he would either turn around and leave and wait until tomorrow to return the ball, or be more anxious and ask the staff to open the door. Only she kicked open 2 doors in a row, which was enough to reveal a little bit of her character. This is a girl with a very bad character. Meow, I'm going to go in and take a look. Remember to hide yourself. Meow. Yin Huan did not flinch, but walked in fearlessly. Firstly, because the photos of Sakuramiya Hitomi and him really could not be circulated, he had to ask the other party to delete them quickly. Secondly, one must grasp the information about the modifier effects and the host desires as soon as possible, while the early resistance can still resist most effects. There is no use in retreating. If you don't press in the early stage, are you waiting for the opponent to develop and dominate the world line in the later stage? After entering the door of the women's locker room and turning a corner, the spacious space separated by rows of cabinets appeared. The cabinets are spaced apart from each other, forming corridors. The surroundings were extremely quiet. If it weren't for the broken door lock, Yin Huan would really doubt whether there was anyone inside. Boom! Just as he was looking at the scene inside, the sound of something falling to the ground attracted his attention. He turned his head and saw a water cup rolling on the ground. A water cup? Is that over there? Just as he was about to walk over there, a white arm suddenly jumped out from the side corridor. Boom! It slammed on the cabinet next to him, blocking his way. Yin Huan raised an eyebrow, turned around, and looked at the blonde girl in front of him with an evil smile. Spencer smiled, a white fong crossing his upper lip, immediately catching his attention. He actually chased me into the women's locker room. He's really brave. She had just changed her clothes into a tight white printed t-shirt and black sports shorts, which showed off her impressive figure. When she got closer, Yin Huan could even see the outline of her underwear. She hadn't put on her socks or changed into shoes yet, and just stood barefoot in front of Yin Huan. It seemed that he wanted to push Yin Huan against the wall, which could be seen from the evil, teasing smile on her face. But because she was shorter than Yin Huan, she could only look up at him, which made Yin Huan look very calm and unhurried. He looked down at the girl with fluffy blonde hair in front of him, as indifferent as he was on the weekend, and only asked, Where's the cell phone? What phone? The phone you just took the picture with. Spencer listened and suddenly tilted his head. A few strands of golden hair fell from her forehead, landing on her beautiful face, which was bold and aggressive. A smile hung in her blue eyes, and a frightening light shone through the gaps in her blonde hair. It was like adding tequila to lemonade, giving the atmosphere a hint of tipsiness. Although they were indoors, at that moment her golden hair seemed to reflect the sunlight and became somewhat dazzling. Yeah, I took it. What's wrong? An unknown wave emanated from the girl's body, silently enveloping Huan, but he himself was not aware of it at all. He just suddenly felt that the girl in front of him seemed to have grown taller visually, and her evil smile seemed even more disgusting. Even the sound of her voice at this moment was disgusting. Is this photo important to you? That photo is to me. Although he felt disgust towards the bad girl in front of him, his heart seemed to be unable to guard against, and he had to speak the truth. All the defenses and games seemed to be dissolved invisibly, and Huan quickly realized that something was wrong. The modifier of the girl in front of you can affect consciousness. If he had no resistance, he could even foresee what would come out of his defenseless heart. That photo is not important to me, but it is very important to Sakuramiya. Whatever happens, delete that photo quickly. For Sakuramiya, I will do anything to get her to delete the photos. Huan's heart was shaken, but because of the existence of resistance, he could calmly examine the other part of his heart that was affected by the modifier like a bystander. He was in a very contradictory state of mind. He is very disgusted with the girl in front of him, but somehow he becomes a little weak, as if he can't resist her aggression. At the same time, he strangely develops a good impression of Sakuramiya that is more than just a friend, as if he can do anything for Sakuramiya. This strange psychology made Huan quickly find some strange correspondence in his mind, making him look a little unbelievable under the expressionless mask. No way, this guy's modifier is. Although he didn't hear clearly what Huan was going to say, the evil look on the girl's face did not diminish at all. She took a step back and took out her cell phone, which was displaying the photo she had just taken. You were pretending to be so gentle in front of your girlfriend on the weekend, but on Monday you were hanging out with other girls in the equipment room. And I was wondering why you looked so familiar. You were the famous President Huan of Yuanyue Academy, right? What would happen if this photo was sent out? What would happen to the reputation of the vice president in the photo, whose name is Sakuramiya Hitomi? Oh, I really can't bear to do this. Spencer raised his head and said the words that Huan had expected, almost as a matter of course. She looked at Huan excitedly, holding her phone and threatening him. President Yin, you don't want this photo to be circulated, right? Duh. Yeah. Run, there's a cow. Huan was horrified inwardly. Looking at the blonde girl in front of him, her heroic face and extremely proud figure are gradually moving in a direction that gives him a very similar feeling. When Huan read related works in the past, he often saw this sentence. Most people put themselves in Huang Mao's shoes, while a few people put themselves in the shoes of the victim. As for God, he is usually substituted for the heroine. Now, Huan wants to write a book. Why is Huan a god? He now finally had a rough idea of the effect of the other party's modifier, and he could actually get a glimpse of it from the words that emerged from his heart. But the other party should have other abilities besides influencing thoughts. Otherwise, how was the previous secret room constructed? The problem was that he couldn't reveal the fact that he had resistance, and couldn't let the other party realize that the modifier didn't work. Therefore, he can only speak according to the effect produced by the modifier. Fortunately, the girl in front of him didn't know that he and Sakuramiya were just friends. Sakuramiya doesn't like me, and I don't have any improper thoughts about her. Of course, I can't say that the girl in front of me thinks Sakuramiya is awesome. Thinking of this, Huan actually had an idea in his mind. So, let's get started, Huan. Perfect expression controllability. Activate. The disgust for the girl in front of him became more and more obvious, and his expression seemed a little complicated, mixed with anger, indifference, and worry about a certain girl. And Spencer just looked at the other person with such an expression, and the excitement on his face was hard to suppress. Yes, President, only when you show such an expression does it mean that you belong to someone else. Only in this way will my plundering be more meaningful. Spencer licked his lips and waited for his response. Duh. After a brief thought, Huan's cold face finally turned into a sigh. He glanced at Spencer and asked, "What do you want me to do so that you could delete the photo of Sakuramiya?" The evil on Spencer's face grew more intense, and he seemed to have reached the peak of excitement. The next second, it suddenly turned into a dazed confusion. Yes, what should I ask him to do? Spencer actually had an answer in his heart. During the weekend, Spencer saw Huan showing Yishiyu such a patient smile. She wanted to snatch that thing away. But is all she wants just a smile? No, she instinctively thought that was not the case. She knew that there was something precious lurking beneath that smile. But she was a little stupid and couldn't figure out what it was for a while. Of course, it was impossible to make any specific request to Huan at this moment. She stroked her chin and thought hard for a while. But maybe it was because thinking was too strenuous that she became irritated. Well, I haven't figured it out yet. I'll tell you when I figure it out. There was really no other way. So she spoke in such a self-deprecating manner, and then turned around and prepared to leave. But there was no way Huan would let her go, so he quickly grabbed her wrist. Spencer's face darkened instantly. Veins popped on his hands, and he looked like an angry lion about to go berserk. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Huan even felt that he was pulling a real lion. The girl in front of me is very strong. But Huan reacted quickly. He did not insist on holding the other person. Instead, he moved closer to her before she could break free. Boom! I followed her example and slapped the cabinet behind her, making a loud noise and blocking her retreat. Actually, how dare you turn around and push me against the wall? Spencer tilted her head back. Because of the height difference, she had to do so in order to see Huan's face. Huan said to her in a deep voice with a cold face, "Just wait here. I don't even know your name or which class you're from, and you want to leave like this? Oh, what if I have to leave?" Spencer is very fond of using rhetorical questions when he is angry. When Huan stopped her, he actually had a rough guess about her desires in his heart. Whenever he mentioned Sakuramiya Hitomi, her expression became very excited. The expression on Spencer's face was very clear, and her expression basically reflected what she was thinking. For example, now she is sneering and angry. Therefore, Huan had to take advantage of the fact that her reaction to Sakuramiya Hitomi was very obvious and let her delete the photos first. Huan looked at Spencer, his face full of indifference and disgust, but his eyes still moved to the side and said, "What you saw on the weekend was not my girlfriend, that was my sister. I only like Sakuramiya. Delete the photo of Sakuramiya, and I'll agree to one condition. If you don't delete it and Sakuramiya is affected, I swear I will never forgive you." Sure enough, as Spencer listened, the anger on his face gradually subsided, and instead he felt excited again. Because the more Huan showed that she liked Sakuramiya Hitomi, the more desire and pleasure she had to plunder her. When she heard that Huan only liked Sakuramiya Hitomi and was not unfaithful, but very devoted, she couldn't wait to, "Quick, bring him here who is devoted to one person and belongs to one person." Spencer's tone softened, and he was no longer so angry. "No, what if I delete it and you don't admit it?" Huan guessed correctly. This is indeed effective. You take a picture of me as a replacement. I am in the women's locker room now, right? I have fulfilled your conditions, and you can delete this picture. Huan was a little hesitant, apparently hesitant about his own reputation. But that hesitation became insignificant in the face of my love for Sakuramiya. He seemed to have decided to sacrifice himself in exchange for Hitomi, Sakuramiya's photo. Just don't let Sakuramiya know. Finally, Huan emphasized this. "Okay, it's a deal. By the way, my name is Arya Spencer, and I just transferred to Class C of the first year." Spencer could no longer suppress her laughter. She gently raised her phone and took a picture of Huan in front of her. Then, he deleted the photo in front of Huan. "I'll delete all the recent ones too." Okay. All up to you, President Yin. What about the cloud? Is it saved in the cloud?" "No. So, Do you like that Sakura Palace so much? Yin Huan was too lazy to pay attention to her, but seeing that all possibilities of storing the photos had been ruled out, he seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. And these continuous questions and the final sigh of relief were already the standard answers in Spencer's eyes. She waved her hand with satisfaction and let Yin Huan leave. She sat aside, tiptoed, ready to put on her white socks. Yin Huanza didn't even bother to look at her and just turned and left. But in my heart, I seem to have a basic impression of this girl named Arya Spencer. This guy doesn't seem to be very smart. He actually didn't care about her leaking his photos. There were too many points of defense and explanation, and Sakuramiya also knew the inside story. Not to mention that Yin Huan had no intention of letting her leak the photos. He still wanted to use this so-called condition to write an article about the modifier fragments. Not only did he gain a better understanding of the effects of the modifier, he also successfully got her to delete the photo of Sakuramiya. If you think about it carefully, it's a win-win situation at no cost. Spencer left disappointed without taking a cloud with him. President. After walking out of the locker room, Yin Huan headed toward the outside of the teaching building and happened to run into Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was leading the security guards around outside. Seeing Yin Huan, Sakuramiya Hitomi hurriedly walked towards him and asked with concern, "How's the situation, President?" "Ah, I found her, and she deleted the photo in front of me." Deleted? Sakuramiya Hitomi was a little bit unbelievable. The girl who could kick her barrier to pieces just deleted the photo so easily? Of course, Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't disbelieve Yin Huan. Since Yin Huan said so, the photo was probably really deleted. She was just worried that the other party had done something in a place Yin Huan didn't know. Just like myself. Just when Sakuramiya Hitomi wanted to ask more questions, Spencer changed his shoes in the teaching building behind him and walked out with a sly smile. When she saw Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi, especially when she saw Sakuramiya Hitomi, the smile on her face deepened. That smile made Sakuramiya Hitomi feel a chill out of nowhere. Spencer walked to Yin Huan's side, glanced at him, and found that Yin Huan ignored her. But he didn't care. He just looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and said, "Don't worry, I have followed the president's orders and deleted the photos." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, Vice President Sakuramiya." When talking to Vice President Sakuramiya, she emphasized her tone a little. However, Sakuramiya Hitomi just looked at her with a cold face and looked at Spencer's annoying smile. A second later, she suddenly turned around, pointed at Spencer expressionlessly, and said to the security guard beside her. It was her. She kicked the door of the gymnasium equipment room in. "Classmate, come with us. We need to call your parents." Spencer's expression was slightly stunned, and he watched as several security guards surrounded him. She quickly looked at Yin Huan beside her, as if asking for help. President Yin? However, Yin Huan just yawned lazily, pretending not to see it, and allowed the security personnel to forcibly take her away. "Hey, can't I just pay the money? We don't have to go there or anything, and we have to call my parents. Hey, are you guys listening to me? Please continue reading and give me monthly votes." End of this chapter. Spencer was taken away by the security guards cursing. Yin Huan didn't look over there, but felt that the IQ of the air around her had increased after she left. So while preparing to go back to the gymnasium with Hitomi Sakuramiya to get things, he was thinking about the modifier. Just like the memory correction after being hypnotized, the memory of being locked up in the equipment room with Hitomi Sakuramiya became reasonable and could not be detected without resistance. It seems that Vice President Sakuramiya is the same. The setting sun in the sky silently adjusted its angle as if to show more care for the girl, allowing Sakuramiya Hitomi to bathe in the shadow cast by the towering teaching building nearby. Yin Huan stood in the evening light, his face tinged with ecstasy. Walking side by side with Yin Huan, Sakuramiya Hitomi looked normal, lifted her black hair, and suddenly asked, "Did the girl say anything to the president just now?" Yin Huan was interrupted from his thoughts and turned to look at her. "Why do you ask? That girl just took a photo of us for no reason. Her personality seems annoying. I just don't think it would be easy for her to delete the photo." "No, I scared her a bit, and she deleted the photo. But I don't think I've seen her in school before. I don't have any impression of her at all. Huan smiled slightly and didn't intend to involve Sakuramiya Hitomi in the matter of the modifier, so she lied. Huh. I was threatened by that yellow-haired guy with the photo, and now I lied to Sakura Palace as if nothing happened. Why is the sense of déjà vu getting stronger? Huan blinked and suddenly thought of this. He must have transferred here. Seeing that Huan looked normal, Sakuramiya Hitomi answered perfunctorily, but she was filled with even greater doubts in her heart. If there was nothing wrong with the girl, then how on earth did she manage to break her own barrier by kicking it? Is there a bug in the enchantment? It also extinguished the sparks, Sakuramiya thought, that almost flew between her and the president. It seems that I need to study this ability of mine more carefully, and I must not make mistakes like I did today. Fortunately, the memory correction effect it described was true. After being locked up for half an hour, the president didn't notice anything unusual. The two people tacitly came up with the same idea in their hearts. Huan took out her school bag and clothes from the locker in the gymnasium, but Sakuramiya Hitomi only had clothes in a cloth bag. The locker room is closed, right? Do you want to go back to the office to change, President? Sakuramiya Hitomi came over with the bag, while Huan glanced at the time on her phone, thought for a moment, and said, "No, I'll go home early. I can still catch the school bus if I go out at this time." "Okay, President." Sakuramiya Hitomi tilted her head, feeling doubtful. Normally on Mondays, the president would go to the mahjong club to play mahjong and then take the bus back home later. But today, she didn't know Huan's living habits very well, but she couldn't put it into words. "But it's okay. I don't have to go to the mahjong club and hang out with those bad women. There's a mahjong machine, but every time I play with the president, I still use my hands, and I say something like there are only two machines, and the president is not a formal member of the mahjong club and cannot use them." "You can't use that?" "It takes a long time to shuffle the cards, and if you don't know, you would think you were washing hands." Vice President Sakuramiya, who had observed the club once, was very dissatisfied with the mahjong club and felt that such bad clubs that harm students should be resolutely banned. "Then I'll take my leave first, President. I'll go back to the office." "Okay, see you tomorrow, Sakura." "See you tomorrow, President." After saying goodbye to Sakuramiya Hitomi, Huan pinched the watch on his phone and ran out of the school. He's going to Sister Tan's pub today. Originally, today was not his working day, but since he didn't go to work for 2 days on the weekend, Huan felt bad that the 400 yuan was deducted. So he planned to make up for the classes he missed on the weekend on Monday and Tuesday. Working 7 consecutive nights, this is Huan's determination to save the world. Huan jogged all the way to catch up with the school bus for the South District. The air conditioner was on in the bus, and students who had just finished class were laughing and joking inside. But there were actually fewer people than in the morning. Yuanyue Academy will be dismissed after an elective class in the afternoon, and some students will stay in school to participate in club activities. But most of them are picked up by their parents, either to go for tutoring or to participate in various interest classes. Yahashiki was not seen in the car at the moment. He was just one of the people attending the afternoon cram school. Linmin follows the Newman-style education system, and admission to university is basically based on application. Although there is a unified examination, it does not play a decisive role like the college entrance examination in previous lives. Outstanding academic performance, relevant learning experience, and letters of recommendation from respected people are all important when applying to colleges and universities. It seems that you have escaped from the sea of questions in the college entrance examination, but in fact, you are still extremely nervous, and it involves the parents at home, the kind of questions that are like gods and demons dancing in chaos and fighting each other in the air. The school buses in the South District have the highest number of passengers in the afternoon among all routes. Why? This is because most of the students from the South District who are admitted here cannot afford to attend expensive tutoring classes and interest classes, so they can only go home. Even if I could go, my family would have to tighten their belts several times before I could go. Well, Huan is even more miserable than those of them who go home to rest. As a time traveler who fights against the modifier, He has to go back to work to earn a living. He suddenly remembered an emoticon from his previous life, the one of the Joker and Harley Quinn. After fighting Batman for a day, the Joker has to buy groceries and go home to cook. After all, not everyone is as rich as Bruce Wayne.jpg. Aunt Ye, if Shiyu hadn't knocked on my door in the middle of the night, I really wouldn't want to leave you. Huan shook his head and put on his Bluetooth headphones to listen to music. On the empty seat next to me, a furry black cat had sat there elegantly at some point. It's exactly Meow-chan. Well, at least Huan has a kitten now. It suddenly appeared as if it was ready to listen to Huan's explanation of the situation with the modifier just now, but Huan directly picked up the chubby Meow-jiang. Meow. He looked at the wide-eyed Meow-jiang in his arms and said, Meow, let me rub it for a bit. Meow. In the South District, a street-side shop a few streets away from the house where Huan rented had just opened. The name of the tavern is hung on the door of the stylishly decorated European-style tavern. Children's songs. At the door, a beautiful woman with her red hair tied behind her head was moving tables and chairs out of the store. She wore a black denim jacket with a white lining tucked into slim jeans, looking free and easy. After moving 1 or 2 seats, she leaned on the table behind her and prepared to rest for a while. An open lighter was turning deftly between the fingertips of her left hand. She tilted her head back, her red bangs drooping a little, slightly covering one of her eyes. On the beautiful face of a man who was about 27 or 28 years old, the other exposed, I had a sad look that said, "It's good to be alive, but it's also okay to die." She rubbed the metal earring on her earlobe and subconsciously wanted to ask the guy for help, but suddenly remembered that the guy was not at work on Monday. I didn't see him for a whole weekend and was confused. The other employees in the store would arrive later, and only that boy would come so early and help her move the tables and chairs. Well, but it's okay if you're not here. She had sad eyes, lowered her head, and held a lady's cigarette handed to her by her right hand between her red lips. The lighter's lighter wheel rubbed against each other, making a crisp sound and igniting a flame. Just as she was about to light the cigarette, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and pulled the cigarette out of her mouth. The woman's eyes, which seemed to have been beaten by life, flashed with fire, and she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Turning her head, she saw a handsome young man in sportswear twisting the cigarette between his fingers and smiling at her. "Sister Tom, did you swear to be a fart? Didn't you tell me before that you had quit smoking, but you secretly smoked again when I was not around?" The woman in front of him was Huan's boss, Tong Ying. Huan usually called her Sister Tong. He is an adult who has become boring. "Stupid, do you believe what the adults say?" Tong Ying remained calm when she was caught by Huan, and there was a hint of disgust in her tone. He closed the burning lighter and looked at the boy he hadn't seen over the weekend. Tong Ying lifted her long legs and asked him, "Why are you here instead of taking a break after class on Monday? What the hell is that outfit? Are you cosplaying as an athlete?" "I just got out of class and came here before I had time to change." "What's the hurry? I wanted to come see you, Sister Tong." "Heh, I think you're thinking about your weekend salary deduction." Huan blinked and smiled. "I really came to see you. It's more real than Pearl. Believe me, Sister Tong." Tong Ying did not expose Huan's pretense. She stood up, walked into the darkened pub, and said, "Go to the locker room and change your clothes first, then help me set up the tables and chairs. That's what it means to have him at work." Huan looked at the cigarette in his hand that Tong Ying had smoked, then realized something and followed her into the pub. "No way, Sister Tong. It's not even 5 o'clock yet." I watched her walk to the back of the bar with a listless look and took out the wine glasses and ice cubes skillfully. Without even looking over there, Tong Ying stretched out her white fingers and lined up the shelves at the back, seeming to touch the wine bottles waiting for her to choose one by one. Then, his finger rested on the cap of an open bottle of wine. It was a bottle of fruit candy whiskey, Allen 10 years. "I'm in a bad mood today, and I just woke up. It's just right. I can use it to wake myself up." While pouring the wine, she rarely explained for Huan. "Can I wake up a hammer?" Huan threw the cigarette that Tong Ying had used into the trash can, walked up to the bar, and asked, but I'm in a bad mood. Why? Tell me why. Why should I tell you? Make me happy. Deduct 200 from your salary. Tong Ying ignored him and pronounced the verdict so coldly that Huan almost couldn't hold back the smile on her face. I was wrong, Sister Tong. You idiot. Don't you know that you haven't received your salary this month? Are you learning in front of me, you idiot? Just kidding. Huan has been working here for almost a year and is very familiar with Tong Ying. Besides, apart from having some bad habits, Tong Ying is basically not arrogant and is very generous with money. It is common for them to quarrel with each other. But Sister Tong, based on my experience, it's best to speak out about things that make you unhappy. According to my experience, telling others about your sad story is just preparing a knife for that person to stab you in the future. Pour the wine, pick up the glass, shake it slightly, and watch the round ice cubes inside it like crystal balls dancing and spinning in the whiskey. Tong Ying cursed. Go away. Don't meddle in adult matters. No, don't get involved. She took a sip of whiskey, then let out a long breath, waved her hand perfunctorily at Huan, and ordered, "Hurry up and change your clothes and get ready for work. You skipped 3 days of work last weekend and made me, your boss, busy all the time. This week, I'm going to squeeze the hell out of you." Sister Tong, Maluo's life is also a life. Huan raised the white flag pitifully. At the same time, he silently gave Tong Ying the middle finger in his heart and did not hesitate to call her by the nickname he secretly gave her when they first met. The nickname is Southern District Yuqian. What do you mean? He is good at smoking, drinking, and perming hair. Although I have adjusted my lifestyle a little bit now, basically I don't smoke or perm my hair, but I just can't quit drinking. Huan even suspected that Tong Ying opened this pub just to be able to steal alcohol openly. Seeing that the boss had already started tasting the wine, Huan ignored her and went into the tavern to change clothes. White shirt, black pants, brown vest. Just when Huan was changing clothes in the dressing room, a male and female voices were heard outside the door. "Sister Tong, good afternoon." "Sister Tong, you're drinking too early today." "Well, I'm in a bad mood. I'll just drink something if I'm fine." When Huan got dressed and walked out, she saw a man and a woman holding hands sitting in front of the bar, chatting with Tong Ying, who was twirling a wine glass in her hands. They are both students of South District Community College. The boy's name is Tian Li and the girl's name is Guan Rong. They both came here to work and are a couple. The girl sings very well and is a resident singer in the pub. The boy can mix cocktails, and customers are very satisfied with the taste of his drinks. But Tong Ying seldom drinks them. She usually does things for herself and has enough food and clothing. Tong Ying can mix a lot of drinks herself, so if she wasn't too lazy, she wouldn't have to spend money to hire others. "Xiao Huan, today is Monday. Aren't you going to take a rest?" "No rest, Sister Guan. Make up for it. Hey, it feels like you become more handsome after not seeing you for just one weekend. TSK, 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 TSK. Real or fake? It must be the charm fragment that worked." In a short while, Tong Ying had finished the small glass of whiskey and picked up the bottle next to her for a refill. Watching her wasting the base liquor she was going to use, Tian Li dared not say anything. After all, she was the boss. After a brief greeting, it's time to get down to work. Huan quickly put all the stools and other things in place. After Tian Li and Guan Rong changed their clothes, one of them cleaned up the bar while the other did a simple tidy-up. Only Tong Ying was there, holding a wine glass and bottle, sitting alone in the corner of the tavern, acting as a hands-off manager. Huan walked back and forth through the inner room several times, and could see Tong Ying drinking more frequently than usual, holding her cell phone and typing something with one hand. At first, Huan could still focus a little on Tong Ying. After all, it was a bit unusual for her to start drinking so early today. But as night fell, the business on this street was pretty good, with many customers coming. He became obedient after ordering 2 servings of caramel pudding. In the kitchen, he was stirring the egg liquid until it was almost smoking. He was really skilled. It is tiring, but it is not completely without benefits. At least, the pudding he made for Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yi Shiyu was particularly delicious, right? The nights in the South District are really restless. The city's colorful neon lights mixed with car horns and restaurant smoke make the South District seem both lively and chaotic. At this time, if you walk alone into the alleys between the buildings, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman, some hidden plot will usually be triggered. Fortunately, Linmin does not support gun ownership, so you won't be pressed against the waist by something hard while walking. Then, their wallets and cell phones were snatched away, and they were also asked to answer questions like, "Do you like the uncle's big gun?" Once upon a time, I walked forward in confusion. Guan Rong played the guitar and sang, creating a peaceful atmosphere in the bar. Tong Ying, who was sitting in the corner, disappeared at some point. But in the corridor connecting the pub to the bathroom, she was hunched over with a pale face, holding onto the wall and walking towards the bathroom. She drank a little too much. Open the closed bathroom door. There's only one bathroom here. Her face was red, and it was unclear whether it was because of the alcohol or because of the lit screen of the mobile phone in her hand. Her stomach churned, and she couldn't help but slump over the toilet, as if she was about to vomit. It was because of this action that the phone she had been holding fell to the ground, revealing the chat box and chat history on it. Li Xiaomei, mother. Duh. I don't care. I've already made an appointment with him. You should come back and meet him. He's handsome. It's good enough that he can come and have a blind date with you. Why are you so picky every day? No. If you want to see me, go ahead and see me. Oh, you're almost 30 and you're still so out of tune. Looking at you like that, if you don't get married, I really want to die at home. Come back home right away. You're so much older than me. What's the point of dating me? Go ahead and do it yourself if you want to date me. The age difference is not a problem. People who are older than you will be better off and more considerate. I need him to be good. I don't have money. I'd rather find someone who's 10 years younger than me, who can call me sister, who's strong and useful. Why would I need him to be considerate? Go away. I've already said I don't want to date. How do you talk to your mother? Sorry, Han. Because the phone was set to automatically turn off the screen, it would lock again after a period of inactivity, shrouding the following messages in darkness. Tong Ying was left covering her mouth, retching in discomfort. In fact, there were hundreds of messages below, and it was not just her mother's chat box. There were many other people trying to persuade her. Tong Ying wished she could block them all and never see them again. Grumpy, just as she was retching, a snake-shaped tattoo emerged ghostly from under her clothes and seemed to wriggle with the changes in her emotions. Then, the snake-shaped tattoo crawled all the way along her arm and actually crawled out from her fingers and fell to the ground. It was a tiny, pure white, cobra-like creature. It spit out its tongue and looked at the woman in front of it, seeming to reveal a little satisfaction. Among the candidates, you're the only one who can bear my power. Woman, do you want to be the protagonist of this world? Do you want to satisfy your dirty desires? Do you want to have everything you want? An illusory voice sounded in her ears, which startled Tong Ying slightly. Become my host, and let me share my power of controlling sensitivity with you. Whether it's pleasure, pain, or any feeling, anything, as long as you use me, I can fulfill all your wishes. Don't be afraid or doubtful. I will help you. Tong Ying raised her head and looked at some illusory creature that stood up beside her, which looked like a snake but was not a snake. It seems that the voice in the brain comes from it. The illusory white color in front of my eyes was spitting out tongues, and it seemed as if some kind of electric current was flowing through my body all the time. Tong Ying opened her mouth, and then she murmured, I must be drunk. I'm hallucinating, haha. If I'm drunk, even snakes, which I'm afraid of the most, would be like that. The white snake in front of him looked at Tong Ying, who was clenching her fists little by little, and suddenly had a very bad premonition. Sigh. It subconsciously turned around and tried to run away, but Tong Ying, who was already on the verge of a rage, stood up and kicked it hard with a dark face. Go to hell too. Oh. With that extremely terrifying kick, the illusory white snake disappeared without a trace, as if it were really an illusion. In order to take care of all the readers who follow me, I will try to fix the update time in the future. The story will be updated around 10 o'clock every night. If there are problems with polishing or writer's block and I can't update it, I will send a single chapter in advance and tell everyone about it. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Xiao Huan. There are basically no customers. Where's Sister Tong? Yin Huan, who was cleaning up the wine glasses and plates, turned around and looked at the place where Tong Yingying had sat before. The wine bottles and glasses were still there, but no one knew where she had gone. I'll try and find it. Yin Huan wiped his hands and walked over there. The shop has a second floor, but it is not open to customers. Sister Tong usually lives up there. There is a long corridor between the shop and the stairs leading to the second floor, and the restroom is in the middle of the corridor. Yin Huan thought she had gone upstairs to rest, but when he stood at the stairs and saw the locked iron door, he knocked on the door and called out twice, but received no response. It's really weird. With Tong Yingying's attitude towards running the store, if the clerk is not good, it will be fun to empty her pub one day. Fortunately, Yin Huan is a three-good boy, the kind with particularly good moral character. I sent her a message on plane, but she didn't reply. Yin Huan curled her lips, glanced at the time, and shouted outside. Sister Guan, Brother Tian, why don't you go first? She might be asleep upstairs. I'll just lock the door later. Okay, we'll help you put away the tables and chairs outside. Okay. In the corridor, Yin Huan called her plane again. The phone beeped, but no one answered, but a ringing sound came from the toilet. Yin Huan raised an eyebrow, knocked on the toilet door tentatively, and shouted, Sister Tong. The Dragon Kingdom's little tune continued to play inside. Yin Huan had no choice but to push the door. In the cramped single toilet, the cubicle door was open, revealing Tong Yingying, who was sitting dazed on the toilet lid. Fortunately, I didn't take off my pants. Yin Huan breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the phone that fell on the ground, picked it up, and hung up his call. That is, when the phone was turned off, as many as 99+ message prompts were displayed on the lock screen, all from her mother. Yin Huan didn't even bother to read the content of the message, but just locked his phone again. Then he moved closer to Tong Yingying and called out, Sister Tong. Well, hearing Yin Huan's words, she reached out her hand, rubbed her slightly wrinkled brows, and pushed aside her bangs. The eyes on that rosy and beautiful face always looked so lifeless. At the same time, her left hand silently reached into her coat, as if she had grabbed something. But the wary look gradually melted away after she saw the boy in front of her, and turned into the alcoholic breath exhaled from her slightly parted red lips. Yin Huan, as she let down her guard, her hand that was holding something loosened slightly, and an electric baton slipped down and landed on her thigh. Seeing this, Yin Huan found it a little funny and pointed at the electric baton on her leg and asked, No, sister, why do you carry an electric baton with you? If you didn't see clearly, you would have shocked me, right? Children should not ask about social affairs. I guess you're the only one who treats me like a child every day, Sister Tong. Oh no, there's also Aunt Yilan. She speaks in a more exaggerated way. Tong Yingying sat up with difficulty, put the electric baton back in her arms, and asked softly, Are they off duty? There are no customers at this time. She lowered her head again, and Yin Huan took the initiative to ask, Shall I help you up there to rest? Yin Huan sighed, stuffed her phone into her coat, helped her stand up, and walked outside. She fished for the key in her pocket and handed it to Yin Huan, who opened the door, revealing the room upstairs. The room was a bit messy, with all kinds of clothes and underwear piled up on the sofa. When Yin Huan helped her up, she almost tripped over the clothes tangled with stockings on the floor. You could tell at first glance that she put these two things in the washing machine together, and when they were dried, they came out in this style. Sister Tong, your room really shocks me every time I come here. When the lights are on, you can see a black electric guitar hanging on the wall. Yin Huan didn't understand any of this, but he thought the guitar was well made, with a line of gold-plated signature on it, and looked very expensive. She lowered her head, her red hair slightly covering her face, and agreed very casually. But the hand that was holding Yin Huan began to restlessly touch his shoulders, then his chest. Yin Huan quickly reached out and held down her moving hands, then threw her onto the bed. At that moment, He even suspected that Tong Ying might have been selected by the modifier as well. Huan would have thought it was okay if the host chosen by the modifier was a stranger like Ishiyu or Spencer, but he would have been speechless if it chose an acquaintance. He can act without any scruples in front of strangers, just as if it were a game of brains against the editor. But if someone familiar suddenly uses a modifier on him, the interpersonal relationship he is used to will be distorted and broken, which is the most unbearable, especially when you are the object of the modifier. But fortunately, Tong Ying seemed to be just drunk, and she behaved herself after being thrown onto the bed. Huan sighed and smiled at her. I see you are really hungry. Sister Tong, I'm 10 years younger than you. How dare you even attack me? Tong Ying snorted, and her confused consciousness seemed to be awakened a little by Huan's sudden words. She opened her eyes, then narrowed them, and looked at the boy standing in front of her bed. He was seen wearing the bartender's uniform, and the brown vest made his slender figure look forbidding. I just pinched it, and my muscles are very tight. The most important thing is his charming face. Hiss. Tong Ying's scanning eyes made Huan feel a little uncomfortable. Sister Tong. After a moment's silence, she sat up. Then he turned around and picked up the bulging wallet from the bedside table. Sit. Huan moved a chair over, placed it in front of the bed, and sat down. I watched her open her wallet and take out the bills one by one. Then she handed the small stack of money to Huan. Huan didn't dare to answer it, but just blinked at her. Seeing that he didn't answer, Tong Ying threw the money on the bed. Her fingertips had grasped the metal flip lighter without her noticing. She took out the cigarette case, lowered her eyes, and suddenly asked, How does my sister treat you usually? Why does it feel like in the movie that the big brother is about to send his little brother to die? One in general? Tong Ying paused in taking out her cigarette and looked up at Huan. Huan smiled and quickly changed her words. I said that wrong. It was just a joke, Sister Tong. Tong Ying lowered her head again, and then she heard him continue. It's actually pretty bad for me. Question mark. Tong Ying looked up at him again, and her eyes, which have been so sad these days, widened a little. Huan reached out her hand and gently closed the cigarette box she had opened, while explaining while counting on her fingers. Look, you throw the store's affairs to me every day, and that's not enough. You also often threaten me with salary deductions. You have a very bad drinking habit. Don't hold back with your words and swear every day. Anything else? Tong Ying nodded and asked a lot of questions as she reached out to take out the electric baton. Huan immediately smiled. No, everything else is fine, Sister Tong. Too lazy to argue and joke with Huan anymore. She pointed at the pile of money on the bed and said, Take the money. I need your help. First, tell me, what can I help you with? My family is in a hurry to get me married. They know I don't have a partner, so they call me every few days to ask me to go on blind dates. If I ignore them, they will hint at it through various relatives, saying that my parents are so angry that their health is in such and such a state. Well, acting, who knew I was abroad? If I had to go back home for such a small matter, I would be... Tong Ying sighed, holding her pretty face, and said to Huan, So, I have an idea, Huan. Play along with me. Show your face when they video call me on weekdays. Act a little more intimate. Help me deal with it. As Huan listened, he seemed to be hesitant to speak when he looked at Tong Ying, who was serious in front of him. Looking at his appearance, Tong Ying paused for a moment and asked, Why, what do you want to say? Sister Tong, you always come up with bad ideas all day long. What do you mean? The pub was not doing well before, so you suddenly had the idea of bringing in a band, but you didn't realize that the band was a heavy metal rock band. As a result, they were reported for disturbing the public, and the people nearby smashed the pub with eggs and vegetable leaves all over it. Tong Ying blinked, as if she remembered that it was Huan who persuaded the group of old men and women to go back. In order to promote alcoholic beverages, I put up some discount coupons online, but the price was marked wrong, and I made a mistake with a decimal point. I don't know who found it and bought a lot of it. I was fleeced for a whole month. Hearing this, Tong Ying opened her mouth, unable to speak for a moment. In fact, Tong Ying is very clear-headed and has a very sharp mind when she doesn't drink. But once she drinks, she will immediately turn into a little genius idea king, with her head full of these evil ideas that hurt others and benefit herself. Hey, Huan, I have an idea. Just like a passive skill after drinking, Huan felt like he was in trouble when he heard her say this. The key point is that Huan discovered that Tong Ying has another strange mechanism. You said you had a bad idea after drinking. Now that you are sober and your mind is clear, you can realize that it is wrong, right? Hey, Tong Ying is so magical. The weird ideas she comes up with after drinking are like strange rules that her brain must not violate. So even if she sobers up, she will never realize that there is anything wrong. In the room, Tong Ying and Huan looked at each other in silence for a moment. A second later, Tong Ying rubbed her red hair irritably. She pulled gently and loosened the knot tied behind her, and her shoulder-length hair fell down. What should I do? They keep calling me every day, and my head is about to explode. Huan held his chin, thought for a moment, and asked wisely as if Zhuge Kongming was possessed. I have 3 strategies. Which one do you want to hear first, Sister Tong? Let's talk about the next best thing first. As expected of Sister Tong, when she is drunk, her brain circuits are different from others. Huan did not complain, but just smiled slightly and continued. The worst plan was proposed by you, Sister Tong. I will play along with you to deal with them. But the truth cannot be hidden. They want you to get married, not fall in love. So even if you deal with this blind date, you still can't avoid the series of questions afterwards, right? Tong Ying frowned, and the flip lighter in her hand turned faster and faster. What about the middle strategy? The middle strategy is to be a little tougher. No matter what they say or how they urge you, just ignore them and block them if necessary. After all, Sister Tong, you feel irritated because you are actually considering your parents' thoughts, right? If you are really heartless and refuse to talk about it, no matter what they do, what can they do? Tong Ying looked at Huan in front of her, sighed, and said, It would be nice if I could be so ruthless. They're my parents after all. I came here to study in high school. They farmed in their hometown to support me. No matter what, I can't. But as she spoke, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. But it's getting annoying every day. Forcing me to answer these extreme double-choice questions is either going to hurt my feelings or theirs. What's the point? Don't worry. There's a better plan, Sister Tong. Go ahead. Huan raised his index finger and asked, Sister Tong, can't you think about why they always urge you to get married? What else could it be? Antique ideas are at work. Well, that may be part of the reason, but I think there is another reason. It's because you, Sister Tong, have caused them too much trouble, and they hope someone will take care of you. No, you were instigated by them. Tong Ying looked at Huan with a very suspicious look, as if she thought Huan was possessed by her mother. Sister Tong, where's your brain? Your brain. If it wasn't for the fact that she was holding an electric baton, Huan would have to see what her drunken brain was made of. Look at you, you stay up late every day, drink and smoke. You don't answer or reply to people who call or message you during the day. Anyone can see that your schedule is messed up. Even if I finally called you at night and you answered, you look like an old corpse from the Qing dynasty. All your yang energy has been sucked out. If you didn't know, you would think that Linmin has bad feng shui and is teeming with zombies. Before you were urged to get married, I had heard them talk about this countless times. So, I think your parents just can't think of any other solution, and they think that marriage can change your bad habits. Huan looked at Tong Ying, who was frozen in front of him, and finally said, So the best strategy is to quit smoking and drinking, adjust your work and rest schedule, go out more often, and don't stay in your coffin shop every day. Let your parents see the changes, and maybe they won't push you so hard. Tong Ying blinked and was about to say something, but suddenly remembered that Huan had been doing this all along. Every time he saw her smoking, he would immediately interrupt the casting process. Every time I see her about to drink, I would try to persuade her. Not to mention, in the past year since Huan came to work, she has really smoked less and drank less, and her condition is much better than a year ago. although she is still far behind normal people. No wonder her parents think this way. But why has Huan been so active in quitting smoking and drinking for the past year? Could it be that this boy likes me? Thinking of this, Tong Ying was slightly startled. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she asked, "Then why have you been asking me to quit smoking and drinking for the past year?" He asked directly, but hesitated halfway through the conversation. Oh, that one. However, Huan didn't seem to hear the hidden meaning. He just smiled and said with a sunny face, "Because I don't like the smell of cigarettes. After all, Sister Tong, you stink so bad when you smoke in front of me. Duh. Besides, Sister Tong, once you drink, your brain will be taken over by alcohol, and you will become a complete idiot. I'm afraid you will be so stupid that you will lose all your money, and the store will close down, and I won't get paid, so..." Tong Ying's originally extremely depressed look gradually turned into the look of looking at a dead person. Seeing that she had completely taken out the electric baton, Huan stood up immediately. He glanced at the time on his phone and said, "Okay, that's it. It's time for me to get off work. I've almost finished cleaning up downstairs. Enjoy your nightlife, Sister Tong." Seeing him turn and leave, Tong Ying suddenly called him back. "Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing again?" "No way, Sister Tong. Are you really going to electrocute me?" Crazy line. Tong Ying picked up the money on the bed, counted some, and handed it to him. "Here, take this month's salary. It will be paid in a few days anyway." Huan raised his eyebrows, took it, counted it, and asked, "Too much. The weekend does not count as your absence. Add today's, and you'll get an extra 600. Sister Tong, I love you. Diao, do you believe I can electrocute you to death?" Tong Ying raised the electric baton in her hand proudly, but she didn't look at Huan. "Okay, I'll remove Sister Tong." Huan took the money and turned to leave Tong Ying's room. Watching him leave, Tong Ying lay back on the bed and shouted to the people below, "Help me lock the door." Okay. Then there was the sound of the iron gate closing and locking, and Huan's footsteps gradually fading away. Lying on the bed, Tong Ying put down the electric baton, her eyes still blank. Change of life habits. Tong Ying couldn't make up her mind for a moment and couldn't get out of her comfort zone of lying down and doing bad things. After all, the ice is 3 feet thick and it didn't freeze overnight. She has become accustomed to the way it is now. However, perhaps quitting smoking and drinking is really necessary. She seemed to have hallucinated from drinking, and she even saw a talking creature. White Snake, Linmen, Luoqiao District. In a room on the 3rd floor of a residential building in a neighborhood, a black-haired girl in pajamas was fiddling with a box in her room. Inside the box was a leopard gecko staring at her. "Xiaoyan, come out and play for a while." The black-haired girl's pajamas were loose, but they were still pushed full by her huge breasts. She had just finished taking a shower and had pushed her hair back, revealing her lovely rosy face.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.